Welcome back to another video. This is the fourth part of what if Naruto was the leader of the Uchiha clan, but before we start, check out my Patreon for early access, lemons, exclusive stories, and picture-in-picture mode for mobile users so that way y'all can listen to it while doing something else. Also check out the author's fanfiction page. Link to all that will be in the description. Chapter 14. 2 months later. Naruto sat with his eyes closed and legs crossed. He was sitting atop a skyscraper that stood above all the other small stone buildings. This place was advanced and looked like the hidden rain village, but instead, their facilities had glass and steel, not just metal bolted together and layered with brick. It was a fully built city below him. This was his Kamui dimension, a place he could only visit. Something he came to notice was that he could change this place however he wanted. It was not only connected to his eyes but his chakra and will. So simply putting his will into motion, he could change the place however he wanted. He often visited this place to meditate or clear his thoughts. He did intense training here, where he could truly let loose and practice monstrous jutsu. Now though, it was time to leave. He had been here for just over an hour. Mira would be upset if they couldn't hang out before the ceremony today. Later, they would be witnessing the inauguration of the 5th Mizukage. Naori Uchiha. It always made him smile. His beloved mother would become the best Kage to ever live. Not to mention the first Uchiha Kage. There was also the fact she would be the first female Kage as well, but he didn't really care about that fact. Master, was this session satisfactory for you? That was something that had also changed. His weapon, Safuyu. It was speaking to him. During training, it would be faint whispers that he barely picked up on. She would instruct him slightly on things she could do or different ways to fight with her. So one day he sat down and searched for her presence. It was fleeting, like she was purposely trying to avoid him. Which she was for some reason. Safuyu had told him that she was not ready to face her great master. Naruto had to assure his weapon that it was okay. It took a lot of convincing, but she soon listened to him and started to regularly speak with him. This leads to the added benefit of improving their power and connection to one another. Naruto had to wonder though, how was she able to speak with him? So he asked. Safuyu had said it was because she was part of an already sentient life form. Also, Naruto had used his own blood and chakra in the process of creating her. In doing so, Naruto unknowingly created a completely different version of herself. A superior version that was proven time after time. Safuyu could negate chakra, absorb it, and even contain chakra. Amiri was pretty jealous that Naruto had created his own weapon that surpassed her own. It was good enough to clarify as a weapon on par with the weapons of the 7 ninja swordsmen. No, I could have done more. But Mira-chan would be displeased if I kept her waiting any longer. Naruto opened a swirling portal to the real world using Kamui. I suppose, Mira is very clingy. Says the one who doesn't like for me to use other weapons or when left without me for too long. In an instant, his treasured side released a white little light. Sprouting from the weapon was a small figure, resembling a fairy. They had long black hair that was longer than their small body. Her eyes were normally a placid candy red, which she developed to be like Naruto. But as of now, she was glaring at him with a flush on her pale cheeks and her eyes seeming to glow a fierce red. She was dressed lavishly, covered in a white fluttering robe. This was Safuyu's fairy form, only visible to him or anyone she allowed to see her. Master. She brought her hand back and slammed it on his cheek. It was like being hit by a raindrop. It did nothing but serve to make Naruto smile amusedly at her. Naruto brought his finger up and rubbed at her face. I only jest. Humph, sometimes you can be very cruel. I'll make it up to you later. Naruto began to walk through the spinning vortex. Once Naruto exited, he was in his room. Inside his room, it was nice and kept very clean. There was his bed in the middle of the wall with black bed sheets and blankets. Next to this was a small gray nightstand holding a small fan that blew cool air throughout his room. He had a small circle-shaped kotatsu surrounded by dark purple sofa cushions, matching the blanket underneath the kotatsu. His room was large and cozy. Often spending time in his room was Mira and Komaki, his little ninja cat. His door was opened seconds later, which showed Mira quickly coming to him. Come on. All the others are waiting for us, Naruto-kun. Mira grabbed him by the hand and began to pull him through the halls of their house. Naruto, Naori, Mira, and Shisui all stayed in the same house now. The bond between these four was close. Mira already saw Naori as her mother, and Shisui didn't mind either being treated as Naori's child. It was nice, he and Mira's parents died early, and could barely remember them while Mira couldn't even remember their faces. She doted over 3 of them like a mother would. So Naruto just followed along as Mira pulled him. They were holding hands and Naruto wasn't resisting. Perhaps it was time he followed through on his promise. Man, we're gonna have so much fun. Who's all going to be there? There's Bunten-chan, Tsunagi, brother Jean, sister Hikawa, Chojuro, along with other kids. It's a park after all. I suppose you're right, kickball again. Mira gave him a big grin as her answer. Team up with me. Do you even need to ask? I'll take Chojuro. Why am I always the last pick? The blue-haired boy walked over to get behind Tsunagi and his team mumbling under his breath. Because you got chicken legs. Bunten yelled at him, aggravated they got this guy of all people. Don't worry dude, I heard when a girl is mean to you, she just likes you. Tsunagi patted Chojuro on the shoulder. He received a fist to the gut for that by Bunten. I wish I didn't pick you. He got out with sharp intakes of air. We kick first since you picked first. Naruto said and took the red bounce ball. On his team was Mira, Jinkasu, and other kids. They all wore relaxed streetwear. Clothes they could get dirty without a care in the world. That's fine, we are still going to win. Everyone took their spots on the large field. Sanagai was in the center and rolled the ball at Naruto who was ready. He's not hitting this one, I'll cover it in ice and make it too heavy to move. Tsunagi gave a menacing chuckle. He was tired of losing to Naruto at this game. It was time they won for once. The ball came to Naruto and as soon as his foot hit it, he felt the difference. He then showed a smirk afterward before kicking the ball off into the distance with a boom. What? How did he do it? Tsunagi looked closer at the ball to see it was on fire. He wanted to shout, but if he did that, Naruto could also expose him. So he just grit his teeth. Home run. Naruto did an obviously slow run around the 3 bases. Way to go brother. Jinkasu cheered from the sideline. Why didn't you catch that one? Naruto sent a wink to Bunten as he passed her. Why don't you catch these hands, huh? Naruto just laughed as he made it to home base. Their morning went like this as the kids just enjoyed being kids. They were not fighting and worried about seeing tomorrow so they could just enjoy today. They played dodgeball afterward which turned into chakra-enhanced balls being flung at each other. A fierce game of freeze tag where Tsunagi actually froze those he touched. Hide and seek which lasted a long time with Bunten winning that one. Now they had one of those big colored blankets and were spinning it in a fast circle. They tossed it in the air and rushed underneath it laughing and giggling. Making a brave move. Hikawa turned to kiss Jinkasu causing everyone to gape at the 2 flustered kids. Oh. What's going on under here? The blanket was yanked up to reveal a smirking Emiri. Nothing. They all said together before quickly running off. I just missed something big. Damn it. The redhead cursed under her breath. Naruto came to a stop as Mira was still laughing. Naruto looked at her saying nothing, just smiling as the sound of her laughter served to lighten his heart. She was just so beautiful. To others, Mira was a rough tomboy with her messy black hair and outgoing attitude. But to Naruto, he loved it. He loved her. Naruto was now sure of himself. He loved Mira Uchiha. So now he'd tell her how he felt. Mira. Calming down from her laughter, Mira answered. Yes.
Naruto-kun.
I love you. She froze and her brows became wide. Her mind spaced out in that moment and all she could think about was Naruto and his words. Naru, you better not be joking with me. She narrowed her eyes just in case he thought this would be funny. Naruto looked away, losing his courage for a second. No, I'm not. Naruto found his balls again, and walked closer to Mira. I'm in love with you, Mira. I want you to know that. Our promise we made, I am ready to uphold it. Mira was still silent and she only looked at him wide-eyed. Before it vanished and she smiled and hugged Naruto, ducking her head into his chest. I love you too. She was so happy. It was all surreal right now. This was really happening. Naruto, her best friend, had finally confessed to her. She had to tell Naori, Bunten, and her brother. I want to know if maybe you'd want to start dating. Boy, did he feel awkward right now. This was the most nerve-wracking thing he had ever done in his life. Yes, I'd be happy too. Mira looked up with a megawatt smile. Thank you, Naruto-kun, for keeping your promise. Naruto hugged the girl back, smiling as she had said yes. He was truly happy, overjoyed even. This was a moment he'd never forget and would always remember. Mira just rested in Naruto's embrace while smiling, feeling it impossible to leave his arms. But she recalled something from the princess books she read. The prince was supposed to give the princess a kiss of love. Naru, you have to kiss the princess. Huh. Mira puckered her lips and got on her tippy toes. Now Naruto faced a problem. Should he just go along with it? Or stop Mira and make her wait? But what would they be waiting for? Only 2 months ago they were fighting in a war. They could be thrust into life or death situations at any moment. So, Naruto just decided to go along with it. He brought his head down and their lips met in a quick kiss that was over just as it started. Mira looked at Naruto surprised. Her mind was left in shambles as Naruto just surprised her beyond belief with his actions. Was this really the same kid she had grown up with? What's with that look? Did you not like it? Naruto asked, feeling nervous and sensing self-doubt creeping in. Why you just caught me by surprise. How? I wasn't expecting you to do that. You normally just brush those things aside. She smiled at Naruto once again as the truest feeling of love shone in her eyes. It's how I know your feelings are real. You are going out of your way for my sake. You've changed. Mira came in and gave her new boyfriend a loving hug. Have I changed that much? After they separated from the hug, Mira smiled and gave Naruto a happy nod. Yes, it's amazing what a war does for character. You've also changed as well. You've grown strong and confident. Your achievements will be looked back upon for generations. Mira giggled at the praise with a smile. Praise me more. Naruto rolled his eyes and turned to walk back into the village. He held out his hand for Mira, who happily took it and even locked their arms. What do you want to do, Mira-chan? We have to go home. Lady Naori is going to become the Mizukage today. She looked like she was freaking out at home. Yeah, she was pretty jumpy. Ah. Son. Naori hugged Naruto fiercely. Mother, what's the matter? It's almost time and I'm so nervous. She whined like a baby and held onto Naruto. Naruto's face became blank as a stone as his mom cried like a baby. Can you stop? Naori sniffled and seemed to calm down. You are overreacting. No. This is huge. Don't you understand the responsibility of being a Kage? She's right, this is way different from being the leader of the rebel army. Mira tried to convey how big this was. Mother. Naruto grabbed her by the shoulders. They selected you as the leader of the rebels for a reason. You fought in 2 wars and won both. You are the leader of the Uchiha clan, possessor of a Mangekyo Sharingan, the strongest shinobi in the world, and the wife of Naka Uchiha. You being Mizukage is just another achievement on your long record already. This role could go to nobody except you. Done explaining, Naruto smiled at his mother with pride. Yeah. Naruto-kun is right. You're awesome, beautiful, and strong. Naori smiled at the 2 kids doing everything to cheer her up. It meant the world to her. She truly had the best kids. So she brought the 2 into a motherly hug. Thank you, I love the both of you so much. We love you too. After the moment, Naori stood back up and smiled. Now let's get ready for the ceremony. It's going to be a good day. It's already been a great day. Naruto-kun asked me out. Mira jumped onto Naori. Oh my Sengen. It's about time. Naori and Mira spun around with big smiles. While Naruto questioned if telling his mother was a good idea. I've got to tell the girls and everyone. Let's just get ready. Naruto walked down the hall to his room while Mira and his mom floated in their own girl gossip. Everyone gathered under the blue stone tower of the Mizukage. The big blue kanji for water was imprinted on the face of the tower. All the shinobi and civilians alike stood under the tower waiting for the new Mizukage. Naruto stood next to Mira and Shisui. Amiri stood next to Shisui, standing close enough to where their shoulders touched. On Naruto's left were Jinkasu and Haikawa, while the members of the Uchiha clan stood behind them. To think, all of this happened because we left the village. Jinkasu looked up with his arms crossed and a small smile on his pale-skinned face. Tell me about it. Kinda scary to think what might have become of us that night. Haikawa spoke, placing a hand on her heart. Call it a divine intervention from our Messiah. Higen ruffled his daughter's hair with a grin. Now we're prospering in another village. Our bloodline will soar like never before. Corrigan, the husband of Higen, grinned up at the tower. Indeed, the strength of the Uchiha knows no bounds. Naruto muttered with a grin. Mixed inside the crowd, a certain group glared at Naruto. Kids about his age. In their eyes was a clear anger that did not seem to diminish. Of course, things had moved along and people had to adapt. That hatred, however, would not be going anywhere. Not until things started to clear up and progress was made evident. That's him, the epitome of strength. The nickname given to Naruto was said with clear sarcasm and venom. This was the tallest boy speaking. He was wearing a black tank top with fishnet wrappings on his wrist. His pants were baggy Hakama-style pants held up by gray ribbons. To finish this, he wore open-styled slippers like the Warring State era. His eyes were a light brown while his hair took on the color of tan-like brown. Standing out though, was the scar from the top of his head running over his cheek down his jaw. He reached his light-colored hand up and rubbed the scar given to him by Naruto. Bastard. He killed Kagura. He'll die soon enough. And his little hussy too. Scarlet Knife. His thoughts trailed off darkly, taking in the two young Uchihas' backs. This was Uwagita, who was a powerful young shinobi fighting to purge his country. Matching his thoughts was his comrade, Kakura Himali. Her hair was a messy bush of orange hair tied into a wild ponytail. Kakura's eyes were a pupil-less sky blue. Her outfit was revealing for an 8-year-old as she wore a red and black crop top designed for combat covering her fishnet top. She wore a mini skirt the same color as her top, which had a split on the side, and long black high-calf sandals that had shin guards strapped to them. The last person dressed more old-fashioned. He dressed like the old Warring States period, with a similar dress to the Uchiha. They had the armor plating over the black bodysuit. Their armor was dark gray and patterned in camouflage. He looked at the Uchiha boy with great respect and adoration. His eyes were a low yellow gleaming beneath spiky locks of black. I can understand the others' anger, but they've got to get over it. It was kill or be killed. We've only made our country weaker with this pointless war. If Naruto doesn't kill them, I'll beat it into their skulls. Instead of giving into hatred and swearing revenge on the bloodline users, Osasho was smarter than that. From the very beginning, he could sense something was off about this whole thing. So Osasho wanted to uncover the truth behind the whole war. Which is why he and Kagura were the closest. With this bond, Kagura had informed him that his death would be at the hands of Naruto, no one else's. He was ashamed to say it, but he had cried that day. Then once the battle came, he and some others witnessed the battle where Naruto gained his title. Osasho didn't cry or scream for revenge. He smiled. His friend had died for his goal. So Osasho too would die for his goal. Whenever he discovered what it was. So yes, Osasho held a dislike for Naruto as he killed his closest friend. But I, too, have killed his friends. Hundreds of them. So is it right for us to seek revenge when we started this war? When we marched in and killed those families for no reason? The shinobi system of this village is in turmoil. With this new age, I have no doubt everything will change. I'll assist in any way I can to see a new future for my home. Osasho finished his thoughts with a small smile on his placid expression. Naruto felt eyes of hate on him. So he slowly turned his head in the direction of the killing intent being aimed at him, and glared deathly at them. His eyes were so empty and sent alarm bells in their head. As expected, not everyone is pleased. No matter, they will grow to accept it. The group backed away and flinched in fear as the oppressive aura of Naruto seemed to crush them where they stood. However, now it was time. Naori walked closer to the edge alone at the top. She took a breath and walked. The blue Mizukage hat was in her hand waiting to sit atop her crown. I am Naori Uchiha, and from this day forth, the village hidden in the mist will prosper like never before. Once her practiced speech was over, she received cheers from the rebels and civilians glad to be done fighting. Soon, most of the crowd kicked in, and soon enough the whole village was shaken by the roars of the crowd. In a rather large ballroom that was decorated for a celebration. Was filled with flashing lights and loud music. The room was packed to the brim as everyone was dressed to impress someone. I can't even hear my own thoughts. Sanagai yelled as he took another shot of his juice and pretended it was real liquor. I can't move. Help me. Chojuro was bounced around in the crowd as his formal attire was being damaged. Find you a nice girl while you're at it. Songai was about to take another shot when his glass was yanked from his hand. Hey! Give dash. He stopped in place when the goddess-like figure of his sensei was standing in front of him. That's more than enough for you. Esteth was dressed in a form-fitting dress hugging her body and showing a view of her blessed chest. My god, sensei. You're hot. Songai was left stunned. Despite Esteth being from the Yuki clan and not subject to abnormally high body temperature, she was deemed hot. The boy blushed as he tried to avert his eyes. Say Sensei W, would you care to dance? Sanagi found his heart beating and was driving on pure instinct as he was attracted to the way Esteth looked right now. Esteth opened her mouth to deny his request. But Sanagi had dressed nicely for this party and looked cute in his white kimono. Perhaps she would reward the boy with her presence. He had won a war and performed well during the battles, so why not? Fine, but only this once. Got it. Shit. I didn't think she would say yes. Okay, time to be a player and not a loser. Sanagi put on a saucy smirk that earned him a raised eyebrow from his clan leader. Well, shall we? He reached out his hand and pulled Esteth along. Sitting in a chair by himself was Naruto, who just looked at everyone dancing with a placid expression. His goal in this ballroom was to keep the men trying to dance with his mother away. A blast of his killer intent and they scattered away. His mother would toss him a weak smile before going back to talking with her friends. Come on, Naruto-kun. Dance with me. Mira danced to him with a big smile. No thank you, I'm not a party person. You can still dance with me. Mira edged on. She then threw an imaginary fishing line and started to pull. Come on. Naruto sighed. I'd rather not. Mira then gave a pout. Before she walked closer and forcefully pulled Naruto out of his seat and dragged him to the dance floor. Once she was there, she began to dance around him and sometimes bumped his hip with her own. Just dance. It's fun. How long have we been here? I can't remember. I just really love this song. What's it called? I don't know, just spin that record, DJ. By the smile on her face, Mira was having a great time. Everyone was when he looked around. In this small moment, everyone set aside their differences and just started enjoying each other's company. It was a time when they all understood each other for the first time in years. Over these 2 months, he had really started to live again. He was still training and gaining great results. But his days were not spent training and killing all day anymore. He could have fun, real fun. With his friends. So, it was for that reason, Naruto used his Sharingan and followed Mira's moves. Causing the girl to give him a big smile. There you go. Just dance. The two danced together, smiling all the way. As others got in on the floor and started going wild for lack of better words. Look, Naruto's dancing. Korrigan whispered to Naori, giggling. Naori looked and her eyes grew wide. Her son was partaking in social activity. Quickly she grabbed a camera and snapped a picture of this moment. He's going to be upset if he finds out. May also laughed into her cup of liquor. Say, May. Why don't you go find a nice man to dance with? Perhaps since they are intoxicated they won't run away. Amiri teased with a wide grin before she started laughing out loud. May's glass shattered and she released a deathly aura. She turned to stare at Amiri and stumbled away laughing. I'll melt her tits off. See how that Uchiha likes her then. Speaking of Shursue, he seems to be scoring big. Korrigan tossed a smirk in her clansman's direction. Shursue was holding one Haribel Hoshikaji by the waist from behind as she brushed herself against him. They didn't seem to be drunk from the smiles on their faces. It was the first and only time Haribel revealed her face to the public. The woman was indeed pulling out all the stops to win the Uchiha over. Amiri took notice and stomped over angrily and said a couple of words. Hey! Shark stick flipper. What to think you're doing? Huh? Dancing, of course. The opposed shark flipper responded. With my men? I don't think so. Your men? Last time I checked, you two weren't a thing. So, we were making our way towards that point. The redhead then turned her rage towards the Uchiha. And why did you go along with this? You know we were talking about this. Shisui knew this was coming and didn't flinch when she glared at him. As you said, there was never anything official between us. We talked, yes, but never about getting with one another for a loyal relationship. And that doesn't mean you can just dash. Instead of finishing her sentence, Amiri found her cheeks grabbed in the calloused hands of Shisui. There was something primal and hungry in his eyes that made a pleasurable shiver run up her spine. Enough, I know what you want. I'll happily give it to the both of you. Shisui then went in and hungrily kissed Amiri untamed Ringo. Harabelle looked mortified and almost walked away until she was pulled back into the same hungry kiss. Come, I am tired of cat and mouse between us. A blush soon found its way onto both girls' cheeks. This new side of Shisui was new and very much enjoyable. Perhaps it was the drinks in his system. That was not the case, as the Uchiha was very much traditional but not to the degree of the Hyuga. The men of the Uchiha were bold about their desire for the women they wanted. Shisui was proving that now. He had been holding himself back on the two as he wanted to see if this is what they really wanted. So he took the time to know them well enough. He knew them well enough and it was time to really know them. I am not sure about this whole sharing thing. Harabelle protested first. Yes, Amiri was nice, but sharing the boy she liked was a little much. I'll change your mind. Shisui's hands wandered along her body until they rested on her firm bottom. We can talk about this later, for now. Let's express how we feel in a different way. His husky voice whispered into her ear. Shit. I'm game. Sharky isn't all bad. Amiri jumped on Shisui's back. It also helps that you are sexy as fuck. Damn girl. With that, Shisui brought the three to his room in Naori's house and they began to express their feelings. Way to go, boy. Higan raised his glass to the Uchiha. Along with other males. They all cheered for the team. Everyone enjoyed the party as it carried on late into the night until there was an after-party. In a land that rested above the clouds, above the earth, and along a bridge that seemed endless as it dipped in and out of the clouds. This was no longer Earth. Floating in the rich blue sky was a massive rock of land with a huge Japanese-style temple resting on the floating land mass. It was red and decorated for that of a god. Inside this malevolent temple were a few well-known figures. They sat inside comfortably on floor mats and drank steaming tea. Sipping from her tea was Sengen Uchiha, the progenitor of Uchihas around the realm. She looked as youthful as ever due to her immortality and being a god. Her hair was rich and smooth, a liquid black almost. However, the woman in front of her. Their hair was on fire. It was like night flames flowed down her back, even reaching the floor, but not burning away at the soft carpet. Contrasting this was creamy pale skin being hugged by a white and golden kimono. Her eyes were currently closed as she seemed to be in deep comfortable silence. She turned her head, causing the small golden bars on her ears to jingle slightly. It's such a nice day outside. The polished voice of a god escaped her red-painted lips. I shall bask in my sun today, perhaps even get a tan. Not a bad idea, maybe I'll go for a swim. Sengen answered, also looking at the wide ocean below. The woman in front of Sengen turned and gave her a soft smile through gentle black eyes. Although she was smiling at her, Sengen knew the god was anything but pleased with her at the moment. Before we go off and enjoy our eternal lives, let's talk about why I asked you to see me today. Yes, Amaterasu-sama. Amaterasu, the goddess of the sun and queen of the universe. She was one of the first kamis to exist along with her sister Tsukuyomi and Sasano. She was the strongest and ruled since the founding of Takamagara, where they currently resided in. Starting off, I am glad the clan you founded all those years ago is doing well. They finally won that war, looks like that curse is clearing up as well. That little messiah of theirs seems to have saved them. Hearing Naruto be praised by the god of gods caused a smile to cross her delicate face. But calling Naruto a messiah was not an accident. Only those granted the title of messiah from Amaterasu herself could have that. And what she did falls under that category in a way. Granting Naruto the title he has. 1,000-year shinobi was going against Amaterasu herself. The Uchihas were not meant to survive. Naruto directly changed the course of the universe with his actions. He along with the rest of them was destined to die out and just leave only Satsuki alive. Amaterasu was unsure of something though. Why and how did Naruto save everyone? She saw that they fled and he led them to water country. But was it Sengen who gifted Naruto with his title that caused this, or Naruto himself? So that is why the goddess rested in front of her now. Why did you go against my will? Amaterasu gently asked her first question. It was out of love, for my followers. I couldn't bear to watch them be slaughtered. Those innocent children and babies, it was too cruel. Sengen poured her heart into the response she gave. Hiding no truth as the goddess in front of her looked directly into her heart. I feel their love and passion for each other. I had to watch as it was slowly turning to hate and being corrupted. Amaterasu gave a smile. That's a good answer. It's clear to everyone that you hold the greatest love for your subjects. Even more than myself. It was then Amaterasu's eyes shifted from kind to unsettling. They were still ordered to die. By me, your goddess. I understand, but I would be considered a failure if I allowed my children to all be slain. I wouldn't see you that way, nobody would. You'd just be following orders. But I would. The answer actually shocked Amaterasu as she was not expecting this answer. How would I be able to look at myself, if my beloved children died while I did nothing? Dojin put up no complaint when his clan, the Senju, died out. He had a chosen one of his own. And that man went on to be hailed as a god in the shinobi world. Amaterasu countered, bringing up the woman's rival. We are not the same. Was the short reply Sengen gave, almost glaring at her goddess. True. Amaterasu nodded and closed her eyes. She does not seem to regret her actions at all, she's answered with nothing but the truth. And seems to be willing to fight me on this. It almost made her chuckle. When was the last time she raised one of her 3 regalia? Okay, I guess, I am satisfied with my first question. Amaterasu said. Now for the second. When did you mark Naruto as the Chitose no Shinobu? I did it once he activated his Sharingan. And in doing this, did you also cause him to save his clan? No, he performed that act all on his own. I simply gave him the power I saw best to aid him in his future goals. Sengen gained a smile again. Just speaking of him caused her heart to flutter and joy to spring in her heart. Wipe that smile off your face. Amaterasu interrupted her joy with a decaying expression not matching her peerless face. You doing what you did caused a shift in the world. Do you know how the Uchiha see Naruto? At this, Sengen began to sweat and shudder from the look she received. A messiah. It was just a title, but that title could drop many people from just the weight. Yet, Naruto walked in strides as if it weighed nothing. Just because someone carried something so well, didn't mean it was light or easy. In case you forgot, a messiah can be worshipped as if they were deities themselves. Which runs the risk of becoming deities themselves. Becoming one of us. Amaterasu's voice took on a cold edge. Do you remember what happened to Hashirama Senju? He was worshipped around the world as a god. So, he had to face the trial of one. That day, when lightning struck down Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage. He had failed his test and died a mortal man. Please, no. Don't subject him to that. Sengen stood in frantic worry as she pleaded with Amaterasu. Silence. Amaterasu's voice came out small, but the word was heavy as Sengen was pushed to the ground by Amaterasu's powerful chakra. Naruto will face heavenly tribulation to see if he is worthy to live. And even if by some divine sense he does pass, I will not allow him to ascend into godhood. I allowed one person to do it, and now there is a whole race of ignoramus mortals attempting the same. But you can't. Nobody has ever survived that trail. Sengen opposed the order. So the goddess wills it. Amaterasu muttered a common saying to herself. It has already been set into motion. Try as you might, Naruto will face this trail one way or another. Sengen slumped her shoulders and her head dropped. There was truly nothing she could do. She could feel it. This was her punishment, her child would be punished instead of her. A fate worse than death for any mother. Perhaps, Naruto would somehow defy this order. Just like the last one. But how would he? He was literally going up against the most powerful being. Going to fail. It's Naruto Uchiha. I shall watch them both, to ensure nothing gets in the way. No matter what you do, Sengen, it is inevitable. If the goddess wills it. Normally the phrase would be said with joyful smiles. But now the words were said with a crippling weight of depression. And my last question for you. Amaterasu took a sip from her still hot tea and smiled at the taste. Why did you summon Naruto's soul to this plane? I wanted to meet my chosen. Amaterasu gave a sad sigh. I see. You broke the rules for love again. I am aware of what calling him here meant. Yes, he is mortal and shouldn't be able to travel here on his own. But Amaterasu sang as if she was happy. He possesses Kamui, an ability that can rip open time and space and traverse across the dimensions if the user so please. The only limitation being they must have traveled to the place they wanted to go. The problem was obvious. What if Naruto is able to travel in and out of Takamagara as if he were a god himself? It was a blatant mockery of the actual kamis. There are sacred treasures here that could plunder the world into chaos, if not outright destroy it. Let alone Naruto stealing knowledge on the gods / It isn't likely. So I'm not too worried about it. As a matter of fact, I won't even entertain the thought. Amaterasu gave an angelic giggle that was soothing to the ears. She seems to have forgotten what a man will do for those he holds precious. Without knowing it, Naruto-kun already went against you. It would be a mistake to underestimate Naruto-kun again. Sengen had to hold her head down and hide her face behind her hair and conceal her smirk. She even had to suppress her feelings so as not to alert Amaterasu to her excitement at the moment. That is all, Sengen. You can leave. Go and enjoy your swim. Amaterasu stood and dropped her kimono, revealing her nude form. Before, with a snap of her fingers, she was in a cute swimsuit. I'll go and tan up, got to get my summer body ready. As if she needed such things. The woman was already the most beautiful woman in all of existence. Wearing that swimsuit was simply mocking other women for how perfect she was. Not a curve in the wrong place, or muscle too big. Her stomach was flat and her ass fat. Child-birthing hips that would make a man sin. Amaterasu's figure was a divine treasure. By your leave, goddess. Sengen left in a vortex of divine flames. Now Amaterasu was alone in the room. And she looked out over her kingdom, soaking in the knowledge she had just received. Naruto Uchiha. That name was already so powerful. At just 8 years old, he was classified as a messiah and his clanmates secretly worshipped him while those he saved quickly followed around. The people were drawn in by him like he was a vortex, picking up people as he went by and following him on his path. Perhaps he really was a messiah. No. She did not give him that title. In her eyes, Naruto was still a boy walking a path he couldn't see. Even no longer obscured by darkness or fog. This path was a shadowed path he would be forced to walk. No matter how hard he tried to get away from it, that shadow would always follow him. 1,000 trails, huh? What's just one more? A knocking echoed from the door. Naori looked up from her work, thankful for the intrusion. Come on inside. The door opened and in stepped a grown man who looked to be 20 years old. Their frame was tall and lean with enough muscle to not look completely skinny. He had a sharp jawline and smooth cheekbones. Their hair was a pale pink with combed back hair. He was wearing the Jounin mist uniform with a slick gray vest over long white sleeves. He also had his mist plastered on the front and back of his vest. He also had on white bottoms with black leg warmers on his white sandals. He looked at the working Kage with curious light blue eyes. What is it you ask of me, Mizukage-sama? Naori dropped her pin and gave that motherly smile SHW was being known for. I want you to come with me to Daimyo's castle. Along with Meitorumi as we try and gain his aid. The man was stunned. Were they not just fighting only 2 months ago? Yes, things had calmed down, but surely she wasn't so comfortable already. Why are you asking me? I figured you'd ask me for something like this. But you weren't a rebel. Yes. And that is exactly why you are coming with me. I am not so naive as to open my arms and welcome you all with a hug. Naori shuffled through some papers on her wooden desk. Hazato Gemori, if I were to bring 2 rebels with me, it would look as if I am playing favorites already. Once she pulled out the paper she was looking for, Naori was able to see an information sheet about the men. Hazato nodded as that did make sense. You are correct, we would begin to hold doubt and suspect you would become a tyrant. This is why I am outside so much, to understand the people more and paint a different image. I know it will take a long time, but I hope I can gain your support. The beautiful Mizukage spoke, gaining respect from Hazato. But it also gets me behind on all this paperwork. Naori slumped her head onto the desk and cried. A little secret, the people you saw 2 days ago have already warmed up to you. It is mainly the shinobi you must turn to your side. For that comment, Hazato got a smile. That makes me happy. It is my goal to make this village a better place. These people have suffered for far too long. Bloody Mist will no longer be the title this place holds any longer. Now she had a confident and determined glint in her eye. I look forward to it. A knock came from the door and so did long auburn hair. You are already doing a great job.
Mizuka-sama.
The voluptuous woman teased. Mei-chan. Naori exclaimed happily. Meet Hazato, your teammate for this mission. He is perhaps the strongest jounin in the village, possessing an A rank in the bingo book. Mei gave a slightly forced smile as she extended her hand. I am well informed on Hazato. He was quite the troublesome shinobi to put down. The same could be said about you, Mei. You caused plenty of havoc. The bright-eyed man tossed a smirk toward Mei. Mei for her part remained calm as they kept shaking hands. Are you sure there wasn't anyone more fit to take his spot, Mizuka-sama? Yes, I would like someone who could actually hit people with their jutsu, and also cast faster jutsu. Mei is a little lacking on that end. All of a sudden, Mei's grip tightened on Hazato's hand and her smile became malicious. While you're at it, let's get someone who knows at least 2 elements. Perhaps maybe a better medical ninja, and not this subpar shinobi. Before they could insult each other any further, Naori slightly released some of her chakra onto them as they began to flood the room with their own chakra. In an instant, Naori was able to dwarf the other 2 high-level shinobi. Okay, enough you two. This is what I want to avoid. I know it won't be instant. I still expect you to act like comrades and not enemies. Naori sternly ordered the 2 shinobi in front of her. She knew things like this would happen and there was just no avoiding that.
Sorry, Mizukage-sama.
They bowed at the waist while apologizing. Naori then smiled shortly after causing the 2 to feel relieved her oppressive chakra was gone. Great, now let's get going. We have to hurry as I don't want to be away from the village for too long. Naori stood from her seat and grabbed the 2 thin-bladed swords next to her chair.
En but.
4 figures appeared from thin air like phantoms. I want you to patrol the outsides of the village and lead anyone away from the village. Make sure you aren't spotted in doing so. I want the village to grow in silence. Understood, ma'am. The captain of the division said. This was a special person in the ANBU. Regarded as the strongest ninja in the village underneath the Mizukage. They often caused mass damage on the battlefield which led to many losses when fighting them. And you, Tiamat. This was the name of the Umbu commander. Their mask was white with the village crest in the center of the mask with blue straight lines coming from the sides of their mask. Instead of big eye holes, the Mist Umbu had small cuts for eyes. She had long blue hair the color of a deep ocean blue. The Umbu uniform they wore was fit for a woman as it was more snug. Her outfit was a dark black hoodie and slim pants with a kunai pouch on their back right above their waist. A long odachi bigger than a person lay next to them, as it was too long to stick to her back when kneeling.
Yes, Mizuka-sama.
It shall be done. Her voice was feminine but empty almost, as it gave away no emotion. Now, let's get going. On a boat in the ocean was a team of Naruto, Shisui, Jinkasu, and Mira. This was going to be their team formation when they got enrolled into the ninja system. Sadly, they still had to attend the academy. Naori had explained in a way that didn't seem that bad. She said they can treat it as a way to still be kids. Attend school, hang out, and grow as a unit with the other kids. So before she left, Naori let them go on this mission to check out rumors surrounding a strange island. So, is there anything you can give us about this island we're heading to? Shisui asked the captain. A middle-aged man in a fisherman's uniform. I'll tell you what. The man turned to give a grin showing his withering teeth. That damn island then sank more ships than a goddamn bomb. They are large animals jumping out the water with big creatures flying in the sky. I swear I saw a snake bigger than the damn island. Though I could have been drunk that day, ha ha ha. Mira laughed as she leaned over the railing. A snake bigger than an island. Possible, the snake Sannin can summon large battle snakes as well. Naruto brought up the rogue Nin. I have a question, Captain. Jinkasu asked from his seat. Gone on girl boy. Jinkasu showed no reaction to the comment, although it did irritate him. Do these animals leave the island? How far out have they gone? The captain rubbed his chin and scrunched his face up in thought. Not far, they can't get away from the island. They look to be hitting a wall which keeps them inside. And you say this is in the Kaizoku Sea? Shursue confirmed. Yup. Right by all them damn whirlpools. Shursue pulled out a map from his pouch on the back of his light gray pants. You three come here for a second. And so they gathered around Shursue and looked at the map. The island we are going to is close to Whirlpool. Oh, that's where the Uzumaki are from. Mira knew about this since Shursue had taught her about history. So she was a little excited as it slipped through her voice. Perhaps they could go to the village and maybe gain something from the ruins. Right, so we should be careful of the strong waves located in this area. Shursue said. Ah, who are the Uzumaki? Jinkasu was left for a loop as the others seemed to know about this clan. It was a clan of great power, famous for its seals, kenjutsu, wind-style users, and sealing chains among the women. Naruto pitched in for his brother. They must be dead now. There was pity in Jinkasu's words for the clan. They could have ended up just like this Uzumaki clan if things had played out differently. Yeah, during the Second Shinobi War, they had been attacked by hidden stone, lighting, and even the mist. Whoa. Mira, like the other two kids, became shocked. Our village took part in that. But why? Shursue shrugged his shoulders. It was a different time, with a different Mizukage. I just know that the village was deemed too powerful to be left alive and was killed off. Humph, that seems like a common trait held by those in power. When scared of something they don't know, killing it off is the only thing they know how to do. Naruto crossed his arms and held a frown. You're not lying. Was the add-on he got from Mira. Yeah, a sad reality of the leaders of the world. Shursue knew all about it. But things would turn around, he just knew it. There was a shift in the world and he was sure all the Kage felt it. When Naori put that hat on, the world was greeted with the new strongest Kage. But to let you all know what we are doing here again, it's to check on this island and assert if we can cultivate the land. Shursue put his map away and looked over the boat to see the view of the island coming in. What are we going to do about the monsters? Mira asked. Just leave them be, only fight them if they are hostile. Shursue answered. There was no need to go around killing animals just because. Just stay alert, this is undiscovered territory. Treat it like you are behind enemy lines, his voice came out sternly this time, letting them know this could be dangerous. He received just as serious nods of approval. The kids were smart and strong. This would be mere child's play for the most promising kids of the Uchiha clan since he and Itachi. What, I can sense something on that island. Mira narrowed her eyes in the distance. Over there, something's in the way. They moved to the edge and activated their Sharingan to see a monstrous barrier surrounding the island hole. It was a powerful barrier that was jamming their senses. Perhaps, if not for the Sharingan, they would not be able to see this masterpiece. Sheesh, that is some complex sealing barrier. I don't understand a thing. Jinkasu turned off his dojutsu and held onto Summer Queen. Getting a bad feeling about that island. Whoever crafted that is a seal master, no doubt. It's a long shot, but this could possibly be an Uzumaki. Shursue's thoughts became troublesome. If this Uzumaki was hostile and knew how to apply their seal in battle, fighting them could be trouble. This is the work of a seal master, no doubt. If it is a Uzumaki, I'll ask for their help in learning seals. And maybe we can go to their village and take anything which might boast our village power. Naruto thought, feeling excited about the whole thing. As they got closer, the sky went from sky blue to thundering gray clouds with lighting peeking ever so often from the clouds. The waves picked up, tossing their boat around like it weighed nothing. Oh shit! This is it. The captain took control of the boat. Hold on, you three. Things are about to get wicked. Things indeed did get wicked. The ship they were on was built for these kinds of storms, so when all the crewmates got to doing their job, they were somewhat able to navigate through the storm. Alright boys. Prepare to take this beast head on. Yes sir. Following the shouts, came extreme rushing winds that blew some men off their feet. The waves began to climb high into the air and crash down onto the boat with fierce determination. This isn't some random storm, it's an artificial hurricane. I can sense the chakra imbued into it. Shursue noted the way the storm just spawned out of nowhere. It suddenly had giant waves and winds that could blow a full man off his feet. If only Harabel-chan was here, she could manipulate the water to leave us. The woman was known for having such control over water style. Naruto pulled the twin swords horizontally from his back. He then drove them to the floor and gripped them tight. Jinkasu mimicked his actions and held on, while Mira clung to Naruto's back, ducking her head from the wind. "Let's just go inside. There is a chance we could get blown off." Shisui yelled and pulled Jinkasu inside since he was the closest. That is when Shisui got a cut on his cheek. With his eyes wide, Shisui reached up and felt the blood pouring from the wound. In a moment of understanding, they all released what had happened. The wind was being manipulated. "Hurry!" Naruto reached around and was about to throw Mira to Shisui, who had his arm reached out, until Naruto's senses picked up and a large crescent of wind coming their way. So in a quick decision, Naruto pulled Mira back. The wind attack was larger than the boat itself, so it was no surprise when the wind cleaning sliced the boat into two halves. A wave then rose from between the two ship parts, pushing them in opposite directions. In a last-ditch effort to catch the boat, Shisui activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and quickly formed the Susanoo. A green skeletal hand reached through the dividing wave, only to grasp onto nothing but water. "Damn it!" A shout of anger erupted from Shisui. Drifting apart, Naruto and Mira were on the front half of the ship. But quickly, that part was sinking underwater. If they were left to water walk on such waves, the journey to the island would be a long one. So Naruto pulled the gunbai off his back and placed it on the water. "Let's just ride this out." Naruto stood on top of the floating gunbai and Mira got on afterwards. Naruto held the girl close as they quickly rocked around in the waves. "Is there no other way?" Mira asked, holding on for dear life. "Unless you can create some jutsu that can fly, we are going to have to surf the waves." Mira was then struck. That was it. If she could create a jutsu that could somehow fly them above the waves, not only could they escape them, but maybe even look for her two brothers. "I'll do it now then. I'll create a jutsu to save us," Mira declared and focused her chakra. Naruto thought about protesting, but if Mira could pull it off, they'd have an easier time getting through this. So he was content to believe in her skills. Mira was talented at jutsu, but it was not one of her strongest skills, as the girl did not hold a complete grasp on chakra theory or jutsu creation. Her strong suit was close-range taijutsu, short-armed kenjutsu, and quick-casted genjutsu. Okay. Chakra is the basic compound that goes into creating jutsu. Hand seals are used to assist in focusing the chakra, but not an essential. What next? Mira began to fumble inside her brain for answers. Chakra is made from two components, I think. Naruto-kun had been working on one of them. What was it called again? Running through her memories of training with Naruto, her brain began to throb and race through hundreds of memories and a countless amount of conversations she had with Naruto. Just then, a chakra gate in the left hemisphere of her brain opened. Mira's eyes opened wide as her brain was fueled with chakra that calmed her mind. Chakra is made of physical and spiritual energy. When molded together you craft jutsu. Naruto-kun is practicing yang release, which is made from physical energy, while ing is the opposite. Unknown to the girl, Mira had managed to open one of the pathways in her body which was blocked. The first gate from the 8 inner gates, gate of opening. I'll need a lot of physical energy for something to withstand this storm. Chakra began to flow through the girl's body quickly. It was as if a dam was holding back the girl's chakra. So using the momentum, Mira began to focus, and much like the left part of her brain, the right hemisphere shook before unlocking the second gate. Second gate, gate of healing. Mira had managed to break through and use the power she was feeling to bring forth a new jutsu. So she willed all the physical energy from every part, including the cells of her body, to summon as much chakra as necessary. Yang style, firestorm phoenix, weaving a complicated string of hand signs, Mira formed a giant phoenix of fire from thin air. It was massive in its length and width. The screeching bird was 15 meters tall while being 10 meters wide. How did you create this? Too occupied with staying afloat, Naruto didn't pay much attention to Mira. The girl gave a cheeky smile. A ninja must never reveal her secrets. She waved her finger before hopping on the big flaming bird that was unbothered by the rain falling on its body. In fact, the rain quickly evaporated when coming into contact with the bid. Now hop on. Mira reached down and pulled Naruto onto the bird. Now. Up and away. Mira willed the bird to fly high, which might have been a bad idea. The wind blew their already wet hair into their faces. Combined with the speed at which the bird was flying served to make things hard to control. Slow down, Mira-chan. It was now Naruto's turn to cling to the girl. Can't. We gotta get out of this storm. The bird went higher until they escaped the gray clouds and floated above them. The view was dashing and breathtaking. Pretty white clouds floated around the sky, being touched by the glistening rays of sunshine. Below them, chaos boiled in the form of dark clouds, while above them were comfy white clouds and a beautiful blue sky. Whoa! Both kids said at the same time. It was during this time that Naruto noticed Mira had her Mangekyo activated. And from this angle, he was able to get a clear view of her unblemished skin. Her pattern was that of a sun, spreading its warmth everywhere it went. Not knowing what took over him, Naruto began to speak. I never looked this hard, but Mira. Perhaps it was just the moment causing him to speak like this. Mira turned and became aware of Naruto. He was clinging to her back while leaning over her shoulder. Her cheeks tinted a slight pink as she stuttered. Why, yes. You have such beautiful eyes. What? Mira's face took on that of a tomato as she became flustered. She began to lose focus on her jutsu as they swerved. I mean it, I never paid this much attention before. I'm sorry for that. You are truly beautiful. Don't go saying that all of a sudden. Mira repeatedly batted Naruto's soaked chest. She was losing focus, and because of this, the bird began to disperse, almost causing them to fall. But Mira quickly sent her chakra back into the bird and got it under control again. You're going to make us crash. Idiot. She turned and huffed. Naruto chuckled softly behind the girl. Sorry, I just had to get that off my chest. Feeling Naruto's arms pull her closer to him, Mira squealed inside her head. I forgive you, but let's find the other two first. With flushed cheeks, Mira forced the bird down back into the clouds and found the mood being washed away. They searched and searched, using their Sharingan in an attempt to peer through anything they might have missed. For a whole hour, the two kids looked for any signs of the two. All to find nothing. This caused the two to feel disheartened at their lost search. Holding out hope one last time, Mira and Naruto just went to their target island. It was a relief when they saw the ship had washed up on the island. Thanks, Sengen. Mira allowed the bird to disperse. But shocking her, the chakra used for the jutsu flew back into her system and refilled her dropping reserves of chakra.
Ah!
Isn't that handy? A powerful jutsu. You also used Yang style, which I've been trying to understand for more than 2 years now. Yet you grasped it in an instant. It seems even I underestimated just how powerful you truly are. You are a genius, dare I say. Mira was brought to silence by Naruto's declaration. It was clear that he was being honest, as Naruto was not the type to lie. It meant a lot that Naruto was complimenting her so truthfully and setting his pride aside. Thank you, Naruto-kun. That means a lot coming from you. Naruto found himself being wrapped in a hug as Mira didn't care how soaked they were. So he held the gunbai over their head as a way to hide from the storm. Let's go into the forest, it'd be bad if one of those waves washed us away. Then we just fly away again. It's best if you don't use a new jutsu over and over again, especially when you don't have it mastered. But you have to use it over and over again in order to master it. In a practice setting with supervision. I'll just spam it and figure it out as we go. A long dragged-out sigh escaped Naruto's mouth, as this was going to be a long mission. What's with that sigh? Does it bother you I have a super strong jutsu? Instead of arguing, Naruto caved into the girl's words. Yes I do. Naruto would soon learn that arguing with women would only make the situation worse. Jumping through the tree was Naori and her 2 bodyguards. The trip to the Daimyo's palace was traveled with small chatter on Naori's part as she tried to connect the two behind her. Somei, I have a question. Go on. Did you ever visit the water daimyo for assistance? The entire time, Naori wondered why the men would not want to help save his country from the chaos brewing inside. Mei frowned as she indeed paid a visit to the men. I did, I begged for his help. Her fist clenched at remembering the humiliating memory. He didn't want anything to do with it as long as he stayed rich. Naori also frowned, as this was already turning out bad. How sad, did he not release what might have happened if Yugura kept going? I tried to explain it to him, but it was in one ear and out the other. I see. And the group fell into silence again as they all focused on making it to their destination. That was until they felt a large chakra signature coming closer. I know that signature. It's Udagata, the Jinchuriki of the 6 tails. Hazato began to get nervous, as the powerful shinobi could possibly kill all of them. I was hoping for this. It will make things much easier. Naori activated her Sharingan and followed the trail of chakra. Come on you two. Naori jumped after the chakra signature with much more vigor. Our new Kage is insane. Aren't we all? Mei tossed him a smirk before following their Mizukage. Arriving in a clearing, Naori saw a tall thin brown-haired man sitting quietly on a stone. He was wearing a blue robe tied by an orange sash. He was blowing bubbles from a small tube in his hand. That's him. Hazato whispered to Naori. What's the plan, Naori-sama? Naori thought quietly to herself for a moment. He ran away, not wanting to fight in the war or bloody mist. It's safe to assume he doesn't like conflict. The file also says he hates student-teacher bonds as well. Our best set of options would be to talk with him. Naori dropped from the tree, making a sound on purpose. Udagata must have already sensed them as he didn't react. He allowed Naori to take a couple extra steps in his direction before he turned to glare at her. Finally, Naori stopped moving. Hey there, my name is Dash. I know who you are, Naori Uchiha. Udagata's stoic voice traveled to her ears. But why are you in water country? Matter of fact, how are you alive? I had heard the Uchiha clan was all murdered by Itachi Uchiha. The truth can be deceiving. She offered a weak smile. Tell the other two to come out. Alright guys, come out. Mei and Hazato flashed beside Naori on guard slightly. Udagata silently observed them. Naori alone was already an S-rank ninja. Add on the fact she was being backed by Mei and Hazato, two incredibly powerful shinobi. Do they plan to force me back? Naori has battled Jinchuriki before. Mei has experienced the might of a tailed beast, along with Hazato. I'm not here to fight you, I ask you to come back to the village. Why? I am not a weapon for your village to use as they please. His tone shifted into that of anger. And where is Yugura? Why is the rebel leader next to the mist shinobi? That seemed to make them all smile. The war is over, and I have been elected as the new Mizukage. There was a clear prideful smirk on Naori's face as she puffed out her chest. Now, Udagata took notice of the blue hat on Naori's back. So you killed Yugura. Now he was feeling a little nervous. They had killed Yugura, which meant there was some way for them to defeat him. Of course there was. Naori was a holder of the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. With just a glance, Naori could place him under her control. Yes, we are rebuilding and it would help us tremendously if you came back with us. To help protect the village you used to serve. Mei added, hoping this would serve to ease his irritation. What this which speaks is the truth. There is a new age coming to the Mist Village. Despite insulting Mei, who gave him a death glare. He also spoke the truth, as Hazato felt a new age was coming to the village. Perhaps what you say is the truth, but do you think the people will be so eager to accept a Jinchuriki in their village so soon? Udagata reminded the three. No they won't, so it's best if you just leave. No, I want to rebuild this nation and I can't do that alone. I am asking the people of this country to place their faith in me. I need strong shinobi and even stronger people. You who have endured the scorn of the world for just existing. Your willpower is tremendous and I want your help. That deal also extends to your partner as well. I am asking for your help, I need your power to help rebuild this country. I need to create a path that my subordinates can follow without worry. Udagata was truly moved by Naori's speech. It was clear not only in her face, but in her chakra as well. She truly meant what she said. Nobody had ever said such kind words to him before. And here was this brand new Mizukage, asking for his help. She was treating him like a person, not some shinobi whose life meant nothing. But as someone precious to play a vital part in the world. I am asking you, Udagata. As the Mizukage. Naori held out her hand smiling softly at the powerful man before her. Will you let me walk in front of you? Chapter 15. Walking through the thick rainforest on their guard were Shisui and Jinkasu. Once they arrived on the mainland via shipwreck, the two Uchiha sought to explore and search for their two clanmates. Thankfully, the crew survived, meaning they could get off the island once the ship was repaired. Shisui used the tanto to cut the branches sticking out in front of him. This island is jamming my senses. Just what is this place? I thought I was the only one. Jinkasu spoke, following closely behind Shisui as he held onto his large blue tachi. Ready to draw it at a moment's notice. Their eyes traveled around the forest, still keeping an eye out for those monsters the ship crew talked about. So they moved deeper and deeper into the forest trying to find any clues that Naruto and Mira had come to the same island. Shirsue's watchful eye picked up something on the ground. It was large, the size of his head, and shaped like a paw print of a beast. Damn, this thing is massive. Even when putting his hand onto the print, it barely took up any space inside the footsteps of this giant. Jinkasu couldn't suppress the excited feeling he got from seeing this paw print. It was definitely Haikawa's influence shining in, as now he felt tempted to go and hunt down this beast and take it for himself. Bind the animal to him in a summoning contract. He would become the predator as this monster would become his prey. This was going to be entertaining as he now looked for another target in this forest. His fingers twitched and he clutched his Itachi. Okay, let's get going before this thing comes back. We'll go up into the trees and maybe find a better view. Yeah. Jinkasu answered and his body followed Shirsue, while his mind traveled off to a distant place. The two then found themselves climbing up a large tree and got what they were looking for. Welp, we are going to be here for a minute. Jinkasu pulled himself up on the branch next to Shirsue and saw the sight, which made him sigh. Surrounding them was nothing but trees in all directions as far as the eye could see. But that wasn't the only thing. In the storming sky were large birds flying in flocks that would terrorize the public. Leaping into the air was another large animal, snatching it from the sky with large arms. It looked like a gorilla as its body was still bulky and hairy. I've never seen a gorilla jump that high before, or eat meat with such savagery. Jinkasu watched as the birds launched bullets of chakra from their mouths to fight off the mad jumping gorillas. Over to the west, Shirsue saw a large building attached to a massive stadium. There is some sort of arena to the west. I don't know why that would be here of all places. If I had to guess, I'd say it was to test these animals out in a deathmatch. You're probably right, that building looks like some large observatory. Shirsue said. If the other two saw it, maybe they would head in that direction to avoid all this rain. Speaking of rain, we should definitely let this storm blow over first before we go searching in some forest unknown to us. Jinkasu pulled at his soaked shirt that stuck to his body. Alright, it will also wash away our scent to any predators looking to have us for a meal. They both leaped down to the muddy and dirty ground. I wouldn't mind, I'd like to see how these animals taste. Jinkasu imagined what that large bird would taste like over a stove and dipped in barbecue sauce. Interrupting their conversation was a puff of smoke. Coming from the white cloud was a growing gray kitten damp from the rain. It was Kamaki, Naruto's personal ninja cat. Her soft blue eyes lit up when she saw the two. She jumped on Shirsue's shoulder and wrapped herself around him while rubbing herself against him. Smiling, Shirsue rubbed Kamaki's small head with a smile. While doing this, he noticed a note in her mouth. Shirsue took the note from Kamaki's mouth and began reading the note. Hello brother, Mira and I are okay and on this strange island. I am making this while Kamaki is in my lap. If she leaves, it means you are alive. I tried to sense your chakra out, but there appears to be some kind of jammer. But since I have Kamaki, all I need to do is think of your name and face. If you are alive, Kamaki will be brought to you, and if not, then she won't move. That is how summoning works after all. So if she leaves, I want to let you know we are okay. Or at least I am. Mira is a little fatigued from her new jutsu. We have found a big cave that housed some kind of bear with armor and chakra. He's making a comfy blanket as of now though. Anyways, we took notice of the large building structure and will go check it out first thing in the morning. Or, you two can come to our cave for the night. Kamaki can take you back to her home, and then summon herself again to me. So if you summon yourself with Kamaki, I'll see you soon. If not, see you in the morning. Shirsue let out a breath. They are okay and posted up in a cave. He left us with a choice though. Shirsue handed Jinkasu the note in case he wanted to read it. We can go with them to the cave and spend the night or find our own. We can survive without them for a night. We still have a place to sleep on the ship, even if it is barely holding up. Jinkasu gave his answer, making Shirsue nod as well. Now that he knew they were okay, Shirsue was fine with them spending the night separated. Okay, Kamaki. You can give Naruto our answer. The kitten nodded its head and left through a black starry portal. How does she do that? I know it's a genjutsu, and even when I'm ready, I still fall victim to it. Jinkasu sounded as if he was pouting. But he wasn't and only looked angry at himself. Shirsue laughed and patted him on the shoulder. Don't know, maybe Naruto will learn and tell us one day. Inside a dark cave, Naruto and Mira were lying next to each other underneath the thick coat of the bear Naruto killed. They used it to warm their bodies up from the cool rain. Mira also saw this as the perfect opportunity to snuggle next to Naruto. To keep warm, Mira had said. Though it was true. So as Naruto laid back with his hands behind his head, Mira was flush against his body, intertwining their legs as well as holding him around the waist. Smiling gently, Mira was relaxed by the warmth of Naruto's body. "Mira-chan, how are you feeling now?" Naruto asked, gently rubbing her head. "Much better." She all but purred, earning a smile from Naruto. "That's great, you need to be fully recovered for tomorrow. Don't sweat it, I'll be able to handle whatever comes at us on this island." He could feel Mira's smile on his chest, as her voice was laced with well-deserved arrogance. That's when Kamaki fell from a portal and landed on Mira's head. "Oh, I'm sorry." Softly muttering an apology. "It's fine, you weigh as much as a feather." "She's growing." Naruto defended his cute little kitten. Kamaki crawled next to Naruto and licked his face. "So, what did elder brother Shisui say?" "That they will meet you at the stadium tomorrow morning. As of now, they are going back to the ship to rest." Kamaki earned a head rub from Naruto, making her purr in content. "That's good then. You can go back home if you want." Only for Kamaki's tail to sway gently, and she stared at Naruto shyly. "Well, I want to stay here with YU." "That's fine." His answer made her light up, and she found a place next to him and curled up into his side. And all three of them went to sleep that night in prep for what was to come tomorrow. Inside a spacious dark room was a redhead woman standing in front of a large tank the size of a lake and just as deep as one. The room was lit by only torches on the wall, and a haunting silence settled in the room. The delicate girl of 14 looked into the tank with a fondness rarely seen on her face. She looked to be gazing lovingly into the tank as if her own child was swimming in the water. "You will be perfect, I'm going to make sure of it." Inside, a very long and humongous creature could be seen. But only its shadow wiggled around impatiently. "I know you are eager to get out, but we are still not done building you." A loud monstrous hiss sounded from the tank. And in the murky waters of this monster's cage, two big blue eyes shone balefully upon her. Shivering slightly, she decided it was time to leave. "I will leave then." So she turned and began to walk away as two white large tassels followed her on the ground. She was wearing a nice sleeveless kimono. Its color was a two-toned purple, with the chest area being a darker shade than the trimmings of the outfit. It did well to match her flawless pale skin. She was a petite young girl with a small body, to small legs, with her white shorts showing as much. There was also a big bow on her back, and those tassels were just the strings of the bow. This was Hanoka, a surviving Uzumaki. She was a researcher on this deserted island, dedicated to creating the perfect summoning creature. And she was happy to admit, the time was near. Even though these intruders somehow made it to this island. Even through the storm, she managed to summon. Those persistent shinobi still made it past. So as she entered a white lab filled with small jars to man-sized jars. Inside these jars were other animals used to create the perfect beast. Around these jars stood other scientists eagerly writing on their clipboards. "You all, I have grave news." Hanoka made herself known to the working doctors. They turned to face her, seeing the serious expression she had. "What is it? Is he acting up again?" They were all familiar with the antics of their summon. "Yes, but that is normal. The real news is that our island has been invaded." The news shocked them and even knew how to react. "What are we going to do, Dr. Uzumaki?" one asked. "We can't let these ninjas find out what we are doing, or they will shut us down." As they all began to panic, Hanoka watched them calmly. Before she grew tired of it and raised her voice a bit. "Relax. We aren't going to do anything. Yet." She grinned. "They are unfamiliar with this land and are subject wandering. And if the situation calls for it, well, just let him take care of it." Hanoka had an idea of what the shinobi would do. No doubt they would visit their large facility in the forest. So she would prepare a surprise for them which would surely leave them speechless. "Prepare the stadium. We are going to watch as our creations do battle against the real-deal shinobi of the world." Naruto used a hand to move his slightly long purple hair from his face. On top of the stadium, the wind was strong. Mira sat on the edge dangling her feet as she waited for the other two. "Okay, here they come." Naruto rolled his shoulders and got ready to leave. Just as he finished, Shisui and Mira flashed into two individuals. Shisui picked up Mira in a big hug, smiling. "I'm glad you're all right." The two blood siblings separated, feeling relieved to feel the other once again. Jinkasu just bumped fists with Naruto and gave a small hug. I knew you'd be good. Same for you, I'm more worried for the animals. The two brothers relished in each other's company. Ever since they met that day, a bond was formed between the two. A bond that was as tough as the strongest metal on the earth. Okay, have you two found any way to get inside this fortress? Shursue asks to come back to the mission at hand. We could always just bust the place open. Mira commented. Although it would be easier, we don't know what we are dealing with. Shursue gave his wise advice. So we should play it safe first. Oh. From here we can see 3 big gates, which most likely release the animals to fight. So we could go through them. Or sneak in through the vents on top of the office building next to us. Shursue thought about it for a moment. He also looked over the Colosseum. It was a very large construction made from a beige-colored stone. Indeed, there were 3 gates that were large enough for massive animals to exit. It's a risk. We might run into animals if we just walk through the tunnels. So the vents it is. Or you could fight your way through. A voice sounded. It was coming from everywhere all at once. No doubt the use of speakers was planted somewhere. Look out. Jinkasu acted quickly and lashed out with a kenjutsu attack. Sweeping blade. His sword arched out and killed a dozen of those giant buzzard-looking birds. There's more. Naruto turned and readied his scythe. This side as well. Shursue pulled out his tanto, which was lit with flames. As one synchronized group, the birds released a giant blast of chakra. In order to avoid the destructive attack, they all jumped off the roof and landed in the arena. Beneath their feet lit up seals of chakra. Before any of them could avoid this trap, Naruto, Mira, and Shursue disappeared from their previous locations via summoning seals. Ah, am I to fight the remaining bird army alone? Jinkasu looked around as the birds flapped above him. No, you will fight a beast. A strong one that slaughters all its prey within 2 minutes. The voice informed him. All the birds flew into the stands and sat down to watch. And he's hungry. Whoever this is, they are female. And have a great knowledge of seals. Probably some mad scientist if I had to guess. Jinkasu looked to the rising gate in front of him. Even from where he stood, there was no doubt about it. This beast was very strong as its primal chakra radiated absolute power. Walking slowly and menacingly was a large and heavily built black jaguar. It was about the size of a fully grown horse. Even still, the beast was still a cat, so it was naturally nimble. Its eyes were glistening pearls of yellow. No doubt, you're that beast. Jinkasu moved to the center and made eye contact with the imposing creature. It was odd, as the jaguar looked at him with intelligence. Its body was dark as night and spotted with dark brown patches. You are coming home with me, bud. Jinkasu felt his lips spread into a grin showing his white teeth. The jaguar opened its mouth, releasing a roar and a burst of chakra as it did so. He could see the massive teeth that could rip through his body like butter. The jaguar rushed him with surprising speed and launched its heavy paw at him. Jinkasu ducked under the claw swipe and sent a punch into the beast's stomach. Upon contact, he could feel his hand tremble from the pain as it felt like running his hand into a wall of bricks. That, however, didn't stop the beast from being sent skidding away. Don't like that? He asked the beast, snarling in front of him. Jinkasu this time rushed in as he swung his sword, but the jaguar sent one of its claws, which deflected Jinkasu's blade. The jaguar used its speed again and swiped its sharp claws that ripped into Jinkasu's chest. Even though the cut hurt, Jinkasu didn't flinch away and cut the jaguar along the chest as well. An equivalent exchange as they both sustained cuts. Both slowly started to circle each other as they locked eyes and tuned out all the distractions that would interrupt them. Jinkasu crouched low to the ground and twirled his Itachi in his hand. His Sharingan came to life and immediately formed 3 Tomo. Chakra began rolling off the young Uchiha as he was determined to win and claim this beast for himself. The jaguar matched Jinkasu's intensity as its chakra rolled off its body in a shade of purple. Underneath it, the shadows wiggled until they literally rose from the ground and formed identical copies of the jaguar. Now Jinkasu knew the jaguar could control shadows and form its own copies. It seemed to grin mockingly at him as its shadowy purple chakra covered the Colosseum. No words needed to be said, as the two beasts began fighting once again. One was to claim ownership over the other, while the second was out for blood. Naruto found himself among a forest of rabid beasts. Even as they growled down at him from the trees, or glared at him from behind. He was surrounded by a horde of rabid deformed animals intent on leaving him dead. This would only be a few minutes if what he could see was correct. It was only a couple hundred of them. So Safuyu made herself known by humming gently in his hand. The first beast moved in, a fast one looking more like a large rabbit with buff arms. Before its muscular arms could crack his skull open, Naruto's movement blurred and the rabbit was diced into many pieces. The trees began to be painted with blood and the grass would now forever be stained crimson as the plants drank the foul blood of Naruto's victims. And it's a monster party. Shisui looked around him as he was underground in a cave. Small creatures clung to the wall and blinked at him. Well, at least you are all gathered around for me. The small creatures then all clumped together to form one giant beast of a monster. A spider to be exact, which filled up the entire cave with its size alone. Giant house-sized legs with big pincers. Its many eyes were filled with a primal lust to destroy. It hissed and spit out a large green-like fluid that melted the spot he was previously in. Not a fan of visitors, are we? Shisui, the funny guy he thought he was, mocked the devilish spider. It seemed to not like that as it spewed even more of its acid around the room to try and take him out. Only for Shisui to flash around using body flicker. In doing so, he looked for any kind of weakness he could spot on the spider. Taking things a step further, Shisui created afterimage clones which served to make the spider's eyes attempt to track all of his clones at the same time. Using his opening, Shisui appeared underneath the spider. He lunged upward toward the spider and jammed his tanto deep into its underbelly and ripped it all the way through. Its blood was blue as it dripped to the ground. The spider let out a pained hiss that scratched at Shisui's ears. The pretty-eyed boy covered his nose from the smell. It smells like Mira when she's done eating spicy tacos. But he saw the spider getting back to its feet and standing back up. The blood had also stopped and the wound healed over. So you can also heal, and shoot acid. What else can you do? As if responding to his question, the spider started birthing more spiders right in front of him. The thing looked like it was grinning as well, taking pleasure in messing with him. Oh brother, this might take a minute. Mira fell and sliced apart an overgrown scorpion clean in half. Mira jumped in between the animals, cutting them open as she did so. Just a minute, you'll all get your turn. Mira turned into a whirlwind of slashes as her dagger flared to life with fire and scorched the beast to the bone. Fire style, 6 rings. 6 spinning rings of fire formed around Mira like a hula hoop. It was like a moving barrier around her as they moved along with her and burned the beast. Mira was in the forest fighting off a horde of scorpions and angry apes. She sent her hand out and the outer ring moved to enclose a group of the scorpions and then blew up into large flames with a squeeze of her palm. The apes then tried to ambush her by doing a dog pile, only for the rings to turn into a spinning dome of fire that protected her. Waha! Brother Jinkasu has been using his jutsu wrong the whole time. It's more of a protective jutsu than an attacking one. During a spar once, Mira saw Jinkasu use this jutsu to try and defeat her. It didn't work as she was nimble like a kitten, which didn't allow Jinkasu to trap her in the ring of fire, nor did he catch her in the explosion of it. So Mira asked if he could teach her the jutsu, which he did, causing Mira to advance the jutsu to a new level and completely rework it. Alright, scrubs. I've had enough of this. Mira stopped running once she got a good distance away. I'll kill all of you in one swoop. Mira activated her beautiful Mangekyo Sharingan. The sun pattern of her Sharingan glowed brightly as Sengen's flames blessed her hands. The red flame crackled on her hand in a display of its intensity. Sengen Flare. Mira tossed the ball of flame into the horde of monsters and watched as it exploded into a large dome of fire that could be seen from all over the island. It soared above the trees and even took out the birds in the sky, shaking the ground around them from the magnitude of the explosion as it laid waste to everything.
Wahahaha!
And Mira wins again. This is even more than what I was expecting. Naori was in awe of the pure wealth that came from this godly temple. Outside was a sculpture of water in the image of the Daimyo. The temple was miles long from east to west and it even had 2 stories. Yup, this is how daimyos are, all that money and just can't help but flex. Mei said, sounding more jealous than anything. No need to be jealous cause you're a brookie. I wouldn't know anything about that, being a rich guy myself. Hazato couldn't help but throw his own wealth at Mei. He made money from his life-saving surgeries and top-notch medical service. Fall off a cliff, asshole. Mei glared. If she had all that money, Mei would do the same thing. She couldn't even lie to herself. The amount of makeup she'd buy or rich clothing was absurd. Money is only a material treasure, it cannot go with you once you pass on. To pursue wealth and success is not the same as only obtaining money. Udagata spoke, sounding more like a wise man imparting his wise knowledge. This guy is definitely broke. For the first time, Mei and Hasato shared the same thought. Exactly, Udagata, you should pursue happiness. Naori took the side of the Jinchuriki. Naori herself had tons of money from high-ranking missions and positions. Instead of throwing it in others' faces, she used it to support her family and village. Naka though, he was quite the big spender who gambled slightly, often leading to Naori being quite upset with him. Only for Naka to make it up to her later. Naori turned so the others couldn't see the blush creep to her face. Thinking about that now was not a good thing. She needed to focus on the task at hand. Thank you, Mizuki-sama. Young ones these days don't understand that riches are temporary. The man thanked her with a smile while the others rolled their eyes. But I do wonder, Mizuki-sama. How did you manage to get an appointment with the Daimyo? When Hasato asked this, Naori stiffened noticeably. What? You didn't secure an appointment with the Daimyo of our country? Hasato again asked, sounding angered and annoyed all in one. He wasn't responding to any of my letters. Naori turned to give her side of the story. So, I just decided to come in person and meet with him. Hasato calmed down. Sorry, I just know that daimyos are very wicked and self-centered. They might attempt to harm you for showing up unannounced. It's going to be fine, my reputation will carry us through. Naori waved his concern away. True, everyone knows about you and your husband. The man who controlled a tailed beast during the Third Great Ninja War. And you, the one-eyed empress. Udagata recalled the names and feats of the great shinobi. You also have a son, correct? Yes. My sweet son. Naori almost seemed to be skipping ahead as she walked right up to the gates. Sweet. That guy's a monster. Hasato shivered at the memory of being on the receiving end of his predatory gaze. You're telling me. But let's just let her believe he is. Mei said back to the pink-haired medic. The three guards began to follow their Mizukage to the front gates of this temple. They were stopped by tall samurai guards. What are shinobi of hidden mist doing here? Naori stepped forward and asserted herself. I am Naori Uchiha, the 5th Mizukage. I have come to speak with the daimyo of this country. Naori displayed her confidence and authority by pulling the hat from her back and placing it on her head. The guards gasped and looked surprised under their blue armor plating. And Naori Uchiha. That's right, and I am the Mizukage. So the daimyo and I need to speak with each other. Leader to leader. Naori now demanded of the guards who looked nervous. Allow me to go and contact our superior. The left guard said and turned to move. So they waited for the guard to come back, which didn't take long as the samurai hauled ass. When he returned, the men gave a more welcoming smile. Right this way, Mizuki-sama. The daimyo will speak with you. Great. Naori and the group were led through the temple and saw just how deluxe the place was. Then their little tour of the mansion was put to an end as they came face to face with massive double doors. The guard pushed the door open to see the gigantic room filled with riches and country treasures. On the ground was a red carpet which led them to a throne. Sitting on the throne was a feeble-looking man who was up there in age. The man looked out of place in the robes. Is this the daimyo of the Bloody Mist? Naori couldn't believe what she was seeing. This guy looked like a complete loser and scrub. How was he sitting on the throne for such a noble position? Mei and Hasato saw Naori's disappointed gaze and had to turn their heads with clear shame. Even Udagata, who had never met the men before, looked ashamed. What do you want? Even when he tried to be threatening, the men sounded timid. Even though Naori lost great respect for the men in front of her, she still bowed slightly just to keep up a respectful image. Greetings, I am Naori Uchiha and the newly elected Mizukage. I wish to speak with you about our future. Hearing this, he pricked up. I am Nagamo inside. But you said you are the new Mizukage, see correct? The hope coming off the man was clear as sparkling glass. And I heard what happened to your clan, Naori-san. They were killed by Itachi Uchiha. But you are here and the new Mizukage, how? A look of pain-filled sorrow flashed across Naori's face for a quick moment before it was wiped away. Before everything happened, the clan escaped while those who wanted to fight stayed behind to create time for us to escape. A noble sacrifice, I am sorry to hear that. The daimyo gave his sympathy. And we came to the place which made the most sense, all we had to do was fight through this oppression to secure a home. And now here I am. Nagamo nodded. So you killed Yagura. He's dead. Naori nodded while giving the men a strange look. Yes, it was 2 months ago. Yes. Finally. Nagamo jumped from his seat, pumping his fist in the air. He even started dancing around his throne with a teary smile on his face. I was begging to think I'd die before he was killed. Naori raised an eyebrow and looked towards the three behind her, who were also just as confused at the dancing daimyo. I understand Yugura was doing the county wrong, but you seem a little too excited. Nagamo stopped his dancing and sat back in his seat, smile still in place though. Yugura was, in simple terms, bullying me for resources. Not knowing this, the shinobi in the room gained faces of shock at the news. Mei cursed silently to herself. She should have guessed something like this was happening. Maybe if she had rescued the daimyo earlier, she could have gained the upper hand somehow by gaining his favor. What do you mean, Lord Nagamo? Naori asked, needing an answer to such a bland statement. Nagamo took a seat on his throne and attempted to calm himself. Once the war started, I sent a letter to Yugura demanding his presence. He came, but the meeting didn't go as planned. He killed half the guards, destroyed parts of the village, and killed innocents. He nearly killed me and would have if it wasn't for the importance of my position. That is something. Naori couldn't believe it. That one genjutsu was able to do such a thing. Controlling one person caused a country to walk a path of self-destruction. So for years, I had to supply Yugura with all the things he needed, or else he'd come back here and destroy the capital. It pained me greatly, but I was left with no choice. I never thought Yugura's will ran so deep. Mei spoke, looking down at her feet. Everyone could see this impacting her greatly, no doubt wishing she had done more in her time as the rebel leader. It's okay, Mei-chan. We are going to make things better here. Naori walked over and hugged Mei tightly. Don't beat yourself up, you are very accomplished and still growing. You are only in your teens with a lot of life left ahead of you. In your teens without a man. Hazato snickered, earning a withering glare from Mei. Hush. And you are also single. Naori sniped Hazato's confidence out of the air, making Mei giggle. Thank you so much. Mei hugged Naori tight and could understand why everyone saw Naori as their second mother. Sorry to interrupt. Nagamo cleared his throat and spoke to grab the others' attention. They all fell back in line and gave the daimyo their full attention. Shall we talk about the future? Ah, yes. Shall I open? Naori asked. Go ahead. After getting the green light, Naori reached into her bag and grabbed a scroll. She then tossed it up to Nagamo, who bounced it around before getting a hold of it. Inside the scroll is a detailed report of the things I'd like. It is basically a roadmap for rebuilding the village in the next 5 years. The most important is funding and manpower. Naori said. On a scale from 1 to 5. Our population is 2/5, our military a 3/5, and our economy is 2/5. So basically we're poor, lack hands, and weak. Well shit. Nagamo responded the best way he could. Looking at this roadmap, I can see you have a lot of things you wish to see happen. Oh. Is that a coliseum? And a village flooded with water. The man looked like a child getting excited over new toys. Yes. A good way to gain money is through tourist attractions. But those will come later, as I want to build quietly and then surprise the other nations with our might. That is smart, Mizuki-sama. I figure if we tell the world we have finished our war, they might try and move in on us. Hazato was once again blown away by the Mizuki's brilliance. Indeed. This is all wonderful and I would be happy to support you. Now that I am not being oppressed anymore, I will definitely be a better leader towards the land I govern. Even better. If Nagamo would support them and make his presence felt, they would be on track to creating a great nation. Great, then can I take some of your guards back to the village to assist with the labor? We also need building supplies, preferably steel, bricks, and any other kinds of metals. Naori hoped she wasn't asking for too much, and then the men said no. Consider it done. Nagamo snapped his fingers. I'll send you a small army today along with the supplies within the week. Naori this time bowed deeply with gratitude, followed by the others. Thank you, my lord. Chapter 16. Instead of words, you carry out your purpose with blades. Leave it to the ANBU, or more like Danzo's route. The nameless, protecting peace from the shadows. That is what a true shinobi is. Shirsue's words echoed in his mind again. Itachi to this day felt motivated by the passionate display of a shinobi. It was also the day he grew to trust Shirsue, as they both defeated Danzo's ANBU. Those words became the foundation of his ninja way. It's the code he lived by and the code he'd die by. But, the line between shadow and darkness began to blur and he didn't know anymore. His actions on the night of the massacre. Were they the correct thing to do? The blood on his hands, the innocent blood. All for what? To prevent outbreak and war, he'd remind himself. Naruto came to mind. He had stormed into the meeting and slapped everyone in the face with a bizarre plan. Was he right or wrong? Itachi wondered how the clan was doing now. He was sure that the current generation of Uchiha no doubt grew to be superior and most likely resembled the children from the Warring States period. Probably even stronger due to having more knowledge and jutsu available at their disposal. The clan thrived in conflict and grew stronger from it. The war must be over by now. Perhaps a visit was in store. Though the idea was trashed seconds later. He'd be swamped as soon as his chakra was felt. Shursue would be more than enough to handle alone, add on top of that Naori and the others. The curiosity inside him needed to be quelled, a part of him wanted to check on his family. If he even deserves to be called that anymore. He had killed his own mother and father, ruined his sister's life, and drove his clan into a war. To protect the peace of the Hidden Leaf village. The village he wasn't welcomed in, the village that saw him as a heartless monster for killing the entire Uchiha clan. Of course it was. I am Itachi, of the Hidden Leaf. The village he loved with everything was threatened to be destroyed. And there wasn't a thing he wouldn't do to see it safe. Itachi looked at the family picture he kept with him. His smiling mother and little sister, his father stone-faced, and him with a light smile. Would things have been different if I went with them? If I had believed a little bit more in the bonds of family and just exactly what it all meant. Itachi folded the paper up and let the moment pass. Things of the past stayed in the past. What was done had already been done and there was nothing that could be done about it now. Now he had a new drive and goal to achieve. Set his younger sister on the right path, which was protecting the leaf, ensuring no harm befell his village, and taking tabs on this criminal organization called the Akatsuki. Naruto appeared back at the arena they had previously been in. Now his clothes were stained with blood and Safuyu was dripping blood. His eyes picked up Jinkasa finishing his vicious fight with that abnormally large jaguar. Jinkasa had the animal pinned to the ground by Summer Queen and had a victorious smirk on his face. But it wasn't as if he wasn't damaged. His clothes had been torn at certain points while blood and deep cuts littered his body, surely to leave scars. That was amazing. I won't dare forget this fight. Jinkasu turned off his Sharingan and kneeled next to the whimpering beast. Like I said, I want you to come with me. I want you to be my summoning partner. Jinkasu knew the jaguar could understand him. The moment he laid eyes on the beast he could see the intelligence in its rich golden eyes. So be it then. The male voice that came from the jaguar didn't surprise Jinkasu. It growled deeply and hissed at the pain. Okay then, let's make a summoning contract. I can't with your sword in my rib. Jinkasu chuckled. Her name is Summer Queen, and she is as sharp as the day I received her. Noticeable. This beast had a sharp tongue. Jinkasu liked it and could see him and his new partner getting along. He warned the beast about the pain to soon come, and yanked Summer Queen from his rib. Jinkasu didn't let the pain last as he used a healing jutsu on the dark jaguar. You don't need to heal me, I can regenerate as you know. The jaguar rolled over and stretched. He then looked at Jinkasu with a sharp questioning gaze. How did you stop my flow of chakra during our fight? I could have pushed that sword out and healed, but I wasn't able to. To this, Jinkasu stood up and smiled proudly. It's my ability. Jinkasu pointed to both of his eyes. Since we are going to be partners, I'll tell you. That dark and corrosive energy of mine was what I call destruction chakra. And as the name suggests, that's what it does. The chakra is able to destroy at a cellular level and even further. This information caused his eyes to widen. So you were able to destroy my chakra pathways with your chakra permanently. Which stopped my healing factor and chakra flowing correctly. I'll say it again, brother. Your Mangekyo Sharingan ability is very frightening. Jinkasu turned to see Naruto landing behind him still in one piece. Haha, says the one with the king of Mangekyos. He laughed as he knew the power Naruto's eyes held. Don't sell yours short. But I do have a question for you. What is it? Naruto pointed to Jinkasu's left eye. Does your left eye come with another ability? Or do you use both eyes like myself? Like you might have suspected, I am a one-trick pony. Unlike some people, I need only eye for my power. For some members of the Uchiha clan, When you awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, there is a different power for both eyes. The right eye could have a power, while the left eye could have another power or just a different version of the original power granted by the Mangekyo. Shisui, Naori, and Mira were the select few Uchiha who needed both their eyes in order for the Mangekyo to function at full power. If the power was great enough on its own, the other eye was unable to have another power. Some saw it as an even trade-off. You had one super powerful ability that on its own was worth just as much as two abilities, which left one person with only one major world-shifting power to focus on and find the full value of that one ability. We're alike then. Leaving Mira and Shisui, the two who both need both eyes. Naruto said. I thought you were like her and used the other eye for fine control of the power. What do you mean, fine control? Causing Naruto to think of a response. Mira uses her right eye to summon Sengen while the left eye she uses to play God with the ability. She shrinks it down to the point where it's microscopic, expands it as wide as a lake, or controls it like the flame as a mind of its own. I don't know what's more scary, your knowledge or power. Jinkasu responded. When Naruto picked apart your ability in front of you, it was heart-racing and terrifying. How about both? Naruto sent a smirk to his brother. I only know this because we both trained the power together. And you two have figured out so much already. I might need you to copy mine. Jinkasu rubbed the head of the jaguar at his leg. And you are? Saturn. Nice to meet you, Saturn, and welcome to the Uchiha clan as one of its summons. We didn't do the contract yet, so hold the formalities. How do we do that? I'm pretty sure it won't work the normal way of using a scroll. Jinkasu correctly summarized. Right, since I don't have a domain of my own. Well, just have to settle for the better option if you ask me, and get a tattoo. Saturn turned to give Jinkasu a sharp-toothed grin. Give me your arm. Jinkasu and Naruto looked skeptical at the suggestion. Relax. I'm not going to bite it off. Saturn rolled his eyes. You humans don't taste good anyway. The fact Saturn ate humans was definitely off-putting and reminded them he was still a wild beast at heart. Saturn looked to focus before he placed his paw on Jinkasu's hand. Jinkasu felt a quick pain that felt like being stuck with a needle. It focused on his hand. Looking at his palm, Jinkasu saw a tilted circle surrounded by rings formed on his hand that glowed purple before dispersing. That, my good summoner, is the seal, but you should know my contract is different from other animals. Saturn grinned before turning into smoky black mist and floated into the tattoo on Jinkasu's hand. There are certain perks to being a lab rat, as humiliating as it may sound. And you've got a shit ton of chakra. Oh. It's your destruction chakra. Or should I say, ours. Hey. Leave that stuff alone. Jinkasu shivered at the feeling. Saturn was siphoning off some of his chakra, which was not as fun as it sounded. It was like having your blood drawn for a medical test. Those scientists wanted to make me some kind of dual weapon to fight alongside whoever I marked. I take your power and use it while I give you nothing, hee. My chakra network can link with yours and I live off your chakra. But you have a physical body, blood, organs. How can you just turn into smoke? Yeah, but chakra slaps science in the face. All the way to my cells, even my biomolecule, chakra holds it all together and brings it to your chakra system for me to live on. So it's our chakra now. It sounds like they were trying to make you some kind of tailed beast, just without the seals or anything. Yup, but I'm not as strong as those monsters. And I don't have any power for you to take. I'm just a weapon for you to use. Jinkasu noticed the way Saturn said the last part. He sounded a bit resentful. Not surprising, he spent his entire life on this island experimented on and repeatedly told had to become a weapon for another. What is going on? Naruto asked. To put it frankly, he's found a home in my chakra cores. Other than that, this is just a regular summoning contract. Jinkasu himself wasn't too sure how to explain the situation himself, and he was sure neither did Saturn. Interesting. Are you like a Jinchuriki now? No, Saturn doesn't have any power I can use. It's the opposite, if anything. He can use my power and fight with me. My unique weapon, if you'd call it. Coming from Jinkasu's hand was Saturn, whose dark, almost faded spots started pulsing with Jinkasu's chakra. Dude, that's some serious chakra you've got there. No wonder you beat me so easily. Though you really didn't need it. Chakra isn't everything in a fight. Jinkasu responded. It is when your mere chakra alone could flatten a village. Naruto corrected him. Elder Madara just had to release his chakra upon the enemy and they'd die. When you can do that to your opponent without even moving, forming a plan won't matter. Exactly. An ocean will always have more water than a lake. To the two in front of him, Jinkasu lightly chuckled. Don't underestimate the weak. Yagura had more chakra than all of us, yet we were never crushed to death. If I've learned anything from war, it's that for every strength, there's a weakness. Naruto saw the error in his ways and felt ashamed at his lack of foresight. You're right, it's because we were underestimated that we are even alive now. Thank you for showing me that. Jinkasu waved the thanks off with a soft smile. Relax, you are looking too much into it. I'm here to help you, brother. Saturn sat watching the two clanmates interact. The deep bond they shared was obvious to even a blind man. Something like this didn't happen overnight and was only built upon by countless trials. It was something he had never seen before and made him a bit envious and hopeful. Now I should warn you. Saturn spoke, drawing their attention to the large black jaguar. Since you survived and most likely killed a large amount of their animals, they are going to unleash Yasurotetu on you. Shrine Dragon. I like the name. But it's not a real dragon, is it? Saturn thought he was going to see some kind of fear in Naruto's eyes or some kind of self-doubt. That wasn't the case as he saw excitement and hope in his eyes. No, he's not. Just an island-sized snake. What can he do? Jinkasu asked. What can't he do should be the problem. I want to fight him, don't tell me his abilities, I want to find them out for myself. Naruto declared to the shock of Saturn. Hold on now. Are you sure? This guy has some wonky abilities. Saturn tried to protest, only for Naruto to turn his back and look into the distance. I wish to test the limits of the Hashirama cells. See how much can be healed with only half the vial. Since gaining the cells, Naruto's overall body has evolved into something superior. His stamina had been increased tremendously and the balance of his yang chakra had finally grown. Naruto could only wonder how much Hashirama himself had. If this was just a part of his cells, what could all of them do for him? So during this battle, he'd fight a little recklessly and go for things he normally wouldn't. There was a special technique he'd been looking to use for a while. He also wanted to show off and hopefully impress Mira. At that moment, Mira appeared from a body flicker. She had a little bit of dirt on her face and clothes, but besides that and smelling like a forest, she was okay. Her face was already set in a smile upon arrival, so she pulled the two boys in for a hug. I'm glad you are both okay. They hugged her back and double-checked she was okay. They then took time to explain what they were doing while waiting for her. Mira listened carefully and then began giving Saturn head rubs. Shursue soon arrived and they summarized it for him as well so he wasn't left out of the loop. Well, I have a surprise of my own. Mira looked smug and sent chakra to the back of her hand. What appeared was a simple black feathered bird. Summoning Rini. Coming from a cloud of white smoke was a large bald eagle. Smooth white head and crispy black colored feathers. It landed on Mira's outstretched arm using its finely sharpened claws to hold on. Greetings, I am Rini. A sophisticated feminine voice came from the mighty eagle.
I'm Naruto Uchiha.
Jinkasu.
Shizui.
Saturn. Welcome to the Uchiha clan as one of its summon animals. Naruto announced. And you as well, Saturn. Thank you. Both animals showed humility and dipped their heads to Naruto. And something you should know about Rini is that she can use wind manipulation on an ultimate scale, while also still growing. Mira rubbed Rini's chin with a proud smile. How did you get her to form a contract with you? Shursue asked. I was flying around, and Mira-sama just jumped and grabbed me. Wow, Mira, very human of you. Mira blushed. I didn't force her to sign the contract, I just really wanted her to be my summon animal. She did it all on her own and we are all good, right Rini? To which the eagle nodded and rubbed Mira's face. Anyways, let's try getting away from here before we get separated again. Shursue stepped in, saving Mira from any more torture. Too late. Now you all must face our ultimate beast in a fight for your survival. They looked at the glass box and saw the redhead Uzumaki Anoka smirking at them. You have given us an amazing data, Uchihas, but now you will perish. Using the same sealing jutsu as last time, the team was transferred to the cliffside overlooking the sea. Again, we definitely should have picked a better place to regroup. Shursue reflected on his mistake. It's fine. This time we are all together. Naruto turned and smirked. He activates his Manjikyu Sharingan. His unique ability Svezhnalika shone radiantly. He used Kamui and opened a portal to the previous location. Someone go back and quickly capture her before she can get far. I'll go. Shisui rushed through the spiraling portal that closed after him. Now leave the rest to me. Naruto withdrew both Safuyu and his gunbai for the battle coming shortly. I'm ready, master. Safuyu's excitement was in her voice as she matched Naruto's enthusiasm. The water in front of them erupted in a shower of water. The waves created from the forced explosion were monstrous as they splashed along the rocky cliffside. Amongst the shower soaking their clothes, the Uchiha used chakra on their feet so they could withstand the howling wind. Yup. He's juiced up. Saturn took a couple steps back as he was ready to move any second. Wind manipulation. Nice, a counter to my fire. Naruto grinned widely in anticipation as a fiercer, more feral side of him began showing. It was a nature all Uchiha shared as a mortal battle would approach. His dad was sure to hone his mentality for battle into perspective during training, making sure he was lethal, efficient, consistent, and ready to dance at any time. They all bore witness to a tremendously sized banded sea snake. That was just the base appearance of the snake, as its scales looked more tough and rugged, its eyes more bloodlust, while those mountain carving fangs showed themselves. Its big blue eyes landed on the strongest chakra signature and hissed threatened. Naruto stared the beast in the eyes directly. Its black slits meet his own black tomo. He could have placed the beast under a genjutsu and been done with it. Though he didn't want to win like that, it would be no fun. So he cocked his head, still grinning. The other two got themselves an animal, so I will as well. Mira screamed. He wants to make that his summon. Naruto-sama is a brave young man. Rini came to understand quickly that this group of individuals was very powerful, and being led by such an amazing pillar of strength. The coolest. Mira's tone changed and she began smiling, gazing at Naruto. Well, I'm going to step back and watch this all go down. Jinkasa jumped back several feet to avoid the battle, which Mira quickly followed. You will not chain me. The beast can speak. Its monstrous voice was deep and booming as it hissed angrily toward the end. I don't wish to chain you, but you will fall under my banner. Naruto made his intentions clear to the beast. He could sympathize with these animals as they all seemed to want freedom. All these animals were being oppressed and held against their will, much like the Uchiha. I will give you freedom, you just need to become my summoner. You are not stronger than me, I don't serve weaklings. Oh. A worm who thinks himself a serpent. If it's strength that you follow, I am the epitome. The snake shot a big ball of water at Naruto, who jumped to avoid the death ball. Where he once was had been destroyed and the cliff crumbled into the ocean. Water manipulation as well. Not too surprised. Though the potency was subpar. I know he can do more. Naruto landed on the ground and spun with his Safuyu, which crackled with glowing purple lighting that Naruto flung at the snake. The snake let the crescent blade contact his scales and expected to see a look of helplessness on Naruto's face. That was just a test swing, he didn't put his all in it. That didn't do anything to him as expected, I'll amp things up a notch then. Safuyu was attached to a chain along with his gunbai, so Naruto had no fear of losing either one of them in this climate that was steadily increasing to the notice of everyone present. The beast rushed forward and barreled onto the cliff, trying to hit Naruto. Naruto evaded nimbly as he flipped away, only to lay a punch to its temple that forcibly sent its head back. Naruto didn't finish there as he sent the same attack again, rushing toward the snake. Only this time, it was more tense and large enough to scare. The effects were different as it was pushed back and hissed in pain. The sharp lighting helped cut deeper into the scales, causing a mix of shock and pain. I thought I was immune to the elements. Is it different since his lighting is purple? Why do you look so surprised? Did that hurt? Naruto mocked. Impudent human. I am perfect. Your elemental attacks won't work on me. It roared and fired a beam of chakra from its mouth. Naruto leaped off the cliff into the water. The snake saw its advantage and went to swallow Naruto, which it did, only to feel the inside of his mouth be lit aflame and burn vigorously. The pain was so intense, enduring the pain more, Yasurotei dived several hundred feet into the ocean and opened its mouth. He thought Naruto would come swimming out in a panic for air. However, he was confused when he saw nothing in the ocean. Yasurotei didn't let this time go to waste as he began healing his mouth and thinking of ways to beat the purple-haired Uchiha. Closing its eyes, he began sensing the water around him and sending out pulses to pick up on any movement or sound. A form of echolocation but juiced up beyond to the point he could sense an entire ocean if he tried hard enough. Yasuro Taita named the unique sensing jutsu Meta Sense. He's not in the ocean at all. How is this even real? Though his jutsu picked up something. It was large and traveling toward his location quickly. He looked up and saw several spinning shuriken as large as him. One of them hit him in the stomach and began to carry him to the sea floor. Back on the surface, Naruto saw blood rise up and he smirked. After using Kamui to escape, he traveled into his dimension and exited back on top of the water. He launched this massive shuriken onto Yasuro Taita, which was part of a two-step plan. Naruto gathered his lighting chakra that lit up the area like fireworks. He raised his hand and sent it into the clouds where the lighting raced across the clouds and thunder sounded. He was getting ready to use Almighty Imperial Thunder, a more advanced version of the original jutsu. But he looked down and could see a large shadow quickly approaching. The chakra had spiked up and that was never a good sign. Yasuro Taita exploded from the depths of the ocean, larger and more powerful. Before, he was only 20 meters tall, which was a tight squeeze in his tank. But when let loose and able to truly stretch, Yasuro Taita grew up to 56 meters. Naruto had to strain his neck to get a full glimpse of Yasuro Taita, and even then he was still a giant. Round 2 then. I'm up 1. White chakra gathered around Naruto as he focused and pushed his body further. He began yelling as chakra released from him like a bomb until his imperfect Susanoo was in his place. Robe covered muscle and skin, while a helmet shaped like a dragon's head covered the face with the loop of binding still on its head. Its golden eyes flared like fire and the Susanoo screamed a bloody roar, shaking the cliffs and causing some of them to be destroyed. They still weren't of equal height as Naruto's Susanoo still looked upward. It was easier and he could definitely deal some real damage now. Inside the diamond in the middle of the forehead, Naruto crossed his arms. I am disappointed with myself. Is this all I can do? How does one get a perfect Susanoo? There's so much I have planned for the Susanoo, but I can't. Naruto wanted to take the simple powerhouse of a jutsu beyond and bring it down in size to fit his body. Or had extra heads and limbs, weapons, or only manifest parts of it. He'd just ask his mom for guidance and see if she knew something he didn't. But that was for later because now he faced a beast. Come now, I'll take it easy on you if it's too much. Silence. Yasuro Taita hissed, calling up a literal storm that pushed Naruto around. This caused him to smirk as Naruto knew he could let this snake see everything. Yasuro Taita moved faster than his large body would imply, snaked his way around Naruto's Susanoo and began dragging him underwater. Fighting and pulling to try and pull Yasuro Taita off served to be futile as its grip was too strong and began cracking parts of the Susanoo. Naruto saw this and narrowed his eyes. Fighting underwater was a hurdle he'd learned to overcome thanks to the Mist Village. He could use the underwater breathing jutsu to still breathe and propel himself with chakra in the water to maneuver faster. But as he was yanked to the seafloor at tremendous speed, Naruto's ear began to pop while still straining to get free. Coming to a decision, Naruto released Susanoo and easily swam through the gaps in the giant snake's body. Now you're mine. Instead of swallowing him this time, his large snake mouth opened and a chaotic ball of chakra began to form. He can shoot raw chakra as well. Just what did they do to him? The ball of chakra rushed quickly toward Naruto, unbothered by the increased pressure of the water. Naruto used his Kamui to once again avoid certain death and let the attack clash into the rock behind him. What did he just do? My attack went right through him. For sure Yasuro Taita thought Naruto would be as good as dead with that one. He sure does have a lot of tricks. This might take longer than I thought. But if I can keep him underwater, I will win no matter what. I'll outlast him. I know what you're thinking, you won't outlast me. I can keep this up all day and night. Naruto appeared in front of him with his right hand aimed at his eye. This right hand of his just so happened to be jumping with electricity, which was quickly rammed into his large eyeball. Yasuro Taita yanked his giant head back and flailed in slight pain. More from having an arm jammed into his eye than the lighting, which normally would have been a fatal blow. My lighting didn't do anything. I know he has regenerative ability, but still. Deciding to test a theory, Naruto quickly blasted off to the surface of the water while Yasuro Taita got a hold of himself. Naruto breached the water and was still rising in the air. The sky was still dark and cloudy, which caused him to smirk. He turned in the air and could see the large shadow of Yasuro Taita coming from the depths of the ocean. From the position they were both in, Naruto would fall right into the snake's hungry mouth. Not this time though. As Naruto raised his right hand into the sky above and smiled. Almighty Imperial Thunder. The next seconds happened too quickly for anyone to follow as they mimicked the speed of lighting itself. It was more akin to an anthem of lighting with how thunderous and devastating the jutsu was. It came rushing down and struck Yasurote with all its might as the jutsu sent the perfect summon back into the water. The shockwave blew apart the water so much it revealed the floor beneath, showing its power. Damn. And he made that himself. Jinkasu was clearly impressed watching Naruto battle. Mira smirked. She could read Naruto like he was a picture book. His glance in her direction wasn't making it any better. She gave a wink letting him know he was caught, only making Naruto turn his head and focus up. Naruto looked down as he began plummeting to the ground gracefully. His face was a mask of calmness as the Sharingan looked on at the damage he had inflicted. Not gonna work on me. Naruto was shocked when he saw Yasurote jump from the water and swallow him again. Inside, Naruto had to stab Safuyu into the gums of his enemy. He needed some time to think about what just happened. I didn't think his durability would be so high. I've underestimated his armored scales. No worry, I'm sure if I focus on a particular part of his body I can crack the armor and hit his actual skin. But he'll never let that happen as he can regenerate along with being so huge and fast. Naruto placed his hands on the ground and began channeling fire nature chakra. He began burning the snake from the inside once again. Or at least, he thought he would. What's going on? Why isn't the fire working? Switching it up, Naruto used lighting but still got no results as not even the inside of his mouth took damage. How is he immune? Is it just fire and lighting he's immune to? Naruto got an idea now as the fire on his hands turned the ruby red of Sengen. This was the reaction he was looking for as he could feel Yasurote thrashing outside. He even opened his mouth hoping the water would put out the fire. Naruto used this chance to escape as he let Sengen burn. Naruto once again had to blast himself to the top and breathe in the fresh air. This is where Yasurote exploded from the water again and Naruto narrowed his eyes. He took a couple of deep breaths to calm down from his quickly rising annoyance. What's going on with your body? My jutsu have no effect on you. Besides that new flame. Yasurote gave off what was a smirk for a snake. You're already thinking about it. You're immune to elemental jutsu. It wasn't a question anymore. It was a statement Naruto couldn't believe. That's right, I don't need to fear any elemental jutsu, no matter how powerful it may be. That was a light in a field of darkness for Naruto. So he's not immune to chakra itself, just elemental manipulation. Easy enough to deal with, just use physical attacks, raw chakra, or shape manipulation-based jutsu. The Susanoo came back to life around Naruto in its humanoid appearance. Though the Susanoo didn't meet the height of Yasurote, its power could definitely bring him down to size. You've done well to last this long, you're the first to ever push me so hard. The great snake gave its respect to Naruto. While I can't say the same for you, I must admit you are proving to be a worthy challenge for this Uchiha. Naruto also paid his respect. During the battle, the two come to respect the other power in one way or the other. Though it was still a battle for supremacy over the others. And again, the intense battle kicked off. Shursue exited the portal and appeared back in the arena. He body flickered into the stands and to the announcement booth where Anoka used to be. Shursue placed his hand on the wall and used body flicker again, just more controlled as it allowed him to simply phase through the wall like a ghost. He could sense Anoka and lowered his chakra quickly so she didn't catch on to him. As a former ANBU member, trailing someone without being caught was like child's play for him. The key was to look with your chakra and not your eyes. So that's what he did, being sure to stay several rooms behind Anoka as they walked through the empty white halls. Shursue was beginning to hear the sounds of animals and the faintest sounds of people speaking. Shursue leaned around the corner and lightly peered his head to gaze into the room. It was a mad scientist's wet dream. Machines all over the place with big screens and large tablets. There were tubes with other animals he'd never seen before. Small vials of blood were being tested and mixed into other containers. It's not looking too good outside, at this rate he's going to lose. Don't speak it into existence. There is still a chance that Uchiha will lose. Naruto, just what have you gotten yourself into this time? Shursue thought, looking at the screen showing the live fight taking place. He scoped the room out looking for red hair and saw her looking nervous as bit her fingernails. Now's my chance, she's distracted. Shursue moved from around the corner and used his unmatched speed to quickly enter the room. He drew his tanto and chopped the scientist in the back of their heads. Quickly doing this he managed to grab Anoka by surprise, who turned around startled. Bursting from behind her back were 3 golden chains waving around in the air. They lashed out toward Shursue, who nimbly dodged the chains, grabbed Anoka by her throat and raised her into the air. Quickly locking eyes with her, Shisui placed the girl in a Sharingan genjutsu. Her head dropped and her eyes shut completely and she was forcefully put into unconsciousness. Shisui looked at the bodies on the ground. The animals in the containers. I'll quickly round these guys up and head back. We can come take a look at everything later. A swirling portal like a vortex opened on a tree branch. Obito stepped down onto the branch, concealing his chakra as much as possible. This was a stealth operation to gather intelligence and see what happened to his puppet. Around 2 months ago his connection to Yagura had been snapped. Which meant someone had broken the genjutsu over him or death had finally claimed the Jinchuriki. Things had been busy for him and he hadn't found a time to come and see what happened. It also didn't bother him too much as the things going on in the mist were just little side projects. He had gotten everything he needed from the village. Now that he was free from training, Obito took the time to gaze upon the bustling village. Only having one eye, it was still possible for Obito to take in what was truly going on in the village. Everyone was doing something. Nobody was lazing around or moping. Even the children could be seen helping in the rebuilding of the mist village. Obito was amazed, to say the least, that these people had all come together to rebuild their war-torn country. 2 months ago, there was a war going on for years. They had battled to the death for years. And now they just decided to move on. Let bygones be bygones. It was all a lie. Obito knew it, these people all wore masks like him. His mask was both physical and metaphorical in all its orange glory. His hair was long and wild and unkempt like Madara, his teacher. They work together now, but when this is all over, will they hold hands? Obito reminded himself to come back in a couple of years and see if they could truly overcome their differences. Though, if they did or didn't, they would all have the life they wanted in the dream world. But Obito wanted a closer look at the village. So using Kamui again, Obito phased in and out of the world as he quickly traveled down to the village. He placed a genjutsu on himself to appear like a regular bystander. Just an average Joe. It might have been risky, since the genjutsu on him could be broken or seen through by someone with a dojutsu. Still, they'd have to be strong enough to pierce a genjutsu by him. An impossible task since he knew full well that nobody in the nations or world could touch him. Obito passed people on the streets, working men and women. He wanted to know who killed Yagura and just how the massive turnaround came to be. First, he'd snoop around and see what the civilian would have to say and then he'd go and ask the shinobi. Obito put his plan into action and moved to pick up a large stack of bricks. Hey! Big man over here, huh? Obito turned to the sweating men grinning at him. So playing the part, Obito gave a cheeky grin. Well, you don't go through a war and come out the same person. For his comment, he got a chorus of amens around him. One man pulled out a golden flask and took a sip. I'll drink to that. You know, it might be a little morbid to say, but I think this war might have been good for us. In some ways. I don't think the village has even been unified as it is now. You're right, it makes our reason for fighting feel childish. Just because someone had a bloodline we went to war. Obito listened, surprised at the honesty coming from these men right now. Had he made the village stronger? Were they not wearing masks? Indeed, I still feel horrible though. Yes, but we need to look at the culprit of all this. What Uchiha put the genjutsu on the third? Obito would have dropped his bag had he been a lesser man. It felt like the bag of bricks hit him in the face with how heavy and dirty this revolution was. How did they know? Surely Ao wasn't good enough to determine it was a Uchiha who activated the genjutsu. Obito felt a little troubled by the situation. Now this called for some digging for a large rabbit hole that he'd dive headfirst into. Obito walked the bricks over into another pile and laid them down, to which he moved into a dark alley unseen and faded into the shadows. He came from another alley in the shinobi district of the village. There were more chakra signatures around and active signs of shinobi being spotted. They were also rebuilding the village with things being a lot quicker with chakra and increased stamina. Some of them also jumped to the civilian district and assisted and sped up the processes of everything. His eyes widened when he saw a familiar face walking through the village gates. The shinobi lived at the front of the village to combat any danger quickly and stop the risk of their civilians being killed. It all makes sense now. Elder sister Naori defeated Yagura and has become the Mizukage. Obito didn't even realize he had addressed Naori so formally. She was the nicest person he'd ever met in his life. She had helped him as a kid when he just lived with his grandma. Whenever she wasn't busy with her own life, she'd come and train him. They'd talk and she went on and on about how she liked Naka but didn't know how to admit it. While he'd tell her about Rin and how much he hated Kakashi for stealing her attention. Naori was a strong female lead in his younger years. Before there was Kushina, there was Naori. When the rest of the clan picked on him, saying he was an embarrassment, Naori would scold the others about treating their younger brother so cruelly. She'd pick him up by the hand and give a comforting smile. Every time, it always made him feel safe and cared for. This was troublesome. Naori and most likely the rest of the Uchiha clan had come to the Mist Village. But his resolve quickly came back to him. Any attachments he had for the clan or anyone had long since been cut. This changes nothing. I will still become the savior of this world and bring everlasting peace, where everyone can be happy and live their lives how they want. This is a reality I will craft. All his questions now answered, Obito saw no more reason to be here. With his Sharingan active, he faded away, allowing the smiling Naori to be the last thing he saw. The ocean waters were forced to suffer the battle of the two giant beasts duking it out. What had once been a standstill battle had now turned into a runaway fight, with the Uchiha finally cooking up a plan. The snake was picked up from the water and forcefully shoved into the cliffside, causing a massive landslide of rocks and debris. Yasurote found its face gripped and forced to eat the rocks as his face slid alongside the cliff face. What happened all of a sudden? We were even 30 minutes ago and now he's completely dominating me. Unbeknown to the great snake, Naruto had devised a plan to in fact take him down. So he no longer fought to figure him out and instead was now showing him his full power. Yasurote used the rest of his body to slither up Naruto's Susanoo and squeeze immensely. With the force he was using, Yasurote could have crushed a mountain with his grip strength. Good. He's getting desperate, just a little more. Naruto channeled even more chakra to the Susanoo, uncaring of any damage he'd do to his body. This caused an immediate reaction as Naruto and his Susanoo roared in rhythm with each other as their battle cries shook everyone to their bones and caused their skin to break with stingy goosebumps. The mighty Susanoo grew an extra face from the back of its head and an extra set of arms grew from the joints of the already existing arms. With the power of 4 arms, Naruto easily pried the giant snake off him. Going the extra mile, Naruto saw fit to raise Yasurote over his head and toss him into the water like he was throwing a caught fish back into the ocean. Naruto began laughing inside the diamond mark on the Susanoo's forehead as it sounded the slightest bit unhinged and downright psychopathic. From the side, Mira and Jinkasa shivered at the display. I don't think I've ever seen him so riled up like this. Jinkasa commented. I know, he normally only gets like this when he does something thought impossible or creates something unreal. Mira added. They both knew the fight was coming to a close pretty soon and what would happen next was anyone's guess. Naruto looked down on Yasurote now that he had calmed down from his fit of joyous laughter. It was so amazing to have finally achieved something you worked to death for. It produced a high like no other when you finally broke down the wall blocking all your progress. It was fun while it lasted, and I thank you for allowing me to grow. But now it's time to give it up. Yasurote felt angered and he began to rise from the water slowly with his blue-slitted eyes glowing deathly. I hope you've lived a good life because it ends here. From his stomach a blue glow shined and it slowly traveled all the way up from his body until reaching his mouth. Naruto only grinned and gripped the gunbai in his hand. Another attack, just give it up already. You can't defeat me. Don't underestimate the Shrine Dragon. Scorched life. In that quick moment, Naruto controlled the Susanoo to bring up its empty left hand. He willed the avatar to summon his gunbai in order to counter the attack. The white flame-covered gunbai pulsed rapidly and absorbed the blast of chakra. Yasurote's eyes grew wide with shock and healthy amounts of fear. His heart pounded like it would slide out of his body and his blood rushed frantically inside his body. Uchiha reflection. With just 2 words being spoken, the attack previously launched at Naruto was now being sent back to Yasurote with double the power. Yasurote's life began flashing before his eyes as he observed all the time he spent locked away and being tested on. He even remembered the time Onoka would dive into his tank without fear and rub the front of his nose with a kind smile. If he was to die now, his 2 regrets would be not seeing the world and not giving Onoka a ride through the sea with him. Naruto slowly put the gunbai down and grinned the entire time. He saw the monster of a snake lying motionless in the ocean. The Susanoo took big steps on top of the water until he completely stood over the defeated snake, slowly healing its wounds. Naruto let the Susanoo go and he dropped onto the body of Yasurote. He walked along its body and stared down with conviction behind his patterned eyes. I won. The snake didn't even have the energy to mount a comeback and instead narrowed his eyes. I asked you before and you refused. Now you don't have a choice. Make a contract with me and become my summon animal, Yasuro Teitu. Instead of seeing a brat this time, Yasuro Teitu saw a strong shinobi with tremendous power. A boy whose presence would cause the world to quake and men to falter. It was incredible, a future where he followed Naruto into a new age where he'd grow to become stronger and consume the world with his presence. I'm not going to subjugate you and force you into work or anything like that. I just ask you to protect my family and nation and follow me into a new age. Naruto spoke with his heart and was honest. He had no ulterior motives and just wanted to have another powerful ally he could call upon. Fine, you win. I'll become your summoner. Yasuro Teitu finally gave the answer Naruto wanted to hear, causing him to smirk in victory. Alright, let's make the contract. Yasuro Teitu's body began shrinking in on itself as Naruto now stood on the water and the once giant snake had gone back to a normal-sized sea snake. Naruto looked only slightly shaken as he was not expecting that but welcomed the normal-sized snake. He finally deactivated his Sharingan, returning his eyes to normal but still on guard in case Yasuro Teitu went back on his word. Let me see your wrist. Naruto placed his wrist out but still looked suspicious of the small snake. I'm not going to inject you with venom, so relax, the fight's over, I lost. I've seen a last stand before. Naruto quickly replied. Just put your wrist out. Naruto did it and watched as Yasuro Teitu opened his mouth and latched onto Naruto's wrist. It was just a quick bite but long enough for Yasuro Teitu to think about injecting his venom into Naruto. But upon seeing how Naruto didn't flinch or make any complaint about the bite, and was instead paying sharp attention to him to be ready for anything he might pull, Yasuro Teitu let go and saw black ink wrap around Naruto's wrist and fall into the palm of his hand where the ink-sealing marks had become one in the center of his hand. I don't use sage chakra like other natural creatures, so don't be expecting anything like that. I also don't have any realm tied to me, so I can't claim a domain as mine. Small factors. This threw Yasuro Teitu for a loop. Not all summoning creators possessed a sage mode tied to them. But all had a special area in the world that connected to them specifically. Claim the world as your domain. Find a place in the sea that has an abundance of natural chakra. Claim it and devour the world, Shrine Dragon. Naruto finished smirking at the snake curled around his arm.
Naruto-kun.
He turned and caught the flying girl. That was amazing, you need to teach me how to summon the Susanoo. They shared a smile for each other as Mira locked her legs behind Naruto. Why, of course, I can't have you being weak. I know. I'll become stronger than you and Brother Jean in no time. Doubt it, but it's nice to set tall goals. Naruto teased with a grin Mira normally had. Nice fighting, brother. I try. So where did the snake go? Mira asked, looking around for it. That is when Yasuro Teitu poked his head from behind Naruto's shoulder. I am here. Aren't you just the cutest of snakes? Mira rubbed his head. Yasuro Teitu moved to be opposite of Mira and flicked his tongue out at her. Mira was about to complain until they felt Shisui pulls his chakra from the cliff, calling them all back. Let's get back to land, I am sure Shisui is ready to go. Coming back to land, the group saw Shisui waiting for them back at the stadium holding a redhead girl in his arms. Glad you are all okay. Everything seems to be under control now and it's time we mark this land as our and return to the village. Anoka. Yasuro Teitu yelled in a panic and leaped off Naruto's body onto the ground. He slithered up Shisui's leg and fell onto Anoka's chest. His tongue flicked out and licked at the girl's skin, checking to see if she was okay. She's okay, I just have her in a genjutsu. Shisui calmed the snake's worries with an easy smile. Release her. Yasuro Teitu turned and ordered Shisui with a glare. Not yet, she may try and attack us when she wakes. No, she won't, just undo this genjutsu. Naruto wondered about something. Why doesn't he attempt to break her out? Does he not know how? Everyone else came to the same conclusion as Naruto. Since he was a mere lab rat and spent his whole life trapped within the seals of an island. Yasuro Teitu was still rather naive and most likely a child. It's fine, elder brother, you can wake her up. And me and Yasuro Teitu have formed a summoning pact. Naruto showed his summoning tattoo off to Shisui, who was surprised. So that's what you were after? Crafty fox. Shisui grinned while chuckling. He released the genjutsu on Anoka and watched her eyes flutter open slowly. Anoka. Are you okay? Yasuro Teitu asked with worry thick in his tone. She recognized him and smiled. Ah, why have you shrunk? Did you show those Uchiha your might and defeat them? I knew you would win. Yasuroteita lowered his eyes and felt ashamed of himself. He was going to tell Anoka he lost and was now in a contract with the Uchiha who beat him. He fought well and showed me his mettle. Even managed to push me past my limit. You can be proud of his power. Naruto's voice caused Anoka to look his way and she frowned. She then turned to see Shisui was the one holding her up and she sighed. So we lost. What a sad tale. We can talk more about it to the Mizukage. We are taking you back to our village and making this island ours. Shisui sternly told the girl who looked heartbroken. Her life's work was about to be taken away from her. All the sleepless nights and blood she spent in the place would soon be destroyed. What was worse was that she was a Uzumaki and once they figured it out they'd force her to sire more Uzumaki. A horrible fate awaited her and there was nothing she could do about it. You don't have to think that way. Jinkasu raised an eyebrow toward the girl. Or Mizukage isn't cruel or wicked and you won't be forced into anything. They all knew what was most likely going on in her head as it was written all over her face. Yes, though this little testing facility definitely won't survive. Shisui said. You will see once you meet her. I'm sure you'll love her like everyone else. Team Shisui had made it back to the village with safe travels. It was thanks to Yasuroteita who had been kind enough to bring them across the ocean and back to the village for faster travel. The ship crew had been given a new boat thanks to Anoka as she often made trips back to land for small things. While on the trip, Anoka was semi-interrogated on what she was doing on the island. The big news had come when they asked if she was a pure-blooded Uzumaki. So Naruto had told the girl that sometime in the future they'd be taking her back to the home village of the Uzumaki. She hadn't been too happy about that choice, but she really didn't have a choice as all three Uchiha had stared at her intensely. Once coming to land, they ran back to the village and carefully traveled through the mist. And now they were standing in front of the fifth Mizukage, Naori Uchiha, who had a surprised look on her beautiful face. That is some fancy turn of events, I must say. Naori finally processed everything she was told. I didn't think something like this would happen. I'd have sent some more people if I knew. Well, it all worked out, Mizukage-sama, so no harm done. Shisui smiled wide. Naori returned it with glee. Indeed it did. You managed to get 3 powerful summoning contracts and retrieve an Uzumaki. And you've all grown stronger. I couldn't be happier. Her words caused the team to smile at the praise. Now Anoka, I don't plan to do anything criminal to you, but I do ask if we can receive your help in making the village stronger. Anoka was surprised but remained stoic. I don't know how I can help. I am not a fighter and can only make 3 chakra chains. The young girl looked saddened just a bit. Nonsense, you are a genius. Naori corrected, smiling. What young girl your age has worked on the things you have? You're a seal master and a brilliant scientist. Naori praised the girl who looked rather embarrassed at the words. Why, you don't have to spare my feelings. Anoka played with the bottom of her dress as her cheeks became red. Naori chuckled. Can I count on your help in the future? She asked once again. Anoka pondered on the idea for a moment. I don't have anywhere else to go. I could go back to the island, but it's under the control of this village anyway. I'd definitely be kidnapped if I just wandered the world. I truly have no other options. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad. It was a rebuilding village with a very kind leader.
Yes, Mizukage-sama.
Fantastic. Naori cheered. You are all dismissed, but Mira-chan, do you mind showing Anoka a nice hotel to stay in for a bit? You can count on me. After that, they all left Naori to her duties, which involved deciding what needed rebuilding first and how to budget their money. Okay, Naruto-kun, I'll see you later. Mira hugged Naruto and pecked him on the cheek. Alright, mind bringing back some food? Do you even have to ask? She laughed, walking off. Well, I'll see you, brother. I'm going to relax. Jinkasu fist bumped Naruto and turned to leave. Does that have anything to do with Sister Haikawa? Naruto gave Jinkasu's back a grin. It does. I'll be busy for the rest of the day. You kids. Shisui laughed while walking next to him. Like you're not about to go see one of your girls. Naruto gave him a raised eyebrow. I'm going to be doing more than just seeing them. Shisui laughed more and patted Naruto's shoulder. You'll understand one day. I understand now. Oh well, see ya. He flashed away, not to be seen for hours. Naruto smiled softly and shook his head. His life so far had been a roller coaster of a ride. Filled with trials, and he knew it'd be so many more. No matter the obstacle or trials, Naruto would face it head-on with everything he had. The Uchiha would rise again. Chapter 17. Kakashi POV. Why? It was just supposed to be a regular escort mission. Now I am crossing swings with Zabuza Momochi, a powerful rogue ninja who killed many shinobi in gruesome ways. Chopping heads off, cleaving apart bodies, or slowly inflicting big slashes across the body with his massive sword. Yeah, Zabuza was strong. I'd give him that. But he couldn't beat me. Our two weapons clanged against each other again. My kunai slid down the edge of the legendary weapon. Kubikarabocho. I used my left hand, which was free, and directed Zabuza's hand into the mud where it would get stuck for a couple of seconds. It worked, but Zabuza proved his worth. He gave me a headbutt which was completely unexpected. Going further and even spit in my face. I couldn't close my eyes or look away, a lesson I learned from my own sensei. That didn't mean I wasn't surprised as Zabuza punched me straight in the chest. It hurt. Zabuza was bigger than me and I was learning his build wasn't for show. However, you don't train with Might Guy and not gain anything to show for it. If Zabuza wanted to use taijutsu, I was all for it. So I reacted the moment he hit me, a counterblow. Which was followed by me landing multiple blows through his thick guard. I had to push my Sharingan's ability to predict moves which would allow me to not be hit in exchange. I dropped low only to meet Zabuza's knee. But I caught it and managed to shove it back into the ground. My eyes widened as I sent someone behind me and saw another Zabuza behind me. I gave up on counterattacking and used subsuition to evade being cut along my back. Okay, maybe he could. I was watching him the whole time. We were moving so fast that I was sure my genin couldn't see anything. And through this exchange, I know for sure Zabuza didn't use hand signs. Both his hands were occupied on his handle or punching me. Ha ha ha, spooked. Zabuza questioned me with a smirk. I didn't know you could use jutsu without hand signs. I had figured out what he did. Clever. No doubt about it, Zabuza was powerful. And, nothing too impressive. Kakashi of the Sharingan should be able to keep up. He sure had a lot to say. His talk was nothing I hadn't heard before. There was just one problem, I'm not the same man I used to be. For years I had been slacking on my training, doing only the bare minimum just to stay in shape. And boy did I regret it now. Zabuza stood in front of me without an ounce of fear or hesitation. I used to stand like that. I was a bit envious of him, I'll say it. Zabuza was waking something within me, I could feel it. Through my bones, my veins, my chakra point, and my heart. I was feeling good. I was finally knocking the dust off my shoulders that had built up and weighted me down over the years. Okay, let's get serious here. I rolled my neck and cracked some of my bones. You ready to die? For a long time. We moved off to engage again. I performed much better, but still not good enough. Zabuza wasn't having any trouble dealing with my attacks. Or at least our kenjutsu. I spun around him and readied my arm to swing for his neck. All he did was flatten out his blade and my kunai bounced off. Good thing I had another arm, as this one was already halfway to Zabuza's face. The bandaged man moved his head. The Kubikarabocho straightened and cut me along the chest. There was pain, nothing to mind-numbing, as I was able to fight past it and jump back. Fire style, fireball jutsu. I released a giant ball of fire towards Zabuza, who laughed mockingly and easily cut the ball in half. Fire chain prison. The two balls split into chains and wrapped around Zabuza's body, coiling around him like a snake strangling its prey. I cloaked my kunai in lightning and tossed it at Zabuza with pinpoint accuracy. Only for the man to surprise me by somehow being able to throw up his blade with just his wrist and hand. It blocked my kunai but not without damage. Several cracks spread along the blade and Zabuza broke free seconds later and rushed toward me again. Earth style, mud wave jutsu. My hands were deep in the dirt, turning the ground Zabuza ran on to become mud. But Zabuza was like a mad demon as he rushed through the mud, with his bloodlust being visible at this point. You've gone soft, Kakashi. Zabuza slashed right through me like I wasn't even there, which was true. It was a lighting clone that shocked the men with high waves of electricity. So much so it could kill a man as I charged it with as much potency as the electric chair. But his screams became mad laughter. My god, this man was a demon. I felt sorry for hell whenever he died. We didn't say anything and just started fighting again. I couldn't keep doing this for long though, my stamina was draining and I wasn't sure how much longer I could keep fighting this madman. Like I thought, my stamina became my enemy. Zabuza was also crafty. He lured me into the water and I fell right into his trap. A clone of the men rose from the water and trapped me in a water prison. You three get out of here. You can't win. Take the client and get as far away as you can. I yelled to my 3 genin who were visibly frightened. Menma Uzumaki. Satsuki Uchiha. Sakura Haruno. The 3 students didn't get along very well. But hopefully, they could get along this once and run away together. No way, sensei. Never abandon a comrade, isn't that what you said? The spiky-haired blonde shouted back to me. Damn. Why did he have to go and use my words against me? I don't run and I don't quit. I'll save you and beat this guy into the ground. His words were tough as steel, but he wasn't. Menma was just a boy, with no real talent for being a shinobi besides his strong mind and unwavering determination. He wasn't very smart and often goofed off. Still, Menma was a shinobi with a bright future ahead of him. I could see it in his eyes. He believed himself to be the best. Menma had potential and he was hungry. 2 deadly combinations that created many monsters around the shinobi world. I didn't want to be the reason such a hungry young shinobi died, not again. I'd lost many comrades under my lead and I didn't want to add 3 more. Menma was important to me. He was my sensei's legacy and I didn't want that legacy to be wasted. Just run, he can't chase you and hold me at the same time. Just sit tight, sensei, we got this. No. He was too charismatic. Satsuki fell into stance and I knew if Naruto fought so would Satsuki. Sakura was the only one who listened as she and Tazuna had moved several feet away from the battle. Zabuza released a laugh, a slow, demonic, mirthful chuckle. You think being a shinobi is fun and games? Just because you wear that headband, you think you're a killer? You ain't shit. When I was your age, I had already killed hundreds. He was right. They were young kids who hadn't been through what Zabuza and I had. Though I couldn't say they were innocent. Satsuki watched her whole family die over 1,000 times. Menma was an outcast who had been subjected to hatred since he could remember. They both already knew of the stain humans left on the world. I don't even know your names. You're not even in my ninja book. When death doesn't faze you and the smell of rotting corpses is refreshing, maybe I'll say you're a ninja. Zabuza released his bloodlust on the 3. Let me show you what death is. Zabuza fell into the mist, leaving my team surprised. Oh man, he's gone again. Menma looked around and strained his eyes. Only for Zabuza's foot to send him flying. Satsuki looked to be thinking. And I was glad she used that big brain. She was either thinking of ways to retreat or help Menma. Her actions ended up with Zabuza holding her by the throat in the air. What did she think shuriken and leaping from the sky would do? Satsuki had a lot of growing to do. Menma called for him. But another water clone of Zabuza stood over him. Poor boy, Menma was on the ground trembling in fear. He turned on his hand and looked ready to run. Only to falter as he fell onto his injured hand. It was the same hand he stabbed himself in to release poison. Fool. Zabuza insulted the charging boy who was only screaming and yelling. Like kicking trash from the ground, Zabuza tossed Menma back. Listen, you eyebrowless freak. Menma chipped back. It seemed to anger Zabuza as he shook. It was pretty funny as Zabuza indeed didn't have eyebrows. Put this in your bingo book, the ninja that will become the Hokage of the village hidden in the leaves. Never backs down. Gah, I just got chills from his words. And so did the others from what I can see. Sakura, who swore Menma was an ugly idiot. But there she was blushing red like a tomato while Satsuki smirked. Big talk from such a little man. Zabuza chortled in amusement. Zabuza, stop playing games. This is between me and you. I know who you are. I told him. Oh, so I was marked in your book too. What a great feeling. Zabuza smiled deathly at me. Do you know about our graduation exam? And we had a graduation too. Menma said. Not that big a deal. I am from the Hidden Mist Village, also known as the Bloody Mist. For my graduation, I killed all my classmates. Imagine, a young ninja you knew for your entire life. You talked together, ate together, laughed together. Right when things are looking up, it's time to graduate. I knew his story. 10 years ago, a young evil approached the school. A boy not even a shinobi. Killed over 100 other students without hesitation or mercy. Zabuza just stood there, his form now becoming rigid and silent. His toned body was on full display as he laid out all his sins. Everyone was silent and nobody even breathed. The cold howling wind was the only nose that dared speak. It felt so good, the world gained sound and motion again as Zabuza moved to finish the job. Menma didn't stand a chance as he was punched away while Sasuke took an elbow to the rib, knocking him to the ground. Zabuza delivered another elbow smash to her gut, causing Satsuki to scream in pain. "You're nothing, girl." Zabuza stomped his foot onto Satsuki's chest. "Leave her alone, you know, eye-browed rat." Shadow Clone Jutsu. Menma summoned his solo army and surrounded Zabuza, who didn't look fazed, but I knew he was impressed. All the clones popped into smoke and left the area covered in white smoke. Until it was dispelled by a gust, no doubt Zabuza swinging that head cleaver around. Only to be shocked when that wasn't the case. Zabuza hadn't moved, or his clone hadn't moved. The real Zabuza was still holding me captive. Standing there was a young teen. A kid roughly 15 if I had to guess. He was just a couple of feet away from Zabuza holding a war fan. Their back was straight and their chin raised high. They peered at Zabuza through jet black eyes almost identical to Satsuki but yet completely different at the same time. His eyes looked so haunting and deathly, as if just holding eye contact with him would suck you into his endless darkness. I couldn't shake the feeling I was getting from this kid. His eyes shifted to me briefly and he looked disgusted at the sight of me. He turned back to Zabuza and never once looked to be off guard. His hair was a familiar shade of purple, a midnight purple mixed with inky black. Their skin was slightly pale and body layered in muscle through their collared black top. My god, their chakra was massive. It seemed endless, just like Menma's, and their aura was pure power and confidence, unlike anything I had ever seen. What did he think of himself? His presence demanded authority and awe. I gained a strong sense of fear all of a sudden. The boy stepped forward, closer to Zabuza and me. "Zabuza." Their voice came out colder than Arctic winds. His eyes looked completely bored and uninterested. "And who are you?" Even Zabuza looked shaken, just a bit. I could see and feel his real body tense. They didn't say anything. Instead, he pulled two katanas from his back. The boy was dressed for war, in all black, and a face carved from stone. It was oddly familiar and it scratched. In the back of my mind. "Your enemy." And the rest was just blades doing battle. Sparks lit the area and the occasional sound of a grunt. Zabuza released me and quickly abandoned me. He ran to land and did battle with the boy, easily fending off his attacks. In just seconds, Zabuza was plastered on the ground with a sword pointed at his neck. He growled in anger and attempted to move. His shoulder was pierced by a blade. That's when 3 ice needles rose from inside Zabuza's skin, sticking out from his neck. His body went limp and all movements fell to a halt. End POV. That came from inside his skin. Was it planted? Naruto observed the ice needles. It wasn't so nice since he was back in the village and so was his death. So there was another Yuki alive or something else Naruto didn't know about. Naruto turned his head to see Kakashi coming back to land. He looked on edge and prepared to fight if he must. Naruto's eyes saw the mismatched eyes looking back. Kakashi possessed a Sharingan, his clan bloodline. And he dare lose. He wanted nothing more than to rip the eye from Kakashi as it didn't belong to him. "And just what are you doing?" Menma shouted. Naruto turned and took in the bright ninja. He wore full orange and blue. His hair was an electric yellow and his eyes a sparking blue. At the moment, his face was twisted into a sneer. "You think you can just come in and take over our fight? Hell no. If you want to fight, I'll give you a fight." Menma summoned more shadow clones and rushed at Naruto, intent to give him a fight. "Menma, stop." Naruto easily evaded every hit from the army of clones. He sent them to the afterlife with just a quick strike of his blades that moved through the air with little resistance. Naruto's blades flashed and became nothing but a blur as they cleaved apart Menma's clones. Until they were face to face. It only lasted for a second as Menma was sent flying into a tree. "I'm not here to fight you, Leaf Ninja." Naruto tried, but very small hints of venom escaped. "Okay, he doesn't like us." Noted. Kakashi was able to pick up on the restrained venom. He had heard the same tone from enemy ninja long ago. That is when Kakashi was able to take a look at his headband. Mist. He was from the Mist Village. Naruto was about to say something but felt that lurking presence made itself known. He looked to Zabuza's body and saw a familiar uniform. I am a mist hunter ninja sent with my comrade to capture and eliminate Zabuza. Their voice were soft and feminine. Kakashi looked at Naruto's face to see if it was true or if he could read anything. But he picked up nothing. Naruto's face was impassive. Naruto and the hunter ninja shared a conversation with their eyes. A conversation that ended in the hunter ninja's demise, unfortunately. They just didn't know it yet. She's right, you made our job easier. And with that dash. Lair. The shout came from Satsuki. She drew all their attention as her face was a mix of emotions. Anger, sadness, pain, grief, and despair. Until the warning emotion settled into one powerful feeling. Hate. I know you. How could I forget, Naruto Uchiha? Kakashi now knew who this mist shinobi was. Naruto was the son of Naka and Naori Uchiha, a Uchiha prodigy who looked to possess more potential than even Itachi or anyone before him. Naruto's face displayed just a couple of emotions in a matter of seconds. He looked slightly happy, sad, and guilty. I see you're a traitor to the very end, huh? Going even further and deserting the village to join another. Satsuki yelled in pure hatred no one had ever seen before. But what am I surprised about? You're nothing but lying scum who abandoned their own blood. She rushed at Naruto with a kunai and a freshly awakened Sharingan with one spinning tomo. Satsuki, I'm so sorry. Naruto's voice sounded so heavy and burdened with guilt in his own mind. And his eyes conveyed that message to Satsuki alone. Naruto grabbed her wrist and twisted it so the kunai would drop from her hand. Naruto leaned in close to whisper into Satsuki's ear. I'll save you. The words seemed to ignite her hatred even more as she screamed in his face. Naruto let her go and chopped her in the neck. He watched as her body dropped onto the ground as if she were a puppet losing its strings. He wanted to catch her and gently drop her. But Kakashi would see he had a weakness and might potentially exploit it. So he remained passive and looked unbothered by her outrage and hate-driven words. Satsuki! Sakura yelled, shaking in front of Tazuna the bridge builder. Through all of this, Naruto turned to see Zabuza and the hunter ninja had successfully vanished. On his order that was. The hunter ninja was under his genjutsu. Naruto didn't say anything else and just leaped into the trees. Satsuki dropped to her knees and smashed the ground beneath her in pure hot anger. Hot tears slid down Satsuki's face and her chakra wafted off her like storm winds. That bastard. Who does he think he is? Menma clenched his fist. Kakashi watched his two students visibly vent their frustrations. He placed his hand on Menma's head. There are mysterious people in this world who do things that defy meaning. Out and about, kids your age are even stronger than me. Right when Menma seemed to accept the answer, he scowled and turned his head. What are we doing then? How could we be so powerless? I trained so hard. Menma's expression fell and they all could feel his depression and helplessness at the situation. To evade this feeling, it's the entire reason I trained. Kakashi moved his hand to Menma's shoulder this time. As shinobi, the things we come across are never easy. Kakashi paused and raised his voice so all three kids could hear what he had to say. Save your emotions, your rage, sorrow, and determination for your next enemy. Their sensei finished with a nice smile, reassuring them all would be well. Sakura watched from a distance, feeling Southwest out of place. Her two teammates seemed to have had hard lives, and even her sensei. While she didn't, her life was a luxury. I feel Southwest out of place. They are also driven and determined. They have goals for being shinobi. Satsuki wanted to avenge her clan and retain Uchiha's pride. Menma wanted to become the Hokage. While I have nothing. Tazuna laughed. Alright, to make up for all the trouble I caused. I'll let you bunk at my house. Sakura was so lost in her thoughts, that she didn't notice her sensei walking up to her. Sakura. Huh? Yes, sensei. Are you okay? Kakashi saw her fidget and Sakura messed with her red dress. Why yeah, I'm okay. In the next second, she was hoisted up and carried by her sensei. I'll carry you the rest of the way. Kakashi said with a nice smile. Oh okay. Sakura flushed as she shifted to his back. Up you two. Time to move out. Kakashi ordered his other two students. They gathered themselves and prepared to walk.
Kakashi-sensei!
I want to be carried too. Menma yelled like a child jealous of their siblings getting more attention. Menma back off. There's only space for me. Sakura spoke for Kakashi as she yelled at the blonde. TCH, we're going to take turns. No, we aren't. Kakashi looked at the impassive Satsuki. Gross. His sweat dropped. His face went back to its aloof expression and Kakashi pondered on what happened. I've got to report this back to Lord Hokage. Naruto is alive and insanely powerful. He practically embarrassed Zabuza in turn, meaning he could do the same to me. He's a true heir to the Sharingan. Looking at Satsuki again, Kakashi compared the two. Even though it was brief, the vast difference between them was like night and day. I could only imagine what must have happened in the mist. XXX. Naruto landed on a tree branch. Slowly sunk down to his butt and dragged a hand down his face. A big sigh came from his chest as his heart thumped in his chest. Mission accomplished. Yes. Then what's got you so down? Shursue, their team sensei asked. Naruto faltered for a second, making his other two teammates worry. I saw Satsuki, and she's on a team with Kakashi and two other genin. Instantly, they understood the reason for Naruto's somber mood. Mira, a more mature and understanding young lady. She grabbed his hand and pulled him up. Well, there is also good news in knowing she is alive. Although her hating us will definitely make things harder. But if I know anything about you, it's that I know you won't let our sister foster in her hatred for long. Mira was like a fresh ray of sunshine to warm him up again. I know you'll do all you can to save her. And so will we. Jinkasu supported Mira's words as he tossed Naruto a grin. So it's best we get this news back to the Mizukage and see what she wants to do about it. Shursue had pulled out a scroll and already began to write a message. They had all changed, forced to grow up in the brutal war. Or become sheep waiting for the wolf. Pain changes all. It is not picky, nor does it wait long, it is guaranteed once you begin to breathe. You're right, thank you. Naruto hugged Mira, who was all too eager to return it. Now before you two start to make out, let's focus up and finish what we came here to do. Shursue said. We are out here to take Zabuza and spread the word of our borders opening back up. The hidden mist village was now opening up to the world once more. Rebuilding was done and now they needed to pull in clients and open trade. Naruto, where is Zabuza? He was taken by a mist hunter ninja. That drew question marks on their heads. But we are the only team sent to trail him. Mira mentioned. That's not all, there was also a Yuki clan member who took Zabuza. They were the person who incapacitated Zabuza and left. In just a few minutes all that happened. Shursue pondered on what to do. Until he turned back to face Naruto. I assume you did something to this hunter Nin. Naruto couldn't help the affronted smirk that came on his face. I didn't kill them if that's what you're wondering. He said laughing. Well, what did you do? Their sensei asked again. I placed them in a passive genjutsu to recall them if need be. Without even activating his Sharingan and during their brief eye contact, Naruto had placed them in a genjutsu. Shall I call them back now? Shursue looked to toss the idea over in his head as he thought about what to do. Yes, go ahead, we need to learn what they are doing with Zabuza and why they are impersonating Hunter Ninja. Maybe they do so as to make a quick retreat if Zabuza is ever injured. You said he was knocked out by this person, yes? Upon her boyfriend's nod, Mira started again. Zabuza's a rogue ninja and they are a hunter Nin. So it makes sense they'd always swoop in when Zabuza is defeated. Sounds about right. Jinkasu added. Look at you using your brain. He poked fun at Mira, who in turn pinched his side. A short while later the masked hunter ninja appeared holding Zabuza over their shoulder. They remained silent and seemed to await orders with their head lowered, like a robot awaiting a task to do. Naruto took off the mask first, which revealed the young woman underneath. Their face was gentle and smooth, coffee brown eyes were currently zoned out. Woo, she's so pretty. Mira admired her silky hair and snow queen-like beauty. Tell us what you are doing in the land of waves. Naruto ordered. And so Haku began telling the group everything important or minor. Naruto made sure to hear everything, no matter how small or insignificant it may be. They learned Zabuza and Haku had been contracted under Gato, the billionaire who wasn't all he claimed himself to be. This is actually quite a steal for us. We can take Zabuza back and acquire one of our lost clans while also taking Gato's money. Shursue discerned. But what to do about the Leaf team? He asked himself. The right thing to do would be just ignore them and leave, as our mission was already completed. Mira said. But Satsuki. Jinkasu muttered. Kidnapping her and forcing her back to the village is not the play. We will wait and see what the Mizukage has to say about this topic. Shursue let an authoritative tone linger in as he wanted them to know there was no discussing this matter. What can we do for her then? Naruto was eager to help and they all knew. They all remained silent and wondered what would be the best option. This wasn't a small matter or something that could be hastily walked over. Zabuza grunted and drew all their attention in that instant. Their weapons were already drawn and ready to defend themselves if need be. But the rogue ninja was not ready to battle and only blinked several times while wrestling to get up. Zabuza blinked several times and gained motor functions in his brain. What he saw caused his heart to drop to his stomach and blood to run up his body. All three Uchiha were gazing down upon him like he was a rabbit prepped for dinner. Chapter 18. Zabuza was on guard as he quickly gathered himself and hurriedly jumped back. In fact, he moved so suddenly that he slipped on the branch and fell to the ground. This drew mocking giggles from Mira, who commented, "He's like a roach when the lights come on." Zabuza was in bad shape and he knew a fight with these three powerful shinobi would end in his death. So all he could do was send the child an irate glare. He was expecting Haku to appear next to him, but the girl was still kneeling down, frozen in time. "Haku, get over here." He thought his voice would wake her from whatever trance she was in. The action didn't provide pleasurable results. "She won't be helping you for the time being," Naruto said. Zabuza growled in frustration. "And what do you mean?" "Currently, she is under my control. Meaning I can order her to do whatever I want, even kill you." Speaking like the killer he was, Naruto visibly displayed no emotion. "So it'd be within your best decision to not act out of line." So Zabuza healed and calmed himself in order to hear out what the shinobi wanted. His eyes widened. Missed shinobi. He could feel his heart hammering in his chest, ready to explode from his rib cage. "Good, now that you've settled down a bit, let's discuss what we are here for." Shursue stepped in. "I'm sure you've noticed by now that we are hidden Mist Shinobi. But fear not, we are not here to kill you, Zabuza." Zabuza scoffed. They were certainly not putting up a convincing appearance. Not only did they have a small scuffle, but they also brought his tool under their control. His back was against the wall and his hands up, there was nothing he could do. Not to mention who was talking to him. "I know who you are, Shursue Uchiha. How the hell did you end up as a shinobi for the Bloody Mist?" Taking in the appearances of the team one more time, Zabuza was able to deduce they were all Uchiha. The taller one has long spiky ink blue hair with two chin-length braids coming down his face. Their eyes were different from Kakashi's genin. These kids had the eyes of killers. They had been through mind-breaking things. Shursue and the girl shared similar features, so they were obviously related. And the other boy, he had no idea who he was. Nothing but a mystery. Shursue gave a light-hearted laugh. "Well, that's a long story perhaps. You'll learn of it one day." Shursue let his answer fade and turned serious again. "Anyways, we are taking you back to the village. The war is over and peace has taken its place." Zabuza couldn't believe it. His first thought was to open his mouth and neglect the words. Then again, it had been a decade since Zabuza last fought in the war. Zabuza was naive when it came to the war. He fled in hopes of staying alive and not dying over something so delusional. This served to pull an emotion out of Zabuza. He was curious and he had questions. "Is Yugura dead?" "Yes." Shursue quickly responded. "When did he die?" 4 years ago." "Who killed him?" At this question, all the Uchiha's lips turned up in a prideful smile. "Naori Uchiha." Zabuza whistled and visibly paled. Well, that explains a lot. How is the village? What's its financial situation? How are the citizens of Water Country?" "You are asking too many questions for a traitorous rogue ninja. Could it be you still harbor love for your village?" Shursue asked, gaining a wry smile on his handsome face. It irked Zabuza. The smirk Shursue gave him and the accusing question followed. "I don't. It's the reason I left the village. It was dying and I wasn't about to die with it." In their eyes, Zabuza saw clear disappointment mixed with accusing anger. "Even still, we received a mission and it will be completed no matter what." Zabuza saw Shursue take a step toward him. Instantly he panicked and started to drown in an ocean of frenzy. "All right. I will come back." Zabuza would have fought back, but it would be a hopeless matter that might end up with him dead. He couldn't take on the purple-haired child. So there was no way he could defeat all three of them at the same time, plus Haku. During his questioning, he learned vital information. The country was done rebuilding and most likely opening its borders and spreading the word of its triumph return to the world. The famed one-eyed empress had taken the hat of Mizukage. The group she sent after him was not just cuz either. With a legendary shinobi like Shisui visibly being seen with a mist headband, the word would spread. Contracts would be pulled to them like a magnet. And in terms of coming after him, a three-man cell of Uchiha led by Shisui. He'd bet his arm and leg that someone was already whispering into another person's ear right now. Just let me finish this job. I'm getting paid a lot of money to kill this bridge builder. No. I won't allow you to stop this village from recovering its oppressive rule. Don't you see? This village is in its own war. They have their own Yugura and rebels. Passion and intensity dripped off Shisui's voice. It was so pure and radiant that Zabuza could swear the Uchiha's chakra was a mimicking that of a brilliant star. Damn noble ninja, the worst type. Zabuza internally ranted. Okay, but let me finish my fight with Kakashi. Shisui cocked his head a bit confused. Strange, I thought you'd ask for a rematch with junior brother here. The mentioned brother was Naruto, who was gazing down at Zabuza balefully. Him too. Humph, I've already cleaned my hands with you, Zabuza. Do not make me dirty them again. Zabuza had barely held a conversation with Naruto, but already he was beginning to hate him. His powerful gaze and oppressive aura made it hard to stomach his being. I can't with him. Mira shook her head as she smiled with hints of admiration and love mixed into her beautiful onyx eyes. Gore, I'm gonna cut your damn head off. Zabuza showed his hostility openly as he glared. It wasn't his glare alone, Zabuza also released some of his dark and demonic-like chakra. Naruto brushed off Zabuza's weak attempt at intimidation. He had seen far worse and defeated such foes. To him right now, Zabuza was no more than a genin attempting to fight a Kage. It was quick, like a flash of light. Naruto had sent a pulse of his chakra toward Zabuza. The man in that quick exchange paled and his eyes went wide like saucers. Before any other hostile exchange could be made, Shisui stepped up and began speaking again. We are done here, do not use this time to flee or we will hunt you down and drag you back. In 1 week expect to be brought back to the village. Shisui nodded towards Naruto to release Haku. Doing so, Naruto commanded her to stand next to Zabuza, who was 10 feet away and on the wet grassy floor. Release. Undoing the genjutsu, Haku looked confused and scanned her surroundings. Her brown eyes landed on Zabuza and she moved before she knew it. Are you okay, master? What happened? I only remember in Turf Dash, it hit her like a bat over the head and she turned to meet the Uchihas. Or so would have. Nobody was there. Nothing, not even a smell or trace of a squad had been standing on a tree branch. Currently, in the backyard of Tazuna's house, Team 7 was practicing tree climbing. Once they arrived, the group had been greeted by the motherly figure of Tsunami and the insulting bucket hat kid. They had a small lunch and were moved to the backyard for training from Kakashi. The three kids imagined Kakashi was going to teach them a landscape clearing jutsu or something fancy. Not a lesson in tree climbing. Now remember, you need to get this perfect or it doesn't count. Zabuza is still out there preparing. Kakashi gave his encouragement. When they heard Kakashi say Zabuza was still alive, it shocked them. Their skin had become ghostly pale and their eyes wide. Sakura had reached the top on her first try. It shocked all of them to see the weakest member of the team achieve this new training on her first try. Menma and Satsuki, however, were not so lucky. They had been given kunai and instructed to keep climbing the tree until they reached the very top. Kakashi had told Sakura she was to walk up the tree while practicing fighting. So Sakura was walking while using all parts of her body to imitate taijutsu. The sound of 2 sets of feet hitting the ground echoed into Kakashi's ears. The spiky-haired sensei turned his attention from Sakura and saw Menma and Satsuki had landed back on the ground. Harder than it looks, right? Kakashi teased. To which Menma swirled on his feet and denied the claim. It is not. I'll show you. He charged the tree like it took something from him. Menma didn't do too bad as he raced up the tree, only to lose his grip and plummet back down to the ground. Idiot. You're not such a genius yourself, Satsuki. If you squint your eyes, you can see my line is above yours. Menma mocked with a face matching a laughing fox. So Satsuki and Kakashi looked at the tree Naruto had just been on. Indeed. Naruto's mark was higher by just a few inches. The dark-haired girl scoffed and moved off to reclaim what was stolen from her. She ran up the tree with a kunai in hand, eyeing every mark she had made today. Her left foot slipped first, and before she had to retreat, Satsuki used her last bit of focus to channel her chakra into the opposite leg. Satsuki leaped off the tree, doing a flip as she did so. Her feet fell onto the ground with a grace Menma couldn't match. Humph. Menma only kept laughing. She sent him a glare for his annoyance and was ready to respond. Satsuki looked at her mark on the tree and saw by just an inch, Menma's mark was higher. Kahahaha. Menma grabbed his stomach in laughter. Satsuki snarled and turned to the tree. Enough for today, let's turn back inside for dinner. Kakashi walked over toward the tree Sakura was in and motioned for her to jump. She was nervous but did so nonetheless and was perfectly caught in Kakashi's arms. I'm sure Tsunami has made something tasty for us. I won't be eating yet. Satsuki responded coldly. Kakashi let Sakura down as she walked to the back door of the house. Don't be outside too late or you'll miss the chance to eat a fresh dinner. I won't, Sakura. But I've still got some energy left. Menma turned to face the tree, only to gasp and quickly rush to Sakura's side and mutter something. It obviously caught her off guard with how surprised Sakura looked. Menma grinned and walked back to his tree with renowned confidence. Upon Satsuki's suspicious gaze, Menma gave her a toothy grin. She flicked her hair at him. It was black with hints of midnight blue running up from the nape of her neck. It was in the process of growing as it hung a bit below her ears. The two wonderful mixes of colors often earned her compliments from Sakura, who'd often asked to style it every now and then. Kakashi only sighed. Like Sakura said, don't be out here too long. Rest is just as important as training. Those were his last words as Kakashi followed Sakura inside the house to eat. The two kids shared a meaningful stare and lingered in silence for a minute, only to rush after the tree in a double pursuit in hopes of being the first up the tree. Later. The sky had long since been splashed black. The two kids out practicing didn't mind though. Not even when the soft chilly winds tickled at their skin. Menma dropped to his back after his last failed attempt. His chest was slightly going up and down. But he wasn't entirely exhausted and was still prepared for more training. Satsuki, however. Her blue-collared shirt was sticking to her skin with how damp it was. Her hair was wet and plastered against her forehead as she looked ready to fall over. Just when he thought she was going to call it a night and go back inside, something pulled her back. Like a rope was around her neck and yanking her back to face her reality. She balled her fist and spit on the ground. She charged with an uncharacteristic yell as she ran to the tree. Instead of sticking, her foot was blasted off, splintering the tree and leaving a footprint. Damn, you know too much chakra isn't going to get you up the tree. Menma still moved to be at Satsuki's side as she groaned on the ground. Are you okay? Menma checked her body for any serious injuries, taking extra care to check her feet. Get away. I don't need your help. Satsuki yelled and shoved Menma away. She quickly tried to stand but fell nonetheless. Yes, she sounded like a total bitch just now. But she didn't mean to come off as such. Currently, her mind is a hurricane of mixed emotions. And in Menma's effort to look out for her, which she was actually thankful for, Satsuki rejected it as she didn't want to be a burden to him. Or to anyone. Why are you yelling at me? I'm just trying to help you. Menma stood over Satsuki as he glared with his bright baby blues. Even with his teammate's outburst, Menma could feel there was something else to it. Satsuki flinched back. She didn't look at him and instead found solace in the grass beneath them. Sorry. Menma blinked and blinked again. He wasn't sure he heard that right. Did you apologize? Can you say it again so I can be sure? Satsuki's face flushed and resembled her favorite vegetables. I shall not repeat myself. She yelled up at him with angry eyes. To Menma, she looked more like a squirrel. If a squirrel could glare and kill you, that is. Menma wasn't sure why he drew that conclusion, but he liked it anyway. This is just more than I expected it to be. Satsuki drew her legs closer to herself and wrapped her arms around them. Menma saw this, and Satsuki was going into her shell, which was not good. He'd been there, wrapped up in yourself and only concerned with protecting yourself from the world around you. It worked, but it also acted as a barrier, keeping others out and not releasing anything trapped inside to escape outward, which caused the effect of drowning in that same shell. So to help, Menma grabbed Satsuki's legs and pulled them so she could stretch. You need to loosen your legs or you'll get a cramp. I'm not going to cramp. Even still, Satsuki kept her hairless legs out. Menma took a seat next to her on the grass. So, you weren't talking about the mission. It didn't take much to figure out what he meant. Satsuki pondered on it. Should she really be talking like this with Menma of all people? He was an idiot. However, he understood her the most. Or had a semblance of what she was going through. When she didn't answer, Menma turned to look at the 2 trees they were practicing on. We've made a lot of progress today. Satsuki looked up and saw several marks on the tree. From when she first started, and it was only 7 feet off the ground. Now, it was at least 15 feet off the ground. We've come a long way. When I first started, I was nervous and unsure of myself. Only I knew it though, I couldn't let anyone know how I really felt. Menma's words. They were too deep and real for him to be only talking about climbing trees. I went at it hard and gave it all I had. Even when others laughed in mockery at me, I laughed at my achievements and successes. Menma stopped and recalled a memory causing him to laugh. One time during school. He could be found in the yard practicing taijutsu alone. Everyone laughed at his movements and his effort. They were all hanging around and leaving in groups, finished and satisfied with their day. He wasn't. Days later, he knocked those bullies out with the same sloppy moves they laughed at. My dream. Being the Hokage, it's not a dream anymore. Satsuki finally turned to look at Menma. She was shocked, as being Hokage was all he would ever talk about. It's an obsession. I'm going to become Hokage. It's all I had growing up. I knew, if nothing else, that goal, that better version of myself. I wanted it, I needed it. To become something better than what you currently were. Menma needed that support since nobody else supported him. He'd support himself. I can't say I understand you. Satsuki finally spoke. Her hand sat in her lap and she was beginning to rethink everything she knew about Menma. He tossed her a grin. Well, that means I did good. What are you saying? Menma's grin fell. I'm just talking. I'm saying, you should not go back into your shell. I know it hurts, but you need to face these trials for what they are. Satsuki clutched her pants and her arms began to shake. I know, I have. That's the exact reason I hate this so much. She glared at everything. I thought I was finally getting over everything, then he showed up. Who does he think he is? All of them. They left me, my clan left me behind to stay in the village. My own family, brothers and sisters. Did you know him, that other boy? Menma asked, thinking back to the strong kids who effortlessly defeated Zabuza. Satsuki didn't respond at first. And Menma figured she wouldn't say anything. I did. His name is Naruto. I had only spoken to him on occasions. He was very famous in the clan. Brother Naruto was an icon to us kids. Menma wasn't sure she noticed it. But Satsuki started smiling and she said Naruto's name with respect and familiarity. He came from famous parents, so we all addressed him with respect and he treated us the same. Even as a kid he was arrogant though, he was well aware of the weight that his name carried. Most noticeably, he was strong and bull-headed. Sometimes, I watched him train. Stalker. Shut it. Satsuki yelled with tinted cheeks. And it wasn't all the time like Hinata does with you. Huh? Hinata stalks me. Idiot. She shook her head. Anyways, Naruto was like an idol, I guess, to me. I trained with hopes of gaining his attention and recognition. On a special night for our clan, I entered a tournament to face him. Did you win? Menma asked curiously. No. I was beaten, but not shamed. During the fight, he was driving me, pushing for me to be more. He was too charismatic. Much like you, I guess that's why you get on my nerves so much. Sue, I'm guessing you hate them, right? Which is why you want them dead. Menma didn't let the pity he felt sink into his voice. I do, I will kill them all. Revenge is not the answer, Satsuki. Killing your family will bring you nothing. And how do you know that? Our pain is similar, but it is not the same. You can't understand how I feel. But I do. I once hated the village for its treatment of me. But you don't see me trying to take my revenge on everyone or crying about how the world is unfair. I'm not you and you're not me. We are not one, but two. Separate people who walk their own paths. Menma was growing frustrated. Satsuki, you don't have to be alone. Just what? Let it go. Forget everything they put me through. How I was forced to become a princess and subject of sorrow for the village. I will not. I'm done talking about this, Menma. I'm thankful you care and are truly trying to help me. But just stay out of it. Satsuki turned and showed what was like a glare and a sad frown in one. This has nothing to do with you, so just stay out of my business. With nothing left to say, Satsuki walked back into the house to recover, leaving Menma to ponder on what they had just talked about. Satsuki, I'm your friend. I just want to help you. I'll do anything to help you, I promise. Menma got up and decided upon it. Their talk opened up a lot to be learned about each other. He learned Satsuki didn't like being a burden to others, she admired Naruto for who he was, and hated that she admired him. She was sad and betrayed her clan left without her. He learned they were similar. But Menma already knew that. It was why he so desperately wanted to befriend the Uchiha girl. That would be a tall task. However, much like the tree marks, inch by inch, they'd get closer and higher. Inside his room, Kakashi was writing down the current events of the mission. The contents of the letter were how their client lied about the rank of the mission. Zabuza had been their opponent as soon as they touched ground. The most important thing, however, was the discovery of Uchiha. Naruto Uchiha, to be more specific. What would be done with this information, Kakashi was unsure. Though he had a hunch they'd be no doubt sending someone to the hidden mist village. Kakashi went through the hand signs of summoning Pakken.
Yo Kakashi.
The little pug dog raised his paw in greeting.
Pakkun.
Kakashi copied the greeting with an eye smile. So what do you need? Are we tracking someone down? The brown dog walked around the room and began sniffing. Fish, I like fish. I'll give you some for your help. But no, we are not tracking anyone down. I need you to deliver this scroll to the Hokage for me. It is a quick report on the mission so far. It's of major importance. Kakashi's tone was serious, which let Pakken know how important this scroll really was. Pakken turned and let Kakashi place it in the small backpack he had on his back. Consider it done. Pakken left in a cloud of smoke. Week later. He's all yours, Satsuki, like taking a dog off a leash. Satsuki was gone and used her kunai to skillfully dispel all the water clones off Zabuza. Look who improved. I'd say you've got a rival, Haku. Zabuza came into view once he stepped from the mist. So it would seem. The false hunter ninja spoke. They stood on the other side of the bridge while Team 7 excluding Menma stood on the other side. She's got skill. Even though those clones were 1/10 of the original water clone jutsu, she did destroy them all effortlessly. Zabuza grunted in annoyance and dissatisfaction at Haku's assessment. I can't contain my excitement. My heart is throbbing and my blood races. Satsuki took a step forward. An open invitation for Haku, who spun on her heels looking like a tornado as she approached. Their metal weapons screeched as kunai met Senbin in a fast-paced exchange. The two young shinobi moved in harmony, spinning and dancing around the other. So she can match Haku at this speed. That's right, she can. Satsuki's a genius in the shinobi arts. The two clashing were unaware of their two teachers' shared thoughts and only focused on battling the other. We are only after the bridge builder, not you. Back out and I won't have to kill you. Haku's voice came out like ice. Humph, don't presume you can kill me. You don't get it. I have you outmatched. We are surrounded by water which I can control. Also, you only have one hand available. Satsuki was confused about that last part, but she didn't show it on her face. Yes, one of her hands is occupied with holding Haku's senbon at bay. The hand that wasn't was completely healthy. It's useless to explain, I'll show you. Faster than Sasuke could perceive, Haku's hand flashed through one-handed seals. Even Kakashi, who was watching, was freaked out. He began to sweat and his eye trembled in fear. One-handed seals. I've never seen that. Secret jutsu, 1,000 needles of death. Haku proclaimed. When she was done, her right foot stomped the puddle under her feet. The water rose up around them and turned into countless needle-like senbon. She jumped back so as not to be skewered by her own attack. Nobody was there. Not even a body was at the scene of impact. She vanished. Haku felt a presence appear behind her and saw Satsuki there. You are not that fast. So from this point onward, you are going to be defending. Satsuki went for a stab to Haku's lower back. But the nin was quick and vanished from the spot. Satsuki chased and clashed her kunai against the senbon. Haku ducked her head to the side, avoiding the kunai from Satsuki's other hand. What followed was a hook from Satsuki which Haku ducked low to the ground to avoid. which was successful as the hook hit the air instead of her face. Although, Satsuki launched her foot out to kick Haku directly in the face, sending her back to her master Zabuza. Haku, stop playing around and finish this brat. Zabuza growled from his standing position. Haku rose again. As you wish, Zabuza-sama. Haku's hand blazed through hand seals. Ice style, crystal ice mirrors. The fight had completely turned in Haku's favor. It was sudden and decisive. This would go down in her memory for sure, as an example on how to completely tip the scale of the fight. Even when Menma jumped in to help, it still did them no good. Right now, the silly blonde was on the ground with needles all over his body like a pincushion. I don't know what to do. How can I beat her? Satsuki was on the verge of panicking as she had to use everything she had to stay focused. A stray thought entered her mind in the midst of battle. How would Naruto be doing right now? Satsuki dug her nails into her hand at that thought. Damn him. Why was she thinking about him now? She'd only seen him one time. I can win on my own. I can see your needles. Satsuki readied her kunai. As it would seem. Your Sharingan allows you to predict my movements. Haku answered with an infuriating calmness. Let's see if you can keep up with this speed. She couldn't. Satsuki was like a magnet for the ice weapons as her body was growing numb from the cold. Sasatsuki. Menma stod to a knee, but a flash of light and he was hit back to the ground by Haku. That's it, our only opening. When she stops to hit us. Satsuki then froze. She had her Sharingan, it was active. For years she struggled to bring it to life, but the stress of the moment must have opened her eyes. It was due to the tragic night of her clan's killing. When she was forced to see her parents be killed over and over by her older brother. It was as if she put a self-inflicted seal on her bloodline, which kept her from using the power of her Sharingan. This was twice now, twice her eyes changed during this mission. When she was filled with hate gazing at Naruto for the first time. And now on the verge of death battling an enemy ninja. I will need to draw an opening for myself. She will be able to predict a head-on attack. I will go after her partner instead. Her eyes turned to the prone form of Menma on the ground. Haku was holding back immensely on these kids so as to not kill them. In this fight, she hammered them down by dashing between the mirrors at the speed of light and watched as they were not able to do anything. No Menma. Satsuki sent chakra to her feet and moved as quickly as she could. It was a strange feeling, her body moved on its own like a machine taking orders. It all happened too quickly. She was moving toward Menma when the next second she was picked up and carried away. Looking up, Satsuki saw a face she hated. There he was, Naruto. His hair was an alter ego of her, being it was midnight purple compared to her midnight blue. He didn't look at her, but still, she could feel the worry in his black eyes that glared at Haku through the bangs over his forehead. His clothing was like that of most Uchiha. It was a black high-collared black top with their family's fan smack in the center of the back. It was long and reached all the way down to his calves contained in black pants. Currently, she was in a bridal-style carry and felt the firmness of his arms. His hands were in black gloves and held tightly onto her as if he was scared letting her go would mean her death. Was he worried about her? That's when his eyes shifted down to look at her. And he finally opened his mouth and spoke. You did well to fend her off. I will not forget your efforts. Despite the situation and all the chaos going on around her, Satsuki blushed. She actually blushed, like a little girl. It was embarrassing as she felt her cheeks burn. All the anger and hatred were currently shoved to the back of her mind as she was thrown for a mile. His voice was so solid but still caring. There was an inviting warmness to it as he complimented her. Satsuki felt like a kid again, fighting Naruto in the center of that ring. When times were better and she was just an innocent little girl. Before he abandoned her. It came back like it never left. She wrestled and jerked out of his grip and landed on her feet before bouncing back. Why are you here? To finish the job. Naruto was unbothered by her reaction and looked level-headed. Remember what I told you a week ago? That's what I'm doing here. Was that it? To save her. Who did he think he was? Someone to just come back into her life randomly and decide he would save her. Screw you, bastard. I reject it. I don't want any help from you. They had to jump as needles rained from the ice mirrors. Naruto dodged with fluid grace while Satsuki suffered small cuts.
Menma.
Where did he go? Don't worry, he's safe. Naruto calmed her worries as he analyzed the ice mirrors. Do you wish to break our contract? What are you doing here? You were going to hurt my sister, I can't allow that. Don't call me that. Satsuki raged from her side of the dome. Please leave, I must kill her for my master. Haku begged. I will not lay down my arms. I won't hurt you too much, or your family might be angry with me. Naruto turned on his Sharingan and riled his chakra to the surface. My family is dead. Naruto gave her a knowing smirk that tickled her heart. She was now curious and wondered why he gave her such a knowing look. Before Haku could say something else, Naruto released a ball of fire at one of her mirrors. A futile act, my mirrors dash. It melted. Fire style, Phoenix Tail Jutsu, one big ball of fire was spit from Naruto's mouth that began to heat up the air around them. The ball then split into dozens of smaller balls that connected with the mirrors and melted them all. Haku couldn't believe it as it was all so sudden. Thinking quickly, she leaped from the mirror before she perished from the heat. Once she landed on the ground, Haku didn't have time to think and her body acted for her as her hands froze the air and protected her from the overhead strike of Naruto. Nice jutsu, but I've seen it before. Naruto pulled the sword back and attacked the barrier in the same spot again. It shattered to the ground as Naruto moved forward to attack. This time, Haku created a blade of ice from her bloodline and used it to defend herself from Naruto's attack. It was reinforced by her chakra, giving it a bit more durability as it withstood the blows of Naruto. Haku's arms stung and she felt the sword on the verge of crumbling. So she acted quickly and repaired it with her chakra. Good, I figured you'd have some sort of kenjutsu experience. Naruto used his two swords to demolish Haku in the fast-paced battle. It was tough, but he ensured I'd be the best. Haku grunted under the pressure of strikes. She blocked a particularly powerful attack and pushed Naruto's arms down, leaving his chest open for a clean attack. Well, he'll have to train you harder next time. Because your best isn't working. Naruto surprised her and blocked with just one of his swords. Instead, she was the one cut open again along the center of her chest, just shy of her breast. Satsuki watched from the sideline amazed. Those two were incredible as they attacked each other faster than her one Tomo could process. She couldn't believe it, she was fascinated by Naruto's battle. Even though her Sharingan was attempting to track the movements, it didn't work. Her brain wasn't able to understand anything that Naruto or Haku did. Was Haku really holding back this much with her? Naruto's twin katanas. He was fast and sharp, taking advantage of every movement. Satsuki watched as Naruto defended undefendable attacks with grace. She was seeing the peak, or was it? Did he have more moves in his bag of tricks? She admired his style. And she hated that. Double blade formation, fifth act. It was a storm of movements that concealed Naruto's two swords. Haku had no chance of blocking, countering, or even defending the attack. Haku found herself struck more than 25 times by the hurricane blade. She dropped and fell into deep darkness seconds later. Wow, what was that? That was beautiful. I've never seen such a perfect form of movement. Satsuki's eyes were wide and in shock. This whole spectacle was breathtaking. That is my reward for entertaining me, Yuki-san, cherish it. Naruto respected Haku's prowess and placed his two katanas back in place. The mist on the bridge was lifted and blown away. Nice job. Amiri is going to be proud when I tell her of this. Shursue appeared in a flock of crow feathers along with Mira at his side. Jinkasa jumped from the side of the bridge and laid Menma down. This guy was a rascal. I had to knock him out. There you are, brat. Zabuza yelled. He halted his fight with Kakashi and turned to face him. Fight me right now. You owe me a rematch. No. I defeated your student who is stronger than you. So I think you see the outcome. Zabuza's brow twitched. I don't care about that. Just come.
Shizui.
The mentioned man turned to see Kakashi giving him a wide-eyed stare. You too, just how many Uchihas are alive? Shursue gave his ex-Umbu commander a wave. Don't worry about it, Kakashi. But I must. I need to bring you back to the village for questioning. Kakashi vowed. Stop, you know I was stronger than you years ago, I assure you that gap has only gotten wider. Shursue answered coolly. Let's go, Zabuza, you've had enough time to play around. He would have argued more, but stopped when Shursue activated his Sharingan. Alright, damn red-eyed bastard. We'll meet again, Kakashi, very soon. Shursue gave the men one last smile, before vanishing. Mira followed shortly after. But she gave Satsuki a wave before doing so. Jinkasu also left, leaving Satsuki with a peace sign. Zabuza threw Haku over his shoulder and followed the others. We already took care of Gato, so no need to worry about him backstabbing you. Naruto tossed a scroll at Kakashi's feet. In that are notes, money, and a location of Gato's hideout. Why are you doing this? We already took most of the money. What's left is money for this village to rebuild. Nothing else to it. Naruto turned and locked eyes with Satsuki. Train and grow, you've already done so well. I'll see you around. Naruto vanished in a cloud of mist. Chapter 19. One hand was holding his cherished pipe while the other was holding a paper he read. This was now the 5th time he'd be reading this official letter from the new Mizukage. Dear 3rd Hokage. This is the 5th Mizukage confirming we will be entering the Chunin exams coming up. You can expect 3 teams of mine. I request they are treated respectfully and kindly. They are a bit nervous about going to another great hidden village. This is also to tell you my shinobi have begun taking missions outside of our border, so do not raise a blade to them. They are well trained and know not to cause any trouble. I will see you in the finals of the exam when my shinobi have been promoted to Chunin. Naori Uchiha. Even when he completed the read, his heart skipped a beat each time. Naori was alive, Naori Uchiha, the wife of Naka. The men who nearly killed him 6 years ago in broad daylight. The wounds delivered to him never vanished, nor did the effects of those events. This raised so many questions regarding everything. Last night, Hiruzen got a letter from Pakun, Kakashi's ninja hound. In the letter was a detailed report about the updated mission, but more importantly Uchiha showing themselves again. Was it just those 4? Naruto, Shisui, and 2 others Kakashi didn't know. Did they relocate to the mist? What was the standing of their village? Naori was a smart woman, she has been in countless battles and devised many plots to survive till now. She came from a more ferocious generation of Uchiha yet still maintained her own unique purity. What kind of clan did Naori raise if everyone was still alive? Fugaku and his wife were no longer present, so the title of clan head obviously fell to the next high-ranking Uchiha. However, Naori was the Mizukage. Which meant she couldn't play both roles at the same time. Which either meant it was Shisui the more likely leader, or her young son. In terms of political power in the Uchiha, Hiruzen wasn't well versed. Which might have been a flaw leading to the complete annihilation of the Uchiha. Or so he thought. Itachi played an excellent spy and was the reason why the Uchiha survived for as long as they did. The boy's intellect and strategic thinking had led to him whispering ideas and subtle suggestions to his father. The main subject of the matter and cause for concern was Naori's standing on their village. If the women held hatred for him, then his death was all but certain come the finals. Perhaps, he could have her teams killed so the woman had no legitimate reason to come. And any sign of aggression towards the village would be clear signs of still tightly kept bitterness. That idea left as quickly as it came. There was no need for such actions to be carried out anymore. Naori would not throw her country into a war after just getting out of one. Or maybe she would. Naori was very powerful. He still remembered when Jiraiya explained in great detail how she used her Susanoo to battle 2 Jinchuriki in front of him, saving his young team from retreating and allowing them to finish their mission. Or the fight she took part in with Kushina. The mouthy redhead liked to talk. So she challenged Naori to see which one of them was the best and whose style was superior. It wasn't a death battle, nor was it a light spar. The woman used no words and spoke with their blade, resolving the animosity they had. All of this was done while the young shinobi had been in their teens, hardly even 17. Despite losing an eye to save her potential AWOL boyfriend, Naori still proved to stand above the rest. She held a true position of power now. Those Uchiha, truly, Hiruzen was nervous. The men didn't feel like waiting a whole month to have his questions answered. This exam is going to be big. All of the great nations sending their own teams. We are going to need to prepare for any kind of ambush that might take place. Hiruzen would hold a kunai behind his back during this exam. He got word from the Hidden Stone and Hidden Lightning Village as well about them sending their own teams. At least, he'd get to see Anoki again. It's been years since he'd seen the midget. Hiruzen could feel trouble brewing. Sighing, he would prepare reservations for the 3 teams of the mist. The wizened Hokage wished he had information inside the village. But, that's why he had a spy master. Once he had the thought, he began to write a S-ranked mission to Jiraiya about gaining information about the mist. Hiruzen would advise that Jiraiya get the information to him before the second part of the exams or even before the shinobi got here in a week. So Jiraiya had until the Forest of Death to give him information regarding the shinobi and more importantly the village. If they had a healthy and prospering village, it would reflect the standing of their shinobi. Damn, Hiruzen dragged his hand down his face. What a time to be alive. The statement came out dull and lackadaisical. A knock soon came and Hiruzen straightened himself to look presentable. Come in. The door opened, showing Kakashi with a serious expression. Glad you made it back. Anything else you'd like to tell me about what happened? Kakashi nodded. I first encountered Naruto in my first fight against Zabuza. Menma was actually attempting to fight back with his army of shadow clones. Naruto beat all of those and then went on to easily defeat Zabuza in Kenjutsu. Hiruzen took in the knowledge. If Naruto was beating high Jounin level shinobi with just Kenjutsu, it was worrying, to say the least. None of the other teams stood a chance. And you say Shisui was there? Another nod. And it was like a strike to the face, or a stab from a sword, or being punched by Hashirama and his strong jab. Were you able to determine their mental state or stance toward the village? Shisui used to be an ANBU, he had inside information that couldn't be leaked. Anyways, now he needed to come up with changes to ANBU, routes, training, shifts, and everything. Shisui was a talented shinobi, with his quick body flicker, powerful genjutsu that could kill with just a look, and his use of ken ninjutsu. From what I determined, Shisui relatively seems to be the same, at least outwardly. He gave me a smirk and said he'd see me soon. Which I am guessing means he will be coming to the Chunin exams with those 3 kids. Kakashi expressed his stance. Shisui was always the uplifting kind of guy, he remained unbothered by most things and sought to enjoy life with a smile and not a frown or blank expression. Yes, I received a letter from the Mizukage today. Naori Uchiha has become their new Kage. Hiruzen said, this means, their shinobi are powerful enough to survive the Bloody Mist and their civil war. He slammed his fist down slightly, showing his visible frustration. They've been rebuilding right under our nose. Kakashi read the mind of Hiruzen, also drawing the same conclusion. They used their civil war as cover. No telling when they finished the war. I feel like such a fool. The 3rd Hokage berated himself. He was hailed as the professor, and master of all jutsu in the leaf. Yet, he was so naive as to ignore another hidden village. All because of that war, I didn't want to get involved. Hiruzen turned his sharpened eyes back to Kakashi. And what of Naruto? You should definitely watch him. He restrained it as best as he could, but since I'd seen restrained hatred before, I was able to catch it. Hiruzen nodded. Something like this would definitely not slip past Kakashi's eyes. I wouldn't say trail him with a team of ANBU, but I definitely recommend he not walk around by himself. Understood, I will devise a team of ANBU to watch their entire team. Hiruzen reached for the drawer where he kept files about his ANBU. Now, did he show any kind of signs toward Satsuki? Anger, guilt, happiness. Naruto seems to have a mastery of keeping his emotions hidden like a true shinobi. But, he did save her from the ice mirrors Haku placed her in and left her with words of encouragement. Kakashi replayed the events in his mind. Naruto most likely wanted to portray no attachment to Satsuki for this very reason, but he failed by leaving her with parting words. I can't say he wants to kill her since he would have, but I can't say they want to bring her back either. They easily could have just taken her if they really wanted, and added not only a Yuki clan member, Zabuza, but also another Uchiha. Sound reasoning and deduction are what helped provide Kakashi with his information. It was because of these 2 key factors that helped him stay alive and be known for his strategic intellect, which was sharper than most Nara. I'd have preferred you'd kill Zabuza and this Haku girl. They do not need any more key individuals we don't know about. As of now, they truly are hidden in the mist. I was aiming to at least kill Zabuza, but things happened and I wasn't able to. And about Haku, I can say for certain I wouldn't have been able to beat her. Zabuza said she was stronger than him and I could confirm it as well once I saw her. Even with your Sharingan. Even with my Sharingan. Hiruzen took a hit of his tobacco. A long, cancerous lung-filled dose. He blew it out and felt some of his worries leave him in the form of gray smoke. Back to your other point about them taking Satsuki, they most likely didn't to avoid starting a war with us. They went to great lengths to stay hidden, it would be contradictory for them to ruin it by kidnapping Satsuki. I agree, though I doubt Satsuki would want anything to do with them. She made sure to express her hatred. Kakashi said. Even more reason to worry. Hiruzen looked outside, admiring the village's peacefulness. The populace remained pure and bright, leaving the village with a warmth unmatched. Worry? About what? If it's Satsuki's hatred, I already plan to have talks and sway her. Satsuki cannot go rogue. Now Kakashi understood. If the girl left of her own free volition and abandoned the village, she could be taken with no penalties and free to join the mist. I see you understand now. Hiruzen turned to stare with purpose at Kakashi. Satsuki is the last Uchiha we have. And most likely the last hope we will ever have at keeping the Nine Tails if something were to happen with Menma. I understand, Hokage-sama. I must admit, I am uncertain and nervous about this situation. Hiruzen softened. Me too, my boy. But the hidden leaf is a sign of power. The will of fire burns bright in all of us, and as long as we believe in that will, this great tree will never fall. Naori sat in her Mizukage chair and stamped another paper. Oh, the daimyo of Honey Country wishes to open trade. I suppose I can look into that. I'm not entirely sure what they can offer us though. Naori set aside in another pile. Said pile was for her assistant to look through and determine if it was worth doing business with. She picked up the next paper. The hospital needs more medic shinobi. Can do. Naori stamped the paper and set it in her complete pile. Onto the next revealed it to be another country wishing to open trade. Such a great feeling this was, her country was growing rapidly and their name began spreading. Hidden Vegetable Village. Of course, I want to trade with them. Naori stamped. Silver and Diamond Country wish to talk. I shall send these to the daimyo. I bet these two heard of us from the Golden Daimyo, hee, word spreads. She placed the paper in a folder marked for the daimyo with slight instructions. Naori wanted the Golden Daimyo and her Water Daimyo to travel together and form the alliance. Unlike most kage, Naori didn't mind doing the paperwork. Yes, some days it was a real pain and she would have to push through it. When she did the work, however, it let her stay up to date with everything in the village. Like now, the academy was asking for extra classes in sealing, genjutsu, and more D-rank missions. Or someone from ANBU requesting time off for a week. A healthy practice, it was used as a cooldown time and meant to detox the brain from the accumulated stress. A mission from Granwaki Island. They request help fighting off the giant monsters of the Kaiju Ocean. Naori thought about how to rank the mission. The Kaiju Ocean was infested with giant monsters who called it home. Every once in a while, the beast would get aggressive and start to attack the islands scattered about the ocean. Some could be as big as tailed beast or boss summons. So it was at least something a team of high firepower jounin should take care of. With a possibility of S rank. Since it was in the ocean, Naori wanted someone with water proficiency or lighting. She smiled. This was the perfect mission for their naval division, run by Navy Captain Emuri. This mission should be easy enough for her crew, or even Emuri herself. The next paper, or more like a letter, piqued her interest. Land of Demons. Do they need help killing demons? So Naori began reading over the letter, which was from the princess and not the daimyo or village leader like she'd been expecting. Her mouth opened and her heart skipped a beat and the woman's blood froze solid like a glacier. How does she know my son? And of Sengen-sama? The princess of Demon Country was requesting for Naruto specifically. Dear 5th Mizukage. I am Princess Cheyenne Uchiha of Demon Country. The priest of the Uchiha clan, I am requesting Naruto Uchiha to come and help me seal away the demon known as Moro. It is our goddess Sengen's will that Naruto conquers this trail of his. He is the 1,000-year shinobi of 1,000 trials. I request he be sent after the Chunin exams, as that is when the seal will need to be replaced. Sengen-sama also sends her regards and compliments for your hard work in making her religion well known throughout the village, clan, and country. I look forward to meeting you in the future. Cheyenne Uchiha. She's not lying, and no spies have come into the village. She even knows about me spreading Sengen-sama's words. Naori closed her eyes and pondered. She decided to take the letter home and think about it. Once she decided what to do, Naori would reply. So she let time pass while she diligently worked on the papers. Until a knock came to the door. Mizukage-sama, Team 10 is here. Her female assistant yelled from the other side of the door. Naori smiled, eager to see her favorite team. Yes, let them in. Her voice showed just how happy she was. Her assistant is a modest and beautiful woman with pearlescent neck-length black hair. She was dressed in a blue kimono top tied with a black sash. Her navy blue pants were loose for free movement. She wore hints of makeup and she had on small tassels as earrings. This was Kamaya Orarari, a jounin who wished to serve Naori instead of doing field work. She had volunteered herself when she saw all the work Naori had to do. So for 6 years, Kamaya had been working with Naori and it would stay that way until Naori stepped down to retire, and so would she. "We're back, Mizukichi-sama," Mira exclaimed. The team stepped in followed by Zabuza and Haku, which alerted the ANBU in the room to the presence of Rogue Ninja. "I can still sense your ANBU, they need more training in cloaking their chakra," Naruto declared and crossed his arms. "Cut them slack, it's just because you're really good at sensing," Jinkasa said. Even though the boy was sure Mira and Shursue felt them too. "Will be added to the list of training," Naori said. This made Kamaya take notice of the completed paperwork and move to take the pile away, which was rewarded with a thank you from Naori. "Anyways, I see the mission was a success." Shursue nodded. "Yes, however, we have rather troubling news." She saw his face take on a pained visage. Naori noticed and wondered what could have her strongest team so defeated. "You can tell me after we send these two off." Looking toward the tall man, Naori laid eyes on Zabuza for the first time. "Nice to finally meet you, Zabuza Momochi. I am Naori Uchiha, the 5th Mizukage." The men grunted and clearly looked uncomfortable with the formal greeting. "Zabuza Momochi and this is Haku Yuki." He pushed the girl slightly hiding behind him in front, who was holding a white rabbit tightly. Naori's eyes widened. "Yuki. You have the ice-style bloodline." Naori turned to face the pale-skinned young girl. Haku jumped slightly from the unexpected sharpness and seriousness.
Yes, Mizukash-sama.
Haku brought her chakra to the surface, and forming out of the cold mist was a crystal ice mirror. Naori activated her one Sharingan to observe the mirror for signs of any tricks and was pleased to find none. She looked toward her kids, who also nodded in confirmation. Naori relaxed and gave a soft motherly smile to Haku, who also visibly chilled. "How nice, the Yuki clan has gained another family member." Haku along with Zabuza widened their eyes at the implication. "Do you mean?" Haku trembled and her soft eyes showed signs of desperation. Naori nodded with a smile. She loved reuniting family members and causing others to smile truthfully. "Yup, we have 2 Yuki already." Haku turned to Naruto with teary eyes. "Is this what you meant?" "It is." Haku hugged him with her free arm and physically expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Naruto patted her back and smiled softly. "I will call them so you can meet them," Naori said, turning to face Zabuza. "You, however, will not get off so easily." Zabuza sighed. "I know." He reached back and grabbed the handle of his giant head. "Clever. You want to take my toy away from me, throw me in a cell?" "Partially." Naori snapped her fingers and 2 ANBU dropped down. "We will be taking your weapon until you've earned it back. You won't be in a cell since we are going to use your talents." The ANBU moved carefully and took the blade from the men, who grunted like a kid at having their toy taken. "So you want me to assassinate some people?" "In the future, yes. But as of right now." Naori gave the men a dark smirk. "You are reinstated to the village as a chunin. You will teach for a total of 100 hours at the academy, undergoing training and re-education, and 20 D-rank missions." Zabuza paled and his eyes were wide as plates. CC chunin and T teaching brats. He couldn't believe it, he had to teach kids who hadn't even graduated in a class. For 100 hours. And re-education. What does that mean? It means you need to be updated on how the village operates. Think of it as training to claim your rank back again as a jounin and even one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Naori answered his questions. Until her face changed to something more grave and serious. "You've been gone a long time, Zabuza. Things are not the same as they used to be. This is no longer the Bloody Mist. It's a new era of shinobi and all of its inhabitants. You sparked a war you didn't even fight, these people won't show you any love. Gaining that love will be your greatest challenge yet." Zabuza clenched his fist in agitation. "I wish you'd just thrown me in a cell." Naori chuckled good-naturedly. "The path of redemption is never easy. I will have a shinobi take you to an inn until I get you someplace to stay." "Thank you very much."
Mizukash-sama.
Haku bowed deeply. Zabuza grumbled and nodded his head. Until Haku elbowed him in the side and gave him a serious look. "Thank you, Mizukichi-sama." They left to take seats in the waiting room as instructed. Once they left, Naori turned back to Shursue. "So, what was the other thing you wanted to tell me?" Shursue didn't beat around the bush. "We ran into Satsuki." She was on a team under Kakashi Hitaki and partnered with Menma Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and another pink-haired girl I don't know. Grave news. She was essentially trapped under Kakashi, the Leaf's strongest jounin for the Leaf's strongest clan, not to mention they also had the host of the Nine Tails. Uzumaki. Like Anoka? Naruto asked, surprised. Yeah, like you know, the Uzumaki had a close relationship with the village. They were a crucial part in the Leaf's power years ago, providing seals, wind jutsu, and trading. Naori said, sounding a bit like she was giving a lesson. But the most important thing was the Uzumaki women who would be used to holding the Nine Tails. It was thanks to the women being able to manifest adamantine sealing chains that made them easy picks to suppress the tailed beast along with their powerful bodies and life force. That kid was a Uzumaki. But he didn't have any red hair like Anoka. Naruto spent time with Anoka, be it on missions, experiments, training, or hanging out with all their friends. I felt he had a lot of chakra, but that was it. He wasn't even strong, just a bunch of walking chakra. Brother's right, all he did was summon a large number of shadow clones. Jinkasu added. That's not all there is to this Menma. His partners are the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki. Son of two legendary shinobi, both powerful and feared through the lands for their own talents. Minato's newfound revelation and advancement of the second Hokage's jutsu flying Raijin, partnered with his wealthy knowledge of seals and powerful Raiznon that could clash with tailed beast. His secret wife, Kushina Uzumaki, used her adamantine chains to completely nullify any Jinchuriki, and her skill in Kenjutsu was guaranteed death for anyone brave enough to challenge her. Naruto wondered why the boy was so weak then. He didn't really spare him any looks after destroying his shadow clones. Since he was the Jinchuriki, Menma definitely had a hard and isolated life. Nobody probably wanted to train or interact with him since there was such a demon following him all over. If Naruto guessed, based on Menma's loud and bright personality mixed with his lack of skill for a genin. Obviously, Menma spent his time elsewhere. Just give him a few years, I'm sure Kakashi will make something out of him. You'll see more of him in 2 days anyways once you're in the Leaf for the exams. Naori said. But anyways, what of Satsuki? Shursue sighed. She hates us as expected. To her, it looked like we just up and left her there. You made contact with her? Yes, Naruto did anyways. And she was hurting. To be expected. But the way Naruto said that really surprised her. It was raw and laced with painful regret. I'm not sure how they treated her in the village, and I don't know how she feels about them. But I do know, they definitely didn't tell her the truth of what happened. Naruto felt his stomach turn in anger to blare like an alarm. The fact he'd have to go back to the village, the place which killed his father. He hated it. But it needed to be done in order to grow. Don't worry, honey. We'll think of something. I don't like leaving Mikoto-chan's daughter there all alone. Naori's voice was soft and comforting. Talk to her while you are in the Leaf. I know it will be hard, but try to make some connections with her. And if you want to tell her the truth about what happened, it's up to you. I trust your judgment in this matter. Okay, I will. Her son nodded. Don't worry, Mom, I can do it. I have a way better personality than Naruto-an. Mira came and squeezed Naruto in a hug. To ease his mind and to show she would be there for him. She had come to learn Naruto wasn't one for expression. So Mira just understood him. Made herself present, and was diligent like a housewife cleaning the house. He rarely asked for help, so when Naruto did, she made sure to listen. They both understood each other. Mira expressed herself in the relationship while Naruto indulged. They worked like a well-oiled machine. The life of the team. Naori said. Well, Mira, I am counting on you. And with that, they left her to finish working, having done all their reports. Shursue left the 3 kids as he went to go wait at the port for Amuri, who was set to return today. They could all see how eager he was. The man had been without his 2 lovers for 2 weeks, as even Haribel was sent with Amuri to help control the seas with her adept proficiency in water style. All right, brother, I'll see you tomorrow morning for training. Hikawai-chan and I have a date tonight. Jinkasu bumped his forearm with Naruto. You too, sis. He performed the same action for Mira as well. See ya then, make sure you two aren't up too late. Naruto's tone was teasing as he smirked. Whatever. The tall boy laughed as he walked away. So, when is our date? Mira asked. He knew this question was coming, so he already had his answer ready. Next check, promise. The two then began talking down the street hand in hand, arm in arm. The streets, the shops, and the atmosphere had changed. The village was still an island surrounded by sea, but just expanded and developed. Their buildings had become much taller and sturdy. Brick and steel made up their foundations, much like the towers from the Rain Village. The village was still covered by the wild touch of Mother Nature. Long green vines ran down some shops, and trees grew atop skyscrapers. Even animals sometimes walked the streets: monkeys, okapi, and large toucans. When the sun fell, it could sometimes be dangerous, as predators would occasionally walk the streets like ocelot, anaconda, or very rare tigers. It made for a funny scene to watch drunk shinobi forget their training as they run from tigers. This was also a good opportunity for a new job of nighttime protectors. Shinobi or civilians do anything to look out for their people. Naori loved it, as new jobs meant more opportunities to help everyone. Their village began to grow as Naori created job after job. Fishers, sailors, boatmen, crafters, engineers, and teachers. Everyone worked together, a society where they all functioned as a group to maintain the peace and balance of the new village. No homeless, as they too were given jobs and shelter, thrown onto construction sites to help build, or sent to the ocean to catch fish. The mist didn't bother anyone, as they all worked no matter the condition. Even the academy students were assigned a D-rank cleanup mission. Genin teams ordered to help speed up the construction process, while Chunin and Jounin sent out to open trade and take on missions for money. The ANBU became boogeymen of the country. They lurked in the shadows of the mist, sabotaging other villages and stealing money and supplies, or taking out competitors. The ANBU had never moved with such efficiency and deathly grace. Shursue had begun instructing them about different ways to train, taking what he learned from the leaf and applying it to his new home. The air was salty, and a cool breeze blew in from the sea, kicking up the two's hair. Naruto inhaled the scent via his nose, and over time he began to love it here. Sure, it rained a lot, hurricanes became a pain, but easily dealt with enough through the use of chakra and jutsu. It could be hot as hell, or chilly like snow-tipped mountains. It never snowed, which was a bit sad, as Naruto liked the snow back in the leaf. The whole village was alerted as they all heard a horn. A loud horn of a giant warship. A beast made of thick wood meant to handle giant waves. It stood out amongst the much smaller ships, like a mountain mixed with hills. The sail had a signature Jolly Roger that struck terror in pirates. Two famous swords crossed with lighting sparking around them. The Kiba blades, controlled by Navy Captain Emiri Uchiha. Naruto and Mira were far from the port but could still hear the horn blaring. They looked to the west of the village toward the Kaizoku Sea. The main attraction of the village is a large and towering statue. Its two strong legs rested on stone pillars supporting it. Between its legs was the port entrance and exit to the village. The statue was modeled after Natori's perfect Susanoo. Crafted to perfection in her exact image. She was embarrassed beyond belief at having such a thing modeled after her. It could be seen from anywhere in the village as it was 100 meters tall. The Susanoo statue's right hand was raised in the air holding a stone torch. Said torch was lit by a flame, not just the regular orange flame that would go out in the wind. But a brilliant crimson-red flame illuminated the night and sometimes painted their sky red. The day of its grand reveal, for everyone's eyes to see. A red flame roared to life in all its divine glory. They all thought Naruto or Mira had done something, but they didn't. Naruto took the opportunity to proclaim it was their goddess Sengen's will and protection. They all bought it and began to see the statue in reverence. A sign of the future, a flame that never went out, and their goddess love. Looks like Sensei is back, Naruto said, smiling slightly. Aha, just in time for when we leave, Mira added. I'm sure we'll see her later. I doubt Brother Shursue is letting the two out of his sight. They shared a chuckle. Once Shursue and the two girls had got married, they moved out of the house into their own compound house in the Uchiha district. The two enjoy the ambience of the village on their walk to the training ground further outside the village. They arrived to see the person Naruto was looking for. Mei was training fiercely atop a puddle of lava. She was going through taijutsu and moved fast enough to create sonic booms with her arms and legs. The area was hot and steamy, more than usual. Strangely enough, Naruto helped Mei train. She had come to him and sought guidance. So Naruto indulges the woman while taking the chance to train himself as well. Mei, I'm glad you kept working hard while I was away. I thought you'd be slacking. Once Mei heard his voice, she stopped and showed a big smile until she registered his words. Who do you take me for? I'm a hard worker. She defended herself and then pouted. And it's Nei-chan. For one reason or another, she wanted to be called that. When she trained, Mei would dress lightly, not wearing her blue battle dress used for missions. But something more light and comfortable was a black crop top that clung tightly to her body, showing her taut and muscled stomach. Matching black leggings which were worn for obvious reasons. Mei was showy and flashy, she was not above using the sinful curves of her body to her advantage. Well, you don't mind showing, do you? Naruto separated from Mira and placed his two swords on the ground. Mei showed a smirk. She was strong, very strong. So much more powerful than she could have ever imagined. Thanks to Naori and Naruto unlocking her true potential. Hot steam rose from around Mei and she dashed quicker than could be seen by the naked eye. Naruto easily blocked but felt his hand being burned as he caught Mei's fist. He felt her chakra boiling before she quickly struck out with her next attacks. A kick to his abdomen, blocked. Punching for his nose, evaded. Steam current. It was a perfect volley of attacks, a mix of kicks, hooks, jabs, or elbows. Naruto even used his Sharingan to perfectly evade or counter. Until Mei's speed got to him and he was struck in the head by a stray elbow which breached his defense. Mei's steaming fist struck his chest as well, pushing him back several feet. Naruto showed Mei a smirk and he began clapping. Very good, Mei. I do believe your taijutsu meets my expectations now. Only took you 5 years, but hey, who's keeping track? Mei flipped her hair at the praise. He didn't throw praise around lightly, so when he did, you could smile at your hard work being noticed. I'm glad you are taking to using your boil release correctly now and not just relying on your lava and water style. Keep it coming. Mei fanned herself as sweat caked her body, dripping from her hair and trailing down the valley of her breast. I say Yagura doesn't stand a chance against you now. You are definitely a S-ranked shinobi. You're lucky I didn't use my lava style to burn your body. But you'd just heal anyways. Mei noted. Naruto was extremely durable and hard to injure. That's just your taijutsu, show me your jutsu now. Naruto didn't give Mei time to react as he had already launched a building-sized fireball that would need at least 3 water-style users to block. Mei flipped through hand signs. Ah. She was shocked as Naruto swatted her hands with a whip made from his purple lighting. You know the rules, no hand signs. I want true understanding. Showing hand signs can alert your enemy to what your jutsu may be. Like a wise sage, Naruto lectured. I know, and hand signs aren't needed to use jutsu, it's just a way to focus it better as jutsu comes from within one's chakra and will. Mei droned on as she restated what Naruto would preach. Good, now let's see you do it right this time. Naruto launched the fireball again and this time Mei drew water from the moisture around them. Water wall. Her jutsu cancelled out Naruto fireballs, creating hot steam. She jumped away as kunai covered in flame rained down in her previous spot. When she landed, Mei released a B-ranked jutsu without hand signs. Water release, water dragon bullet. Fire release, tiger's jaw. Mei's water dragon was consumed and caused Naruto's jutsu to grow larger. She widened her eyes, that was an S-rank jutsu he used. And she just saw why it was, because it could eat other elemental jutsu and grow stronger. Mei was faster now though, 6 years ago it would have hit her but not now. She spawned a water pillar around herself, shielding her body from the ground melting flames. It didn't go as planned as the tiger's head was large enough to swallow the 10-meter water pillar. Mei used body flicker at the last second to narrowly avoid being eaten. White-hot pain quickly flashed through her body as Mei found herself pierced by a beam of purple lighting. Naruto could have held it, leaving Mei stabbed like a skewer on his lighting if he wanted to. Though that was overkill and mainly used for his enemies. So Naruto let Mei fall and she clutched her wound. Naruto clapped again, good job, you can cast very fast now. But you need to work on your senses. She glared at him, her delight gone. Why did you use a S-rank jutsu on me? Are you trying to turn me to ash? Naruto shrugged his shoulders. You know the rule. If you ain't dying, you ain't trying. Mira said, popping out of nowhere. Good job, Nei-chan, you know Narukun's only hard on you cause he cares about you. Mei smiled at the young Uchiha, who was healing her wound. Yeah, I know, despite him being ruthless. Now rest up, Mei, Mira-chan and I have got our own training to do and I don't want to accidentally kill you. When Mira and Naruto trained, it was hard. No holds barred, a deathmatch from the onlookers but a spar to just the two of them. Naruto wasn't afraid to hit Mira at all, he knew she could take it and dish out double the pain if he let her. They always finished panting with throbbing wounds. Mira more than him, as Naruto's healing factor from the Hashirama cells healed him. Combined with Mira sharing a similar element with him being yang release. Their physical energy was off the charts and Naruto sought to go higher and train even harder to increase the balance between his yin and yang. Okay, just don't destroy the forest again, this is my favorite training ground. Mei stood and walked away taking up her water flask for a sip. Just meditate and focus on your yin energy. Naruto turned to Mei with his palms in a prayer. She knew what he was going to say and copied his actions. Life is yang, death is yin. Naruto smiled. Good, remember that as you focus your mind. Looking back, Mira was stretching and grinning. Why are you grinning so hard? Because you can't beat me today. Oh yeah. And why is that? Naruto asked, matching her expression with his own wide grin. Mira dropped into her stance. Loose, free, and ready. Naruto followed suit with his stance. Still, fist partly open, and knees slightly bent. Zabuza sat still in the chair, still displeased with his current position. Next to him, Haku was content and reading through the magazine on the table. She would point out changes made to the village and important places they should visit when they have the time. He'd grunt and nod his head. They had been waiting for 10 minutes in the comfy waiting room. They weren't the only ones as other ninjas or civilians waited for a meeting with the Mizukage. His leg was shaking up and down quickly as he was getting anxious. They were looking at him and Haku, some glaring. 10 minutes in one location meant death for a rogue ninja like him. Plus he didn't have his weapon, his comfort. It quickly began to make a hole form in his gut. Questions began forming in his head. Could he fight these people off? How many could he kill? Could Haku kill them? It was aggravating. The more he waited, the more anxious he got. Zabuza thought it might have even been a trap, that they would walk them out and kill him and take Haku's bloodline. He was well aware of how the Mist Village worked. Cold-blood killers, nobody was spared. Man, woman, or child. Someone next came into the room opening the door. A tall woman he'd seen before. The last time he saw her she was a teenager, 15 if he was correct. Not anymore, she was a woman, one hell of a woman. Tall, crystal blue eyes, that stone-cold killer face all shinobi men loved, and a mature hardened woman. Her casual sweater did not hide this from him, in fact, it was teasing him. She wasn't alone though. Beside her was a boy who was tall for a genin, 17 Zabuza guessed. He was a 6 foot tall and slim, handsome boy. The type which turned a girl's eyes to heart and made adult single mothers blush. The boy's eyes lit up as he walked close to them. When he stood so close, Zabuza saw the boy was the same height as him. Hi, I heard you're a Yuki as well. He extended his hand to Haku. It is true, my name is Haku Yuki. She gingerly took his hand feeling the coldness of his hand. For a reason unknown, it caused her own body to heat up. Probably because Sonai kissed her palm as he held eye contact with her. Pleasure. He smiled and let her hand go. This is our clan head, Isteth Yuki. And we're going to show you around and whatnot. Okay, that sounds great. Haku slightly bowed her head in thanks. She adjusted Chappie, her white rabbit who was twitching his nose.
Hello, Esdeat-sama.
Hello. Isteth greeted back. She looked at Zabuza and scowled. Come on, let's make this quick. Today is supposed to be my day off. She turned and walked out the window. Sorry to disturb Her Excellency. Zabuza mocked. Isteth turned to give him a glare colder than the tundra. You better watch yourself. I was tasked to watch you and determine if you are fit to claim your rank again. I will be handling your re-education and watching over you. Zabuza glared back. She didn't say I'd be getting a babysitter. Well, Mizukage-sama told me and that's all you need to know. Isteth shot back. I'm going back in there, to hell with this. The room chilled instantly. Zabuza stiffened up. Something cold drew blood on his neck. It was a thin sharp ice sword at his neck. Mizukage-sama will not be seeing you at the moment if you want to speak with her schedule and appointment. Isteth was still at the door frame and simply used her bloodline to control the weapon. The shinobi in the room were on their feet and glaring at him. They had their hands hovering over the pouches and just daring him to act. Since when has the Mist shown such unity and cooperation? They never defend each other like this. You could kill someone in the street and nobody would move to help. All kinds of crimes took place. Heinous crimes, sinful crimes, inhuman crimes. Haku formed her own senbon and destroyed Estetha's weapon that held Zabuza captive. She took a position in front of him, showing her defiance and willingness to fight. Come on Zabuza, let it go. Be rational, did you think you'd just walk around the village unguarded? Tsunagi asked. Follow me and do not act out of line again, understand? Esteth spoke, voice low and cold. We understand Esteth-sama, please forgive Zabuza-sama. He's just anxious, it won't happen again. Esteth looked at Haku, she was a beautiful girl. 15, the same age as the overall tall Tsunagi. Said boy was reassuring Haku with a smile. Already, he was smitten with the young Haku who was clearly nervous and just being nice by smiling and nodding. Tsunagi could be oppressive sometimes, ignoring personal space. He was a physical contact kind of person. He loved to touch too much. Estia suppressed a twitching eyebrow as she remembered fondly about their time together. I see you are the responsible one. Make sure your charge stays in line. Now, let's go. Esteth turned walking outside to the village streets. They all followed seconds later, leaving the tense room. Once they left the Mizukage stone building, they saw the village again. It was so different from what they remembered. Amazing, the atmosphere, the bustling streets, and the kids playing with wide smiles. This is my favorite restaurant. They have the best grilled fish. Tsunagi pointed out. I sometimes take Esteth-sensei to eat here. Oh, are you two dating? Haku asked innocently. Tsunagi laughed while Esteth gained a tick mark. I wish, but no. I just like to treat her as she's all I got, you know. Haku nodded with a smile. She's precious to you. Tsunagi snaked his arm around Esteth. More than you know. They all heard a horn sound over the village. Tsunagi let Esteth go as they began walking again. Zabuza looked to the west where the horn came from and his eyes flew open. What the fuck? Who is that? They followed his gaze to the statue. Mizukage-sama's Susanoo. She used it to beat Yugura in the Battle of Revolution. And that red flame is Sengen-sama, the Uchiha's goddess and our unspoken goddess as well. Zabuza couldn't believe it. He knew of Naori, her strength was worldwide. Everyone knew of her feats of battling Jinchuriki and changing landscapes. But a goddess? Uchiha goddess? The village goddess? No way the Bloody Mist believed in gods. They only knew demons, like him, Kisame, and the rest of the 7 ninja swordsmen. How is fire a goddess? Zabuza asked. Not the fire itself, idiot. Esteth swiftly insulted the men. She made the fire, we all witnessed it when the statue was unveiled. The Uchihas were a literal godsend for this country, so it's only fitting that their goddess becomes ours. Come on, I'll take you to the Colossus Susanoo. Esteth named the statue. She also wanted to see the return of her close friends Amiri and Haribel again. The ocean was in sight along with the crowded port. The massive ship sailed toward him slowly. The ship flag lazily waved in the breeze of the cool ocean. It was such a beautiful day. They all heard a laugh float over the ocean and crash into their ears. Standing on the very tip of the ship was someone Zabuza knew very well. One of his comrades he hadn't seen in years. Amiri, Ringo. She's still alive. Zabuza stuttered out in disbelief. It's not Ringo anymore. Her name is Amiri Uchiha. She's a married woman. Esteth corrected the gapping man. Married? To who? Esteth chuckled. You already met him, remember? Shursue Uchiha is her husband. Sedman was standing a couple feet away watching with clear excitement. The ship pulled into its position first, traveling under the legs of the statue. It stopped in its assigned lot, the anchor dropped shortly after. They all saw a bridge be dropped onto the wooden deck seconds later. The crew of the ship began exiting and reuniting with family, friends, and loved ones on the dock. Amiri vanished from the ship. She was seen again in the arms of her husband. They kissed deeply, still in each other's embrace. Zabuza just blinked, staring and blinking again like something was in his eye. Was he seeing this right? She had grown, also becoming a woman, a beautiful kunoichi, strong and dangerous. Her 2 kiba blades were strapped on her waist, slightly covered by the captain's cloak hanging on her shoulders. Another woman appeared next to Shursue, one Zabuza didn't recognize. Said woman was tall and caramel-skinned, athletic and toned. She dressed in white and had the biggest pair of tits he'd ever seen. And also massive amounts of chakra to the likes, which reminded him of Kisame. Is she also a Hashigaki? The woman was pulled into Shirsue's arms as well. No fucking way. Shirsue didn't have to unzip Harabelle's collar as her lips were already exposed to him, which he soon took into his own, kissing her hungrily and passionately. 2 wives. Shirsue the teleporter has 2 wives. Haku blushed at the show as she'd never seen such blatant coupling. Perhaps in the future, she'd get to experience such things. Esdeath turned to Zabuza. You've got a lot of recondition to do. We are going to show you to our home within the Uchiha district. So behave yourself. Haku raised her delicate eyebrow. Why in the Uchiha district? Do you not have your own? It's just Tsunagi and me. A whole clan compound to ourselves would only give us extra work. Mizukage-sama gave us a deal. The Yuki clan would become vessels to the Uchiha since we are so small. Along with the Terumi and Hashikaji due to Harabelle's marriage. Esdeath answered with a small smile. She'd have never thought something like this would ever happen, especially when she first met the Uchiha. It's not bad, like a village within a village. They've got their own shops, stores, locations, and things. It's open for anyone to visit. I can take you, Haku-chan. They have this one chicken place Mira goes crazy for. Oh, you don't need to. I don't want to trouble you. Haku tried to politely refuse. It's no trouble at all. We're family, and because of that, I'm going to help you out. Plus, I get to spend some time with a pretty girl. Tsunagi said, taking Haku's hand in his own. You think I'm pretty? Haku felt her face heat up as she looked into Tsunagi's eyes, which looked like blue topaz jewels. Of course. He grinned. Tsunagi felt someone glaring at him and looked to Zabuza, who had a red aura wafting off him. Zabuza's bandaged face morphed into that of a demon mask. What? Keep walking, brat. You're one of those. Oh. Tsunagi slowly released Haku's hand with a grin. Stop messing around. I'm ready to go home. Sorry, sensei. Tsunagi said, falling into step alongside her. Naruto sat down with a big huff. His arms were back supporting him as he lightly smiled. He was sweating and taking big breaths, subtle laughs escaping his lips as he did so. I don't know why you're smiling. Mira walked closer until she sat in his lap facing him with a smug look in her beautiful coal-black eyes. I won. She leaned close, touching her nose onto his, tickling his lips with her breath. Naruto just smirked, staring back into her eyes that seemed to just draw him in. Since she was basically chest to chest with him, Naruto didn't have to move much when he kissed her sweaty lips. Did you really win if I beat you 7 times to your 3? When they spar, it was sets of 10 with no time limit. The first set would only end if one side admitted defeat. It was the standard for Uchiha training and would soon be pushed onto the academy students to prepare them for grueling and extended battles. It builds stamina and familiarizes your body with being injured and a fast-beating heart. A bonus effect was implanting the idea of knowing your limit. While it was always admirable to never give up and find a way, it wasn't always realistic and could sometimes lead to more harm. And Mira made him give up 3 times. No longer had he relied on Madara's fighting style, not his taijutsu or kenjutsu. Now Naruto only read the book for his own curiosity or excess knowledge he could find. The book was a gold mine for information. Naruto learned of secrets that could turn the world for the worse if it became public. His new style, though, was something he invented himself. It was something he began cataloging and journaling, creating his own story and book of secrets for his kids. The style was called Sombramo, a style primarily formed around offense and defense that involved steamrolling the enemy. It worked best defensively by stopping his foes from advancing and looks best on offense when he completely demolishes his foe with forearms, elbows, fists, and anything that could injure someone. It relies on speed and quick thinking and grows stronger on opponents who can't think on their feet. The only person in the clan capable of consistently beat him in taijutsu is Haikawa. For the moment, he was better than she was, but the girl always closed the gap no matter how many times they would spar. Haikawa and he ranked at the top for taijutsu masters in the clan, even though Naruto never considered himself a master of anything. The first way Mira managed to beat him was through her inhuman flexibility. While Naruto had her on the ground and went for a submission, Mira maneuvered around him until she got him in a triangle hold with her legs around his neck. She was smart about it, trapping his arms under her body so he could just use his strength and slam her back into the ground. Mira also grabbed his arm and threatened to break it as she put in a Kimura lock. Their spars often ended with broken bones, bruises, or even bleeding, so the threat wasn't that lethal to Naruto. But since the spar was only just beginning, Naruto tapped. The second one wasn't flashy or some high-powered jutsu, she just beat him straight up. using all her tricks and creative tactics to take him down. Naruto wasn't ashamed, in fact it was the opposite. It excited him. Mira was powerful, smart, funny, loving, creative, cocky, and the list could go on and on. There were many reasons why he loved her. You see too much into the small details, Mira said and returned his kiss. Her arms came around his head, locking her hands behind his neck. They just stayed like that, on the grass, sweating and tired, enjoying as the cool breeze licked at their faces. Naruto found himself in a trance with Mira's eyes. The girl also found her boyfriend's rugged expression intoxicating. His midnight purple hair matted to his forehead and his hot breath hit her face gently. Once again, their emotions connected, hearts racing at the same speed, breath coming out at the exact same time. It's moments like this that I cherish above all else, Naruto-kun. She fell into his body, resting her head on his neck. Stop, you're making me blush. Naruto rubbed her back gently. I could say the same thing, I'm just glad you fell in love with me. Mira popped her head back up. How could I not? I don't know, I am quite the full package. Gosh. You two are so cute. Mei squealed watching them. Until she sighed, I wish I had a man. One day, a long time from now you'll get one. Naruto sent with a smirk. Mei was easy to rile up, just bring up her not being able to get a man and she would turn into a demon. Naruto, I will melt you. Like she was now. Yeah, I'm sure you will. Naruto said. But come on, let's get back home and eat. Sun's going down. Alright, I'll cook. You sure, Mom and I normally do it. Mira stood up allowing Naruto to get up as well soon after. She gave him a devious smile. You don't know, but Mom's been giving me lessons on cooking. Since when? Naruto was surprised, he didn't recall such meetings. It was only 2 weeks ago but it should be enough. Mira says. I am making chicken yakitori and karak. She was proud and confident in her skills. I'm hungry anyways, let's go get started on it. He turned to give Mei a wave. Good job on training, Mei, and I think your genin team will finally be completed so you can come with 3 genin and not 2 like you planned. Really? Who am I getting? Mei asked, feeling excited at the prospect. Since her team was strong with just 2 kids, Naori had deemed it okay to add another person. Mei would always look at the roster of kids but never felt as if anyone could fit her team. Hikaiwa and Anoka were the only kids she had as her students. We just returned a Yuki clan member, she's the apprentice of Zabuza so she can definitely keep up with those 2. Naruto put his arm around Mira and pulled her close. You can ask Mizuki-sama about it tomorrow morning if you want, I'll ask her tonight as well. Thanks a bunch. No problem, see you around. Naruto and Mira vanished from the training ground. Naori came home and sighed. 10 hours is what her workday was like, sometimes 11 or her worst nightmare, 12. But when she could come home on time, she was able to enjoy the hot dinners Naruto would cook. I'm home. Her shoes were off, next to Naruto's and Mira's. Naori saw light from the kitchen and heard the voices of her children. Hey! We're in the kitchen. Naruto replied to the announcement. Naori sniffed the air and could smell chicken being grilled along with spices and onions. Her black skirt hovered just above the ground and gave her the appearance of gliding along the wooden floor. She saw Naruto sitting down at the table drinking tea while Mira cooked in an apron. I see I'm right on time. She was ushered to her seat by Mira. Said girl planted a kiss on her cheek as a greeting. I'm making dinner, it's going to be so good. Mira moved back to the countertop. In her little space, Mira had made a bit of a mess. Towels, plates, and sticks. From her seat at the head of the table, Naori looked at Naruto sitting next to her. How long have you guys been here? About 20 minutes, not long. She wanted to get started right away. Naruto leaned back. How was your day? Good, just making plans for the Chunin exams, stamping papers, letters. Ah. Speaking of letters, I got this letter from some princess in Demon Country asking about you. It's worrying, to say the least. Naori pulled the letter out and slid it on the table to Naruto. Naruto took the letter, opened it, and observed the neat handwriting. His eyes also widened while he felt his heart drop to his stomach. I've never met a Cheyenne. But I don't think this is fake, I can try and communicate with Sengen-sama tonight during prayer. Please, because she asked for you specifically. I haven't sent any team northeast near the Land of Stone, word could have spread. But still, asking about you and mentioning Sengen-sama. Naori began nervously tapping the table with her finger as she showed a worried expression. Naruto reached out and grabbed her hand. Mira came and sat a glass of wine in front of Naori with a smile. Don't worry, mother, I remember Sengen-sama saying we would need a priestess. This must be her. Naori squeezed back and let out a breath. She took a sip of the ruby red wine, her favorite. Yes, this Princess Cheyenne. I don't remember hearing anything about us having a separate clan. They couldn't even go and ask the elders of their clan since the rest of them had passed away and had their bodies cremated. Just let it be, Mom, we'll be with Naruto-kun if anything goes wrong. As of now, just eat this food and tell me what you think. Mira placed the smoking plate down for Naori. 3 sticks on each plate along with 2 karak as the sides. It smelt good, and Mira was drooling in anticipation. Before she could dig into her creation, they all placed their hands together. Itatakamatsu. Naori took one of the sticks in her hand. She could feel the heat, and the warm sauce falling to her fingers. Naori bit into the juicy chicken, some of it popping onto her face as she ate. She smiled, and Mira squealed. It's good. I guess we'll have to let you cook some more. Naruto nodded, biting his own as he wiped his face off the juice. Sengen-sama, I was contacted by the priest you mentioned to me years ago. Just to ease my nerves, if you could please answer your humbled chosen. Is Cheyenne Uchiha the priest I need to protect? Naruto sat on his knees praying next to Mira. In front of them was a low table with a single candle illuminating the dark room. His mind remained silent, and Naruto wondered if Sengen wouldn't answer him. He'd understand if she didn't, as he was only human, serving a higher being. Naruto's job was to answer the calls, not to call back. The candle in the room changed from a peaceful orange to a blazing crimson. Since Naruto and Mira's eyes were shut and heads down, they didn't see the change in light. Yes. It was a whisper, faint. Like a voice floating to his ears amongst the wind from yards away. It was enough, and Naruto was grateful to have received an answer. Thank you. I now know what I must do, this trial will not be the end of me. Amen. Naruto finished praying, feeling at ease now. The flame was still going, lighting the room orange. He'd blow it out whenever Mira finished and got into bed with him. Mira said amen and blew the candle out. The room fell into cozy darkness and Mira moved to the bed to take her place in bed. Once she was under the sheets, she was trapped by Naruto's arms around her stomach. Not too much. Mira batted his active hands. He was trailing them on her stomach, tracing the outline of her abs and wandering. Naruto's head was next to her ear and neck. I'm not doing anything. He whispered, making a shiver run down her spine. You are such a boy. Mira giggled. Naruto didn't stop his actions, and neither did Mira stop him. Hurry to bed, I'm excited for the Chunin exams. Same, good night. Naruto kissed her neck and collarbone. Night. And resting comfortably in each other's embrace, they lay still until sleep claimed them. Alright, that's it, hope you enjoyed, and if you did, please like, subscribe and comment, and don't forget to share the video with your friend, and check out my Patreon for early access, lemons and exclusive content, and that special picture-in-picture mode for all y'all mobile listeners, and support the story's author. Link to all that will be in the description. See you in part 5.